that White House. And we need a woman to clean it up. And that woman is Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you
Wrong.
You exist in the context.
That woman is not Hillary Clinton.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
Do you think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What can be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live came before you. Came before you. What came before you? What came before you? Imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. What came before you? What came before you? What came before you?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be
Unburdened by what has been.
can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
We are here to unburden ourselves
Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
while recognizing that we exist in the context of all that came before us. Chat, I've been listening to Kamala, okay? All the wacky things she says that make no sense. And I've decided that they actually kind of do make sense. Yeah, understanding that none of these candidates are great, right? None of these I'm not trying to get onto the coconut train just yet, but oh my god, I think this is the move right here. And I think it's going to happen this weekend, right? We're going to be unbidened by what came before. Kamala Harris needs to unburden the country. She does make sense. Yeah, it actually does make sense. Like, right, somebody, the first time I ever heard that, imagine what can be unburdened by what has been. I don't know who it was, if it was like a right winger or like a deep fat fried fan or something, like, somebody that I'm a little bit, like, no offense, deep fat fried fans, okay, but I take what you say with a grain of salt. Because sometimes there's a grain of salt in it. I mean, have you ever watched The Poltergeist? Yeah, there's a grain of salt. NCC just joined AK Hive, that's right. But it does make sense, right? And it's not actually... The only thing about it is it's like not something you'd say in politics, right? That's the only thing that's like weird about like the wisdom of Kamala and the wisdom from Kamala's mamala. The other thing, yeah, is the coconut tree, right? And then she's literally just sharing something that her mom said to her when she was young. Deep fried fat. Or deep fat fried. Am I saying it wrong? Deep fat fried. That's what it's called. It's like the... Anyway, it was somebody, I don't know. I don't remember who it was that said that, but they were they were showing me her thing. Like, Kamala keeps saying this thing and it doesn't make sense. And it's like, actually, no, it does. It does. It's just not like, it's not like a directly politically applicable thing, right? It's not exactly Salty Paul, indeed. Salty Paul. Hey, sometimes you need a Salty Paul. Sometimes Demon Mama needs to listen to Salty Paul. I don't oppose an open convention. I oppose Biden keeping Kamala from the Resolute desk. Wait, what does that mean? Oh, keeping Kamala from the Resolute desk. Yeah. Yeah, Kamala's Mamala actually imparting that wisdom of like, you didn't just fall out of a coconut tree. You exist in the context of all which came before you. And I don't know, chat. I was having a conversation with Vamps this morning, and the subject of fascism came up. The subject of, more particularly, that What If Alt Hist video that we watched, where What If Alt Hist talks about degeneracy and talks about the Weimar Republic and like hypothesizes, well, there was degeneracy back then and there's degeneracy now. And, like, What If Alt Hist is a scumbag. So some of that was like, being gay, like not being ashamed to be gay, being trans, having like, I don't know, not like marrying when you're 16 and like staying married for life, even if you're like in a miserable situation that's making your kids miserable too, right? All that stuff, according to conservatives like What If Alt Hist, reactionaries like What If Alt Hist, is what they refer to as degeneracy. And this is a word that the fascists use all the time too. It's like their raison d'etre, to oppose degeneracy, whatever that is. And it's a weird circular logic, right? Because you got, like, on one side you got degeneracy, on the other side you got the Volk, if you're German, right? But the people that matter, right? Real Americans, I guess, if you're Trump, right, is on this side. And what are the people? Those who don't like degeneracy. What is degenerate? That which is not of the Volk. There's not a lot of good, definitions, right? But another aspect to what reactionaries call degeneracy is something like modern art. And it really just goes, it's not just modern art, modern everything, modernity, right? They will constantly preach against modernity. And what they're mad about is that they look into the past, right? Whatever time that they think was like the best, the height of art, they usually have some time when they're like, this is when music was really good. This is when art was really good. We should just go back to this and do this like all the time. And that is the preaching, that is the ranting of somebody who can never be an artist. Somebody like the leader of Germany post Weimar, right? So somebody like the mustached one, right? Somebody who failed out of art school. And probably because he just did not understand the fucking nature of art. Art is not just a form of expression that arises out of nowhere, right? It cannot be palingenicized back to whatever, you think that it was supposed to be. And people that have that sort of reaction to, and I get looking at like Jackson Pollock splatter paint and being like, it's a mess. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. But I also am not, quick enough to judge that and say that there's nothing there, because I just don't know like where Jackson Pollock came from. But art is a tradition. Art is a heritage. Art is, something that's passed down to you. And when you become an artist, right, you start by learning the rules. You see what people are doing, what other artists are doing, what other artists are making, and you learn to do that. And part of that is studying the history of art. So what I'm trying to say is that the art that exists now, whatever you think of modern art, is a form that's evolved from whatever beautiful art in the past that like What If Alt Hist wants to praise. But that cannot stay. It cannot be ossified. If it were, it wouldn't be art. If it doesn't move us forward, if it doesn't adapt to the time, if it doesn't live and breathe, then it is a dead thing. And don't play with dead things. That's not art. That's that's oh my God, what is it? What are the people like? That's paleontology. I don't know. It's not art. It's not art, right? And it's just like that's what these people are missing, right? Is that I think that's the fundamental misunderstanding of social conservatives. Anyway, it's necrophilia, says Bad Lefty. Yeah. Joe Biden should have gone when they cheated on the votes. Wait. So I'm trying to catch up with chat here. Here, let me open. Earth without art is just I mean, yeah, we'd all be Canadian. That's right, Jay. We would all just be Canadian. But yeah, I mean, like, it's a whole process. And if you've done any kind of art, if you've been a musician, you understand this, right? I mean, like, look, I could start right now, download some kind of music software, bang away at a synthesizer without learning music theory, without learning the principles of rhythm, and, just kind of like making whatever, like messing around with the, the files until I got something that I like the sound of. And look, that's outsider art. That's valid in its own sense, but I'm not interacting then with the tradition. I'm not interacting with other artists, right? What you want to do is you want to listen to, like, what do you like? Do you like EDM? Which kind of EDM do you like? Do you like drum and bass? Do you like breakcore? Like what resonates with you, right? Listen to that, understand it, understand where it comes from, understand like what previous like iterations it's gone through, and like why it is the way it is, and be able to reproduce that. And then at that point, you can start to add something to it, and you should start to add something to it. Otherwise, we're just going to be doing the same thing the whole time. And that's not how a species survives on this planet. By doing the same thing over and over and over again. You have to adapt to the environment around you. You have to adapt to the changing moment. And that's one thing that fascists will never understand. So anyway, it kind of fits in, right? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree, but at the same time, the other side of that, you just fell out of a coconut. Don't act like you just fell out of a coconut tree. Don't act like you don't exist in the context of all that came before you. But at the same time, you got to be unburdened by that which was to imagine that which can be. And that's what's been missing from, the online left, if you want to say. That's what's been missing. That's definitely missing from the Democratic Party. That's what worried me when I saw the Trump convention, is that, like, I mean, yeah, they're all like 70 years old, and there was like 10 people gathered around Kid Rock while he did his thing. But like for them, like they put on those oldies and the people are like dancing and stuff. And I know that if you had a Biden convention, which, knock on wood, that it's going to be a Kamala convention, not a Biden convention, right? But I know that there's just nobody excited about Biden, and that's the problem. And so, yeah, we do have to keep moving. We do have to be unburdened by that which was, and try to imagine like a positive future, because that's what's missing. That's what's missing. Like, Trump definitely will not give you like a positive future message. He will appeal to this idea that there was this time, he's really old, so he must know, right? There was a time where everything was good, everything was perfect, everything was right. If we could just get to that time and then press the pause button on that shit, like we were Adam Sandler, then, we would be cool. Everything would be Gucci. And that's just not how anything works. That is not how anything works. So yeah, necrophilia is one word. Nostalgia is another word. And this is a toxic kind of nostalgia that so many people are caught up in. The way that in this age of the internet, in this age of digital media, like all times, all eras are able to exist concurrently. If you want to live in the 80s, you can start clicking on YouTube videos, like, find Duran, right? Start there, and then just find what other recommendations come up, and you're gonna be like listening to the music of the 80s, right? It's sort of. It wouldn't really be the music of the 80s, like, right? If you compare that, if you really had a time machine and you could go back in time and like turn on a radio or put on MTV or whatever, see what people are listening to in the 80s, you'd find that there are songs that you're not getting recommended to you on YouTube because that's a curated version of the 80s. That's what people remember of the 80s. That's been through this like weird process of refinement. And so it's not actually the time period that it represents. It's a the created version of that time period. And it's nostalgia. And if you stay in it too long, you will be poisoned. And I think we have a whole side of American political politics that exists in a poisonous fever swamp. And to move past it, we got to change. We got to create the future. We got to dream the dreams. We got to have a little bit of hope. I know it sounds wild, right? I sound ridiculous to somebody out there, right? I sound ridiculous, right? Hope. I am hoping to not be, deported. I am hoping to not be, to have my identity made illegal. I am hoping to not have like the medication that I need made illegal. I am hoping to not be forced to carry out a pregnancy that I do not want. Like, I totally hear you. I totally hear you. It is very difficult to hope right now. It is very difficult to dream. And yet the dreamers are still around. You just got to know where to look for them. All right? You have to move on from vaporwave into synthwave, chillwave, and hardwave. Oh my God, I haven't listened to enough hardwave. Thanks for reminding me, Variant. New stuff to check out. Grew up in the 80s with 80s hits. I love how weird it is. Yeah, and look, the 80s lives on in like the music of today, right? Shit would not be the way it was right now without the 80s, without the 70s, without every single little, like, in fact, some stuff that wasn't that popular at the time, right, has gotten like an audience, like, post hoc, right? Some stuff that was very niche has become very influential as it grows on. And it should incorporate that. It needs to incorporate that. That is the, existing in the context with which we exist is a context created by the 80s, created by the 90s, created by the 70s. I sound like a radio DJ. Am I pregnant? Do I look pregnant? Am I glowing? What's going on? What's going on, chat? I am probably sweating a little bit. It's hot in here, and I got some kickboxing in. I have not been doing that for a while, and I remember why it is so important to me. So yeah, we're getting ready to go here. We've got so much to. I always bite off more than I can chew, don't I? I need to get to the point where I'm chewing more than I can bite off. That would be good. The pressure is mounting on Joe Biden to drop out of the race, and a lot of people say endorse his vice president. Some people, according to AOC, do not want that vice president. They want to ditch the entire ticket and throw it into an open convention. And at the same time, the same sussy bakas are grifting to the right once again. Any chance that they have to get that, to get a little bite of that MAGA audience, right? Because it serves two purposes. If you're Anna Kasparian, talking to Charlie Kirk, even if you don't agree with him on everything, right? It presents you to a different audience. And, the more you can mix in that MAGA audience that's very impressed with you for speaking up to the wokeness mob, is makes it less likely for your community to turn against you. Right? So they're definitely trying to slurp up some of that right-wing audience, and they're going to get worse. The more they can do that, the worse they get. The worse they get, right? They can't do like a full-scale pivot and just go from like being the home of the progressives to like TYT, Make America Great Again. But they can do it little by little, and that seems to be what they're up to. There's so many things I missed also during the week. Apparently Tucker gave a speech where he was where JD Vance caught some strays. There's a lot of Republicans not super happy with JD Vance, and I don't think it's about his politics as much as it is about his wife. The fact that his wife is Indian, the fact that his kids, one of his kids is named Vivek, right? They're like, there's like a lot of Republicans that just they're you know, they've been, the racist streak has been emboldened. So, you know, they're coming out of the woodwork, and there is definitely anybody who tells you there's not infighting on the right is full of shit. Is absolutely full of shit. There's a ton. There's a battle for the soul. There's a battle, I guess, for the who inherits the crown, right? And JD Vance being named vice president definitely puts the tech bros in a good position to grab a hold of that, right? There's definitely people in the Republican Party who don't like that, including maybe the assailant. Like, we still don't know about this assailant guy. What really motivated him? The last we've got is his phone has been cracked, and they looked at the searches that he did. He searched the Trump rally, but he also searched the DNC convention. He also searched Merrick Garland. I'm trying to remember what else. Yeah, most of his searches were like figures of the left, so to speak. King Vance, yeah. Well, really King Teal. Like, you understand this, JD Vance is a remote control stand for Peter Thiel. Like, this is Silicon Valley's way to get into the White House, and oh my god, those fuckers scare me just about as much as the Groypers, honestly. We also got to talk about AOC, who took to after my last stream. Wait, was that my last stream? Yeah, we're going over the Trump speech. We took care of Trump. We took care of JD Vance. We took care of the entire Republican convention. We dealt with them, right? We dealt with the chuds in chat, everything else, right? And then I took a day off, and I think it's really been, it was a good, like, I didn't get much done, chat. I got to be honest with you, but I did kind of recover, and now my brain is out of recovery mode, and it works again. That's really good. But yeah, AOC's taken to social media to do her own version of bedwetting, right? Yeah, the people that are not comfortable with going forward with Biden, the people that are worried that Biden is going to lose to a very weak candidate, that being Trump, who's got a very low ceiling. What I mean by the ceiling is that there's a lot, there's people that are never going to fuck with Trump, right? And Trump is never going to like penetrate into that group. I said penetrate, god damn it. Trump is never going to, get those votes, right? So that's like a natural limit, right? That's a weakness. That's a weakness of Donald Trump. A good candidate would be able to exploit that weakness. Unfortunately, Biden is not a good candidate. So AOC took to social media, I believe, after Trump's speech, and she had some bedwetting of her own, and her anxiety is really what we're talking about when we say bedwetting, right? Was more about the unknown, and I talked about the unknown. There is like an unknown element to changing horses this far midstream. There's an unknown element, in terms of, she's going to bring up Ohio. She's going to bring up, challenges to from right wingers of like right now. I think Mike Johnson has already talked about challenging any sort of replacement of Biden with somebody else on the ballot, right? And she's also talking about the elites of the party, which is a weird thing. On one hand, do I believe that there are elites of the party? Yeah. Do they are they? They're probably not people that are in agreement with AOC a lot. So that part makes sense. But also, the thing that bugs me is it sort of resonates. It jibes with Biden's message about the elites. Like, his message is that like the people of the Democratic Party want him to stay, right? The rank and file, but it's these elites that have never believed in him. He's waxing Nixonian. He's waxing Trumpian when he says this stuff, because the elites are the ones that got him into this thing in the first place. He was not winning in 2020. A certain gentleman named Bernie Sanders was winning. That guy. This guy right here, right? And all of the shit Dem candidates got pushed out at the same time, got the phone call. Everybody dropped out except Elizabeth Warren. God damn, there's like a lot. These fuckers like to dance. And that's what I'm like. Look, we need dancing. We need dancing. We need music. We need a meme queen. And although Kamala is not my ideal candidate, and I'm fully aware of her, resume, which is full of full of the school to prison pipeline, honestly. As far as somebody who can win, as far as somebody who can meme, and as far as somebody who can make the campaign a little bit fun, because that's going to be part of it. That's a necessity, right? Cursed music video. There's a lot of cursed music video. Did you see the one I had out before this? Wait, was this even it? Oh, this one's more cursed.
All over the United States. We did a cleaning in that White House, and we need a woman to clean it up, and that woman is Hillary Rodham.
No, but it's the Bernie bros that are misogynistic, right? It's the people that are, well, this would have been 2008, so the Obama bros, I guess, at the time, are the ones that are misogynistic. Wow, imagine having an account created in 2017 and like spamming up somebody's chat so that you could just get banned everywhere. Hillary's making a queen's. That's what women do. They clean things up and they make you a sandwich.
Ready? We need a woman in the White House, and that person's Hillary Clinton. She's the one. We need a woman in the House, the White House. Come on and join us, everyone. Okay. We need a woman in the House, the White House. Our fight has just begun. That's right. Hillary in the House. Hillary in the White House. Hillary in the House. Hillary in the White House. We don't need no bling. All we gotta do is sing. We don't need no bling. We got the real thing, and that's Hillary Clinton.
Chat, anybody know about a YouTuber named Savalnus? I think his name is Savalnus. Savalnus does these videos that are like, if you are like it's one of the videos is like, you realize you're, wait, let me see if I can find this. I'm even spelling his name. I am.
Whoa, whoa. I've been getting so much dough. I don't even really know. Come with the 4x4. And you already know you gotta go. And you already know I'm gonna go. Let's go to Mario. And Mario. How to hit a hottie hole. I be going the streets. I be getting the deets. I be getting the freaks. I be getting the sheets. But I ain't no KKK. Oh, KKKK. We coming with hay. We coming to spray. That gonna go quack. It go that shit'll go move.
I gotta stop it. I gotta stop it. It's too much. It's too much.
Bitch, pussy wet like a sewer.
What the fuck? The manure. No. Oh my god. Damn. All right. But yeah, that's the idea. It's called realizing you're in a trash rapper's music video. You know, you're there, you're trying to do the hype. You know, you're gonna be in a music video, and you're like, wait a minute, no. That's what it feels like. That's what that song feels like. It's like, okay, let's do a song for Hillary. Oh my God. So yeah, that's what we got going today. We got so much on here. We also have potentially another subject to cover if we get there. We have 59 votes so far. Wait a minute, 42 concurrent viewers and only 60. Wait, no, what am I trying to say? Yeah, 35 likes. All right, 60 votes. 60. There's 60 votes. Wait, there's been 60 votes already? What is going on? Can we get those likes closer to that 60 number? That would be awesome. Okay, because like especially for these full screen streams, it's really important to hit those like numbers. It's almost like there's a magic thing when you get 100 likes on a video, then YouTube shows it to more people after the fact, right? I'm talking about VODs. I'm talking about not just VODs. Like you're a VOD if you miss a stream and you come back and you look at and you hit the live tab and you find, oh shit, I missed a stream, and you watch it after the fact. That's a VOD right there. But there's also the VODs that just they get recommended this stuff and they're like, what is this shit? And at first they're like, there's music. Oh wait, I just go past the music. That's right, you go past the music. You go past the music and then you like start watching it. And people have literally found me from stuff like that, but they only find me if we farm those likes and we farm them early, right? It's like a huge difference. It makes a, how long has the survey been up? It's been up since before the stream started, actually. Am I missing something? I think I am. But yeah, that's what it feels like to be in that Hillary Clinton song. There's even another one that's also cursed, but it's like cursed in a different way. The trolls don't like it, but they do vote. I don't know if we get trolls in here. Any trolls in here? One if you're a troll. I'm just kidding. What's up, Zara? What's up, Daymal? What's up, Fresh Out of the Asylum? Got Cat, Base Lefty, Narwhal by Nature, FG, Timothy Jones, CJ, Base. I almost called you Base Lefty. Chad Alpha. What's up, Schmegley? What's up, Charles Martini? What's up, Monk Without a Cause? Good to. What's up, Tom Trask? Kamala could definitely take him. Take who? Oh my god, I'm missing what chat's talking about. My brain is filled with part of your comment. Oh, there's another comment. What's up, Fuzzy Slippers? You should watch the video where they did the Macarena. Oh, I did. Yeah, we watched that a while ago. In fact, that's a highlight that's up at Wait. Chat, I don't know how I got this button here. Create highlight video. What does this do? Should I hit it? Is it going to do something bad? Create highlight video. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh my god, I wonder if it works after the fact, right? So I could take right now and be like, oh, it's spitting right back here at 15 minutes. I could make a highlight video out of that. Create a title, public, add a description. I don't know how this works. Let's just test. Let's create it's called test. Add a description. Description is testing. And I create. What does this do? Okay, well, I made something anyway. Yeah, there's a Macarena video. Now I can't watch it because obviously they are wait, what's the one? There's one that's like Hillary. 1, 2, 3. Oh no, god, that's cursed. What is that? What the fuck is that? Oh my god, you can put a Hillary Clinton filter on yourself. Is this the one?
Hillary for you and me, bring back our democracy. Make this country proud and free. Let's stand up for Hillary. Hillary for you and me, bring back our democracy. Vote from sea to shining sea, everyone for Hillary. Fighting in a war,
But we don't know what we're fighting for.
Okay, that's cool.
testing minds.
But we're leaving our children all behind.
The world is getting hot.
But our global warming plan is not.
Our goals are out of range.
So we know it's time for a change.
Hillary for you and me, bring back our democracy. Make this country proud and free. Let's stand up for Hillary. Hillary for you and me, bring back our democracy. Vote from sea to shining sea, everyone for Hillary. Now Hillary will fight.
For what we all know is right.
Experience is great.
Instead of war, we can negotiate.
Education, health, and world affairs.
Hillary is the one who cares.
This lady knows how to lead.
In this president's race, she will succeed.
Hillary for you and me, bring back our democracy. Make this country proud and free. Let's stand up for Hillary. Hillary for you and me, bring back our
There's hood rat for Trump?
sea to shining sea.
I mean, yeah, this is some classic cringe right here. Pokemon go, go, go to the polls, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I feel like Kamala's song is way better, even though she didn't do it herself. And chat, this is what I'm talking about, all right? She's a meme queen, right? Whether she realizes it or not, she has the potential to be the first TikTok president. She is memeable. Do you see what I'm saying? Like the weird stuff she says, right? Think about Trump, all right? Goofy motherfucker standing up here going like this, right? YMCA, right? But somehow it works. Somehow the right wing memes him and it works. It's about to get racist as fuck. Well, I mean, if she goes in, yeah, they definitely will. A lot of people have said that they Kamala brings out the worst of the Republican Party. Hillary's musical theme is a 90s television sitcom. It does sound like that, or like an 80s even. It feels even dated for the 90s. This would have been, wait. No, you're right. You're right. This was 2008. What's up? What you can do? It's a weird time to jump into the stream. Yeah, it sounds like I'm up for Hillary here, but we're not promoting Hillary. We're not promoting Hillary. Oh my God, that's a nightmare, chat. That is one reason to be legitimately, because I'm going to say that some of the stuff that AOC is saying on that Instagram stream, some of that stuff like that she's afraid of, like I'm afraid of too. Yeah. If there's some other contingent that's going to try to push out both Biden and Kamala and put in their person, it's not going to be a Bernie contingent, chat. Like that's like, as far as like who's powerful in the Democratic Party, not Bernie fans. Not even necessarily like Gretchen fans or, maybe Gavin fans, but definitely people that feel like Hillary Clinton was done wrong and the Russians stole the elections. They hacked the machines and Hillary should have won and they just didn't. There's still people that are fucking that want to give Hillary one more chance. That's what I'd be afraid of. Whitmer has indicated that she wants nothing to do with this election. She can say that now. But if Joe Biden drops out without endorsing it, so there's two different things that could happen. Joe Biden drops out, and there is word that this might come as early as this weekend. In fact, I feel like there's people trying to get I know Hillary isn't a trans ally, but she did that show with Natalie Wynn. Oh my God. That's more of a liability for Natalie. Bernie is a Biden bro. Yeah, isn't that interesting? M85 is pointing out something interesting, right? Because I'm talking about AOC. I'm talking about her doing that stream where she's kind of like freaking out. She's like, I don't know about the open convention. I don't know about any of this stuff. You know, it's like you can say that you fell out of a coconut tree. You can say whatever, but you know, this is you know, I'm just telling you what I'm seeing. And there's these party operatives out here releasing anonymous quotes trying to push Biden out. And how do we know they're not also going to push Kamala out, right? And I could see how the argument for that would go, right? That okay, Biden is a problem. Biden is a liability. You know, his policies also a liability. And, you know, even stuff like inflation, which is a global inflationary, like inflation is a global trend, right? And in fact, there's a lot of countries out there that have had things worse economically than the US, but people still associate higher grocery prices, higher rent prices with Biden, and even something like him limiting the amount that your landlord can raise your rent to 5% a year. If they're only for corporate, like he's being careful. Like, I don't want to attack the mom and pop landlords. Oh, please go. They're not that much better. Like if you've lived with somebody, if you lived in a place that's not a corporately controlled building, you might know what I'm talking about. That is an assumption I would not make. Some of them are, right? Some of them are. Some of them rent out like rent controlled units, and they don't try to push their tenants out. Others of them warehouse those fucking units, right? Others of them sit on those units and refuse to sell them until they can do something to get out of the rent control. All landlords suck ass, yeah, but Biden's like making a point, like we're only talking about the corporate ones. So confused right now. Everything is inverted in politics. Cheering for Kamala? Not exactly. Not exactly. But yeah, things are very inverted. You are right about that. That is a good point, Inako Sam. Trump is talking unity, but not really. The squad. Oh yeah, Biden simping for. Yeah, so that's what I was getting to. Yeah, thank you, Inako Sam. That's what I was getting to. Is like you got AOC being like, I don't know, it's not that easy. Argentina's inflation is 80%. God damn, Milei. Oh my God, I want to hear all those assholes. There's assholes out there that were like, no, I think Milei is going to be really good for Argentina. They never tried out these, you know, kind of economic policies. You know, Milei is going to give the Chicago school, like it's going to be full unfiltered Chicago school economics. And there you go. Deep dish inflation from Chicago. Thank you so much, the Bears. The Bears of the bear market, because he's ruining the economy down there. Oh my God, that wasn't a good one. I don't like VP Harris, but because the party ruined having a healthy primary and vote. Yeah, that's the thing. Zogby had an idea of maybe running a mini primary. And at this point, I just don't think it's going to happen. Maybe if Biden had dropped out right after the debate, right? Maybe they could have done something. But even then, is that a real primary? Like, right, if you send out like what? Send out envelopes to all the Democratic, you know, voters that you have on your mailing list and have them vote. Give them like, you know, a week or two, a week and a half to vote. Is that really a primary? Not that this thing was a primary issue, because like I said, it's very much gate kept. And you know that if you're, you know that if you're running against Biden or against any incumbent, that you're never gonna work in this town again. That's how it happens. That's how it works. That is how it goes. We plead the 25th, yo. Yo, I'm noticing that I added some mods at one point. And I might have added too many. There's a lot of blue in chat. I think it was just one of those times where I didn't see a mod in chat. This is usually how somebody becomes a mod. If I'm not seeing mods in chat and it looks like there's like trolls or something like that, and then I see somebody that I trust, I'll like right click your name and give you a wrench, but I might have overdone it. I don't know. Anyway, Hillary, for you and me, bring back our democracy. It's just so weird too that like she's trying, like of all the people to try to claim to be an outsider, to try to claim to clean up Bush's mess, like Hillary Clinton voted for Bush's messes. Hillary Clinton went along with Bush's messes until they became unpopular. That is how you became a mod just now. Yeah, I noticed that there was, oh my gosh. The thing that I worry about though is that like people feel like skipped over, maybe. But I've also seen streamers get made fun of when like all of the chat, like when there's like a whole row of chat and it's all blue. I don't know. I think yeah, it takes so yeah, so blue takes over from green. So some of you would be green, even if you weren't blue. So there'd be a lot of green in this chat, which is really good. That means that almost everybody in here has got, and you know, you'll find this if you stay in here long enough, that you'll tend to get a membership. And what does that membership give you? It gives you weasels. It gives you get weasels. No, and no, I don't mean like in the sense of like get bed bugs or get like lice or like, no, you get weasels infesting your house. No, you get weasels infesting your emotes, and you can post the weasels and you can post the void coffee. Speaking of which, oh my God, chat, am I even able to? Oh, I gotta press a few buttons before I can make this happen. Hillary, for you and me, bring back our democracy. Hillary. I am so sorry. I apologize, chat. I apologize. I know that I'm annoying right now. But yeah, you know, you gotta have all the emotes. What if we want weasels infesting our house, though? I mean, that might be a good thing. You know what is not a good thing, though? The top of the hour ad break. That's the ad break that happens not on YouTube, but on Twitch every hour at the top of the hour. And it sucks you away for whatever I'm talking about, whatever I'm doing, and it puts you into a parallel universe, kind of like the Bad Place in the Pink Opaque, right? With you know, ads. Instead of Mr. Melancholy, you're gonna meet ads, right? And they can be pretty scary. Not that scary. I don't think you're gonna get fed any moon fluid or anything like that, but you know, it's still pretty scary. You can avoid that fear. You can avoid that nightmare for free or for $5 by using a Twitch Prime to get yourself a free sub, which is a pretty good price. You can use $6.99 or $6.99, $5.99. They did raise the price. So $5.99 will get you a sub if you want to buy one for yourself. And there's also a chance that if you hang around long enough that somebody might try to give you a gift sub, and they actually on Twitch they get to pick who they give a gift sub. So your best bet for that is just to be active in chat. If you're seen in the chat and people see that you don't have a sub, they might take pity on you. They might take mercy upon your soul and just like help you out. Did you like that? Saw the TV screen glow reference? I don't know. Somebody got that. Somebody got that. In cahoots with the DNC. Put the kibosh on Bernie. I don't know. There we go. Yeah, it's basically easy as ABC. She stole from the Jackson 5. Those weasels are fire. The weasels are fire. You also get exclusive content from becoming a member. And so yeah, that's a good thing to do. Well, yeah, what do I gotta do? I gotta go here and take a look. And this is the yeah, the other thing about becoming a member or becoming a sub, I really need to get the subs and members. I still haven't figured out how to get you in the new Discord, but I'm working on that, right? The other cool thing about being a sub or a member is that any sub or membership that you give, it increases this. This is the dono goal, right? And you see under the dono goal all the things that you can vote for in the poll. Right now, Francesca versus Jink Uger debating over AOC, debating over what we're going to watch the AOC late night stream. Yeah, AOC's kind of becoming a streamer. I don't know, chat. I might have to compete with AOC someday. That's okay. She'll raid into us maybe. I don't know, chat. Maybe we could get her to raid us. But yeah, so you get to raise the dono goal. If that hits 100, we're gonna watch one of these things, whatever gets voted for, and you also get to add percentages to it. So you see like the percentage right now. If you donate, whatever you donate gets added as a percentage to the subject of your choice. So that's another cool thing. Speaking of which, I wonder how long the FBI takes to look into Destiny. Yeah, he's doing an anti-Trump manifesto. I feel like he could have come up with a better name for that. I feel like he very much could have come and look, I'm kind of worried about him. I mean, I don't like him, and you know, he played piano when I was trying to talk to him. You know, he wanted to talk about cancel culture. I was trying to tell him about the real cancel culture. He had zero interest in learning anything from the likes of me, anything from the likes of somebody who's actually, you know, marginalized enough to experience actual cancel culture, which is not what Destiny experiences when people are mad at him on Twitter. But you know, he wouldn't listen, chat. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say. But yeah, Destiny has apparently it triggered the Nazgul vortex. I don't know. No, he hasn't. That's a deep cut. So somebody out there gets that. Somebody probably with a membership gets that, because you're the only ones that have watched that video. I don't know. That Peter Coffin video that I did a long time ago. Yeah, he thinks, okay, so what Destiny is saying is that he feels like he said a lot more out-of-pocket things about Palestinians than he ever said about Trump fans. And that's true. That's actually true. He's probably right about that. Oh my god, Omega Star with the gift sub to Sarah's 9811. Sarah's who should probably hit well, no, I mean, there's 7 seconds left of the ad break, but the next ad break series will miss. So yeah, let me show you exactly how this works. So Omegastar just donated a gift sub, and also Twitch. If you want to hit those, if you want to get those extra emotes, you got limited time. If you want to trigger a hype train into action, that's what happens when like 3 people donate within a certain amount of time. It starts a hype train, and with that hype train, you got a chance to earn extra emotes for the whole chat. So that's a thing that I never explain enough. But yeah, look at that. Dono goal goes up to not 5%, but rather 6%. Let me get it right. Let me be current, present day, present time. But yeah, that's the Destiny loses his proverbial shit segment that we could unlock. Potentially. What am I trying to do? Now I've got the Hillary for you and me. I need the Kamala song back. I want the Kamala song. Kamala, even. What have you done to us by getting that into your head? I'm sorry. I picked Destiny. Or Density, rather, says Omega Star. So, like, yeah, look at what this does. That adds 6% to that. So right now, however Density, Destiny, I can't say his name right now. However density is doing in the poll, it's going to be 6% better thanks to Omega Star. So that's what happens. When you donate, you get to help out your cause, whatever you want to see next. What do you want me to react to next? And so for this, for today, we've got Jink. Oh, wait, what? No, it's not Jink. Wait, what is it? Trump, not Jink. Wow, I'm mixing up Jink and Trump. Trump, RFK Jr. leaked anti-vax call. So that's an option. I'm going to leave it at, like, this is maybe the last day for that because I've had it on there for a while. It has almost won several times, right? We got Francesca. That's right. That's Francesca Fiorini versus Jink Uger. And I don't even know. Can somebody help me out with this? Is Francesca, does she still technically work for TYT? I thought that somehow Francesca was like independent of TYT by now, but I could be wrong. But regardless, she's on there debating, disagreeing with Jink Uger, I think, over AOC. So we could watch that. We've got MTG and her weird throat noises that picked up on the hot mic. What is going on with MTG? My theory is that she's got an alien. And I think that MTG could be, she could have an alien in her, right? And it's making noises in her neck. It might be about ready to burst. Is Destiny losing his shit? Yeah, if we choose that one, we'll take a deep dive into what's going on with Destiny. What does he think is happening, right? What does he think is attacking him? Because that's what he's saying. He's saying this thing is attacking me. And so it kind of sounds like maybe, I don't know. I mean, look, to be honest, I'm not surprised that he's getting more of a pushback from attacking conservatives in America, from attacking Trump fans, than he is from for all the horrible, ghoulish stuff he said about Palestinians, right? That's just how, you know, that's the fucking power structure in the U.S., right? That you attack somebody without power, and yeah, you get very little pushback. You attack somebody with power, and maybe you get more pushback. But he's got some weird theories about Russian bots, and well, we'll only see that if we hit the dono goal and if we end up selecting Destiny losing his shit. So that's on the menu as well. And what am I forgetting? I'm forgetting to hit the button. I sent you a possible add to MTG option. MTG went on Russell Brand's show and said, F the patriarchy, nice, while admitting Republicans are misogynistic. Wait. Oh, that's wild. That is wild. Thank you, Natalie. I'll take a look at that. Yeah, we'll add that. Yeah, we'll just consider that part of the, it isn't letting you donate. An alien in an Igor suit? Wait, when you say Igor suit, are you talking about Persona? Look. Okay, the only way to get this cursed shit out of our heads is this.
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I'm sorry, it's not a very radical statement.
You exist in the context of all
I wish it were.
came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live.
What can be unburdened by what has been. 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 What can be unburdened by what has been.
I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
I love that anybody that's watching this on Shorts, like the first thing they're gonna see is me eating.
Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Coconut tree? Everything is in context. All in which you live came
cremation of care, isn't that like a thing from the Bohemian Grove? Isn't cremation of care like part of the Bohemian Grove thing? Must be a mukbang stream, exactly. It's a dancing stream. Look at Bernie.
Be unburdened by what has been.
Anyway. So yeah, we're about to get going here. I think I've got everything ready to go for us. And I figured out how highlights work too. Maybe I'll do those after the stream. Chat. Okay, so you know what it is? It's that they're trying to YouTube's trying to get me to do. They're trying to push me to do stream highlights, and I probably should. Honestly, that makes it way easier. Twitch has had this for like a long time. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Hulk Hogan. And up next,
Tucker Carlson. All right, let's get into this, okay?
I loved reading.
So, one of the good effects of Biden feeling threatened is that he is kind of acting like a piñata right now. You know, like a piñata, when you hit it, candy falls out. Well, Biden's getting hit from all sides now. And like people have noticed, right? Strangely, it's like the Democratic Party insiders that are pushing him to get out. And it's people like AOC and Bernie that are kind of providing him a little bit of, although I don't know if Bernie's doing it anymore. And AOC even there was a little bit of a like caveat to what she was saying. We'll get into that in a second. Don't eat that candy. Wait, what's the candy? There's no way there's that. Wait, Odyssey. What are we doing? It shows that the dono went through. I don't know what's going on. That's weird. That is actually weird, Troy. Maybe it's just taking its sweet time. Dude, has this happened to somebody before? Where you donate super chat? So, oh yeah, I always go through this and I'm forgetting to do it now. So like I said, any sort of donation that you do is going to show up on the dono goal. It's going to show up hopefully in the, let me make sure Throne alerts are on. Twitch alerts are on. Are YouTube alerts on? YouTube alerts are on. So all the alerts are on. Yeah, it's going to show up as an alert. It's going to make it's going to make like a noise. It'll be like, if you super chat, or it'll be like, if you gift memberships, something like that. But it's going to push the dono goal forward. And like I said, if we get 100%, then we get to unlock another bit of content, kind of a fun half to the show, if you will. And you also get to make the number go up on the subject of your choice. So like, just like a Megastar donated and said Destiny, right? So the dono goes up by 6%, and so does the Destiny score, right? The score for that, like whatever it ends up with, it's going to be 6% more. So that's what happens there. And this is true whether you do a super chat, a super sticker, whether you get a weasel for yourself, you give yourself the gift of weasels, or you're gifting weasels to other people, right? That counts as well. It also counts over on YouTube if you use a Prime sub for free to get yourself a sub. If you pay $6 to get yourself a sub, or if you buy subs for other people and get people out of that ad break, right? That also is gonna push forward the dono goal and give you the chance to to add some percentages here to different items on the poll, right? And same thing goes with bits on Twitch. I always forget what they're called, but they're called bits. And if you give them, then you get to play with that. You get to add that to the bits to the poll, as well as drive the donation goal forward. What else works? What else makes the donos goal go up? If you donate on Throne, which, you know, if you look behind me right now, this is a pretty nice background, right? It's a background I literally would not have if it was not for Throne Gang. Throne Gang, thank you, because I think the stream looks so much better with this background than it did. The stream looks so much better than it did just a few months ago, right? And it's all because of Throne Gang. The it sounds better too, right? The microphone I'm talking through is better. We've got clean gain going into a interface that all of this is crowdfunded from Throne. So any donations to the Throne, that's the link for it right there. If you are watching me on, wait, do you see it? If you're watching me on Shorts, yeah. On Shorts, it's like right up there. Yeah, it's right there on Shorts. And it's right there on the full screen stream and on Twitch, right? That's the Throne link. That works as well. Signups on Patreon work as well. That reminds me, I need to shout out the Patreon gang. As do donations to any of the links down in the description. And I'll let you know why I'm pointing those out specifically today. So as far as, like, I told you a long time ago that summer was going to be really hard. In general, there's less YouTube watching, there's less YouTube views. It's kind of, sometimes there's even like less going on. So summers are like the hardest times for content creators. And I told you that if we could get through the summer, that I'm like fully on fully in the zone of being a full-time streamer, and a streamer that doesn't have to worry about maybe not streaming because I can't pay rent and I get thrown out, which would be a shame considering all this nice stuff that I have now, or can't pay the electric bill or can't pay the internet bill or something like that, right? All that stuff, you know, all that like kind of stuff, you know, goes out the window once I am making, you know, enough money to pay my bills, and I get to dedicate stuff full time, and there's going to be even more content. I'm very swiftly trying to add some prepared content to my repertoire, and like as always, trying to get those videos out to you. I realize I've been streaming so much I haven't gotten videos edited, but now I know how to do highlights, so maybe that'll make it easier for me. I gotta come up with a better content strategy to get more stuff out. That being said, I want to give my shout out to the Fancy Weasels. That is a $5 tier over on Patreon, so $5 tier or above gets you a fancy shout out. Fancy shout outs to the Fancy Weasels, and the shout outs today go out to Omega Star, shouts out. Jules K shouts out. Just Julie shouts out. Moe Noape shouts out. Shakespeare shouts out. Funky Monkey shouts out. And Temporal Insanity also shouts out. So there we go. You are fancy indeed. These are fancy shout outs for Fancy Weasels. So thank you for, and again, the Patreon, I've got you added to the new Discord server. We haven't done much with the new Discord server. I need to do that. But the main thing that that's for is to just like let Patreons know what their perks are and where they can get them. One of the most universal perks that I think every Patreon gets is kind of like the Snyder Cut. Any videos that I put out, they go to Patreon first, and they go in the form of an unedited, uncensored. So you get all the F words. If I said something rude to a chud in chat, that stays. Nothing is edited out. You get like the full-on Snyder Cut. Is that Snyder Cut? Is that the way to say it? Is the Snyder Cut like that? I don't know, chat. I don't watch Snyder, so oh my god. I do not. Omega Star, thank you for the donation on Throne. I'm like trying to think what it's called. What is it called? But yeah, thankfully, thanks to Kamala, I got that. Yeah, thank you for the, so I'm going to add that money, I'm guessing to, I'm going to add that percentage, I'm guessing to the Destiny thing. So it looks like Destiny losing his shit has got 21% on it already. The dono goal is 1/5 of, 1/5, a little bit over 1/5 of the way there. And that is fully thanks to Omega Star. So thank you much, Omega Star. That is, we're well on our way. We're well on our way. Redline, what's a Redline movie anyway? Wait, did I say Redline? I think I was talking about the Schneider cut. I don't know Schneider because these are like the guy that does the superhero. Don't let Omega Star do it all. Okay, that's not nice. It's way better when it's like, you know, multiple people making the stream viable rather than very generous people, like, you know, kind of carrying the weight for everybody. But yeah, again, thank you to all of my Patreons. Thank you to everybody who supports the stream in whatever way you do, including the Thumb Gang. I don't talk about the Thumb Gang nearly enough because I don't think they know how powerful they are. They don't know yet how powerful they are, right? Like, their power is yet unknown. And I want to make that, look at that, 63 likes. 63 likes already. Wait, what's the likes to votes? 87 votes, 63 likes. That's a pretty good ratio. And it's all thanks to you, Thumb Gang. So even if you cannot contribute in any monetary way to the stream, understand that your thumbs are very valuable. And thumbs by themselves, not very powerful. But when we put all of our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle that algorithm into submission and push my content out there into the wider audience on YouTube. Anyway, that being said, let's get going with what we're covering today, which is the continuing probability that Biden will be dropping out, right? We keep on hearing inklings, and it's hard to know, chat. There's nothing official. There's nowhere where Biden has officially said, I'm thinking of dropping out, Jack. I might do it this weekend. That hasn't happened. Well, we do get these leaks saying that he is considering it, saying that he's changed his mind, saying that he's open to it. He said that an act of God would be what it took to get him to drop out. And now there's been an act of God. Motherfuckers got COVID. So it seems like a good time. It seems like a really good time. And people are saying it's going to happen again. These could just be party insiders wishfully thinking, trying to put more pressure on Biden by leaking information that he's going to drop out and kind of, you know, trying to get him to do it that way. So we'll find out when we find out. That being said, let's hit the correct buttons if I can find them. It's like this one. Oh, yes.
I loved reading this news about the idea of finally getting Supreme Court reform.
Oh, yeah. So this is what I was talking about before, right? There's been some candy to fall out of the Biden piñata, and it's not candy that you get to eat. It's candy that you eat with your eyes. It's candy that you get to think about. It's like promises, right? And some of these most of it, I mean, I guess, you know, some of the things he's done have been executive orders, but most of them are things that he's adding to the platform, adding to what he intends to do if he gets elected in order to try to kind of get more people to, you know, be on the side of like, hey, let's keep Biden, right? And the problem is it doesn't matter what Biden promises if he can't win against Trump. And that is the analysis, unfortunately, I feel like we've got to make, is that there's very little chance of Biden winning against Trump. Hey, look, you know, if somehow he does stay in, I feel like, you know, people will make that strategic choice to vote for harm reduction nonetheless. But there's going to be more of those votes for him. He's going to have a better chance, or the Democrats are going to have a better chance keeping Trump out of the White House if it's not Biden. So that's where we're at.
But I want your honest assessment. Is it too little too late for any real reform for SCOTUS?
Look, Katie, I had the same reaction you did. I think my slightly snarky piece about it was that in addition to pushing on ethics reform and term limits, we should also build the DeLorean to send it back in time, right? To do it when it would have made a difference. So I think there is a sense that, yes, this should have happened Certainly, 4 years ago when President Biden took office and said this was a priority, he commissioned a panel to study it, and then they produced this blue ribbon report that talked about structural reform and nothing happened. So I think at one level, look, it's easy to say this is way too little, too late, we cannot close the barn door, the horse has already eaten the entire meadow. But I think that this is an important piece of signaling, and I think that for the president to run against the Supreme Court, to acknowledge that almost every piece of the mess we're in right now is a function of a loss of the court and a loss of the lower courts. I think it's an important message to send that we are now taking seriously that which we probably should have taken much more seriously 10 years.
Okay, now this is true, right? Whoever ends up running should run against the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is profoundly, unpopular, and they are profoundly harmful. They have made decisions in the past, not only creating essentially a imperial presidency that's beyond the reach of any court, any criminal courts, as long as it's within official actions, but they've also made a power grab in terms of the way that the government itself administers things like regulation. The agencies do the regulation of the industries that they regulate, right? Well, now you got the Supreme Court inserting itself and saying no more Chevron doctrine. We're going to interpret the meaning of the, of what's being regulated, right? So there's a lot wrong with the Supreme Court. It is incredibly corrupt. It has been gamed in terms of the Republicans just kind of finagling an extra Supreme Court justice that should have been appointed by Obama instead. And there's no control on the kind of gifts that these people are getting. And look, I'm not as worried about like the idea that Justice Thomas is going to get a vacation and he's going to change his vote. I'm worried by the fact that Justice Thomas is getting vacations as a reward for doing the Federalist Society's work, right? There's a reason that he's getting, those payoffs, right? And it's because he's profoundly corrupt. It's because he's not deciding these cases according to the law. He's deciding these cases according to the whims of the horse that brought him. Wow, I'm thinking Voshian here. Dance with the what that brought you? The people that got him there, the Federalist Society, right? And so yeah, I would say that the Supreme Court has never appeared more illegitimate. And part of their mission, the way that they're supposed to decide when to recuse themselves from a case and when not to, is not by when do you actually have a conflict of interest. It's when do you have the appearance of a conflict of interest, and they're not doing that. They're not doing that. They're corrupt and they look illegitimate, and they are a great political, let me make that clear, political target for, a candidate to talk about, and especially, not just to talk about, but to actually enact policy reforming the courts. So, I mean, this is good. Would it be happening if it weren't for the amount of pressure on Biden? Not as likely.
Years ago.
Dahlia,
it's Dance with the One that brought you.
Noted something I thought was so important, that the United States is the only major constitutional democracy in the world that has neither a retirement age nor a fixed term limit for its high court justices. Why is the United States such an outlier when it comes to things that you would think would be so fundamental?
It's so crazy, right? That same blue ribbon commission that studied this, right, that got every big brain and threw them in a room and all these law professors and experts. And they didn't agree on much, but they did agree on the thing that you just said, which is that, no other constitutional court operates this way. And the constitutional court, the report explicitly says the United States is the only major constitutional democracy in the world that has neither a retirement age nor a fixed term limit for the high court justices. And then it goes on to say, and this is so important, among the world's democracy, 27 have term limits for their constitutional courts, and those that don't have term limits, have age limits. So I think your question is exactly the right one, which is how did we get sort of enmeshed in this, what I call learned helplessness, that it has to be this way, that this is the highest, best manifestation of constitutional democracy, when every other court that has had the option to do this, lifetime tenure, impossible to remove, no ethics rules, every other court has said, no, I don't want that. So can we learn the lesson, which is that other courts, constitutional courts, rigorous constitutional courts, have not accepted that they need to live in thrall to lifetime appointments?
You know, Dahlia, I want to backpedal for a second to the question that I had posed to you and your answer about, you know, the horse has basically chomped up the entire meadow and maybe we could go back in time in that DeLorean, but maybe
there's too many mixed metaphors. I'm sorry. This is like too much. We got a horse. We got the DeLorean, you know, stowed away in the barn so that Biff won't find it. Is that what's the whole thing? There's a tie-in, right, with Back to the Future. I don't know if I've seen the right Back to the Future, but apparently like one of the characters, Biff, is supposed to be Trump. Or some people hypothesize, right, that like it's a guy that like uses like magazine that's got sports scores in it to become rich and famous and then president. Is that right? Is that how it works? I don't know, chat, but people are, I've been heard. Can anybody straighten me out? I don't know what I'm talking about.
And maybe I'm being too optimistic here, but the Supreme Court takes up cases that it thinks are important, or there's certain kind of legal bases for it to take up cases. But that also provides an opportunity to make new law. And that is an opportunity to do things like maybe fix the overturning and the removal of stuff like the Chevron doctrine that happened this past term, things like Dobbs. Things that you can see the Supreme Court just gets wrong, right? So even if these changes may be a little bit later in the game, if they're made, there could be cases that make it to SCOTUS that could actually reverse the wrongdoings from the prior justices, right?
Right. And I think that if we've learned nothing else, Katie, what we've learned in the last 2 years is I guess precedent doesn't matter and it's all feelings ball, and the justices can go ahead and reverse Chevron after, you know, decades, can reverse Roe after decades, can do what they want. So if in fact we're living in a world where everything is reversible, doesn't it make a certain amount of sense to think about structural court reform so it could be reversed again? And I think what you're saying and what I so fundamentally agree with is I think we're in this moment of really deep despair, right? Everybody is so paralyzed. And I think the kind of point of this, even floating the idea of Supreme Court reform, is this is a thing that, as you said, Congress can change. There is nothing in the Constitution that says that the court is monarchic. This is a thing that very serious people are working on right now. This is a thing that if we put our shoulders to the wheel here, we can reverse.
I gotta point something out, right? When people say very serious people, it's usually not a good thing, and those are usually not very good people, right? This is the almost like a code word with Washington insiders for like the, you know, consensus, establishment consensus, right? The last time I remember hearing a lot about very serious people, we were talking about reforming Social Security. This was Obama's grand bargain. This was Obama thinking that he could cement his legacy as a uniter, not a divider, and break the fever of Republican intransigence by essentially compromising one of the most loved programs instituted during a Democratic administration, that being Social Security. And like, you know, he would use the language of saving Social Security. That's the same language that you're hearing from Trump right now. But saving Social Security means raising the cap. It means increasing the money coming into Social Security by lifting the cap. So you're, you know, if you're working, you are accruing Social Security when you work by paying a certain percentage of your income into the Social Security Trust Fund, and that is money that you ostensibly are going to, take out when you are in your retirement. It's something that's capped at a certain level. Is it $150,000? I can't remember, but like, so essentially, what it is once your income rises above a certain level, right, you don't pay into Social Security any more than that. And so thereby, you are paying more of your income into Social Security than somebody who's very wealthy would. If we change that, if we lift the cap, then there's going to be plenty of money in Social Security and everything will be fine. Some other people, some very serious people, would rather like lower what Social Security is paying out or raise the retirement age. So in other words, give you back less. And, that's money that you put in yourself. There is a structural element of like how many people do you have in the workforce versus how many people you have in retirement. And obviously with the boomers retiring, there's going to be like a lot of people in retirement. That's what's putting stress on it. But it's not something that can't be solved without diminishing the return to the people who paid into it. And the way that you preserve or maybe even increase, because honestly, Social Security is not sufficient to. I don't know if you know this, but it's not usually sufficient to, financing your retirement. Is to raise the cap.
Dahlia, one thing that we know about Donald Trump is he aspires to be an authoritarian. And your piece notes that capturing an independent judiciary is one key step to ensure that an authoritarian stays in power, remains in power, and gets in power. How important, then, is November to all Americans if they want to make sure that you maintain an independent judiciary and you actually give reform a chance?
I mean, again, Katie, I think it's so important for viewers to understand that so much of what has happened that has been so discouraging, including Judge Cannon, right, tossing out the Mar-a-Lago criminal case on the flimsiest grounds that you and I have probably ever seen.
Oh, update on that, too. I'm sorry, chat. I feel like I'm just doing these are like tangents a little bit. And I mean, this is Dahlia Lithwick. So I didn't mean to imply that Dahlia Lithwick is in bed with the people that want to that want to dick you out of Social Security by raising the retirement age or by lowering benefits, right? I just wanted, like, when I heard that, it just gave me a, people can say the same phrase and not intend the same thing. So hopefully that was just a weird turn of phrase. But to me, it takes me back to the whole grand bargain thing. But now that we're talking about Judge Eileen Cannon and the tossing out of the documents case for Trump, I want to update you on that and tell you that tossing out of the case has been appealed, and that there is a decent chance that there's a good chance that the appeal is going to be won, so the case is not going to be tossed out. Now, we still have the problem of the case is not going to be ready by the time that a new president takes office. So in other words, Trump can kind of, put it on hold and maybe dodge these charges altogether if he wins. But there's also a decent chance that that they might be able to remove Judge Cannon from the case, because her tossing out the case is pretty out of pocket. And the more out-of-pocket things that she does, and highly conflicted, judge to be on this particular case, right? The more likely that I think it's the 11th Circuit will hand the case over to somebody other than Judge Cannon, which would be great. And again, remember, Trump might not win. And if he doesn't, this case will go forward in 2025, I guess.
All of that is a function of the judiciary, and it is the judiciary in some sense that have given kind of Donald Trump literally what feels like a get out of jail free card. So I think that in some sense the other side has been laser focused on the court for at least 5 decades, and we've been apt to say like, oh, I care about the environment, I care about abortion, I care about voting rights, but I don't see where that has to do with structural court reform and prioritizing the court. I think we've now had kind of a bracing wake-up call that it has everything to do with who sits on not just the Supreme Court, but the Article 3 judiciary. And if we vote for no other reason, understanding, I think, that if you care about the environment or workers' rights or the ability to vote freely and fairly, every one of those things runs right through the judiciary. Donald Trump has sort of proven that. Now we have to sort of take up the mantle and say that's our fight too.
So she's right that in the past, the court has not been a political issue, has not been an issue that brings people out to vote. However, there's also this dynamic of Democrats bending over backwards to compromise with Republicans when it comes to the court. I mean, the very appointment of Merrick Garland, who is, you know, maybe even a right-leaning centrist, over somebody that, you know, Democratic voters actually want in there, was kind of a gift to Republicans. It was Obama's way of saying, hey, sorry that your boy Scalia died, right? Your right-wing Justice Scalia, you know, died unexpectedly, and I'm the one who's going to replace him. Let me throw you a bone here and give you somebody that you'll really like, right? And they didn't care. They did not care. They were like, no, we can wait and we can get somebody more conservative in there. And that's exactly what they did. And that's just an example, right? The fact that the Republicans did this thing where they had the Senate and they did not even have a vote on Obama's nomination for Supreme Court is something that the Democrats probably, I'm trying to think if they actually had a chance to be able to do this, but like, it's the kind of thing that is allowable. It is legal, and it is not done because of this comedy, this understanding between senators, the fact that the Senate feels like a goddamn country club, and everybody's got good manners, and they're supposed to be polite and nice. Well, guess what? The Republicans have not been doing that shit for a really long time. When the Democrats are polite, nice, good-mannered, good faith, whatever, you know, like bend over backwards, like, you know, try to accommodate, right? When the Democrats do that and the Republicans don't, it creates a worse court. So this is something that you not only, you know, should keep in mind when you're voting, but it's something that you should be demanding of Democratic politicians, particularly in the Senate, to actually go hard, because they have not been. They have not been going hard at all. They have not been playing rough. They have not been living up to any of the lyrics of the famous band Cruella, chat. And I feel like it's about time. I feel like it's about time.
Yeah. All roads lead back to the judiciary, which is why voting is important. Voting
is very vote, chat. Vote hard and vote fast and vote.
The president has been losing momentum ever since his painful debate performance 3 weeks ago. But the question remains, who would replace him?
Vice President Kamala Harris is being floated as the most likely option. ABC 7 News anchor Julian Glover joins us here in studio with a look at her chances. Julian.
Good evening, Dan and Amma. A senior Biden administration official telling ABC News that President Biden has asked for polling to show how Vice President Kamala Harris would do against former President Donald Trump in a head-to-head matchup if, and that is a big if, President Biden decides to step aside. But for Kamala Harris, who is no stranger to being the first in shattering glass ceilings, this could be the toughest one for her to crack yet. Vice President Kamala Harris spotted in Washington, D.C. Friday afternoon with her grandnieces visiting an ice cream shop opened by Tyra Banks. Harris ignored questions from reporters asking what she would say to Democratic voters. Harris on the attack during a rally in Fayetteville, North Carolina Thursday night, making her case.
So yeah, the least likely person for you to hear anything about the potential Biden stepping down from is Vice President Harris.
For a second Biden-Harris term.
So friends, I say the contrast between Joe Biden and Donald Trump is like night and day.
The vice president remains all in on the ticket publicly as more than 30 congressional Democrats demand President Biden pass the torch. Among the rising stars in the Democratic
look, I think she's exaggerating a little bit. It's more like it's more like night and sundown.
Harris, born in Oakland, raised in Berkeley, is one of the most likely replacements for Biden should he step aside.
But right now, as it stands, she would have the first.
Oh, yeah, and get ready to hear about San Francisco if she runs, right? That's going to be what the Republicans are talking about. She's from Berkeley. She's from San Fran.
right of refusal or the first right to attempt to get the Democratic nomination. And everybody else, I think, would stand back.
ABC 7 News insider Phil Mateer said Harris at the top of the ticket would be the best path for Dems to avoid chaos at the Democratic National Convention set for Chicago next month, a shift that the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee is calling for.
If Biden steps down, we wanted Vice President Harris to be the nominee for president. She had the resources, she has the time, and she has the...
And the resources mean that Biden's fundraising coffers are transferable to Kamala, but probably to no one else. That doesn't mean necessarily that anyone else would have, an inability to fundraise. But what's going on right now is that the people that are expected to make donations, to give money to Biden, they are donating to down ballot races instead. They're donating to Senate and House races in particular because they want to be able to create like a safety wall, like a firewall, should Trump be elected president. And it's kind of the assumption of the donors that if Biden continues to stay in the race, that he's going to be the one that they're going to need that firewall. They're going to need to win the House and or the Senate to keep Trump from enacting the totality of his agenda.
The experience.
Local Democrats are prepared to kick campaigning into overdrive should Harris be named the Democratic presidential nominee.
From San Francisco, from the city that she started her political career in, we are speaking from the personal experience of what we've seen her do as an impact on our city.
During her nearly 4 years in the White House, Harris has been tasked with handling some of the most divisive issues, from securing the southern border to women's reproductive.
I hate it that news puts it in that fucking context.
Reproductive rights, efforts that could be applauded by Democrats and picked apart by Republicans.
There's a good chance that she would be more motivational because it would be different, that people would wake up and say, this is what it's about. If Kamala...
Yeah, there would be some excitement, right? Compared to Biden.
Harris is the nominee. There's only one choice. Is it Trump or not?
In speaking with Harris's close childhood friend, Carol...
And that's the whole thing, is that like look, incumbent runs are generally seen as referendums on the incumbent. Who's president? Do you like what's going on? Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And if the answer is no, then you sort of default to the other candidate. Now, in this case, it's different because you've got sort of a dual incumbent situation. Trump has a track record as president. And as much as people want to forget it and memory hole it, 2020 was a fucking nightmare year that I think that if people were to sort of be able to put themselves back in, I don't know why people are unwilling to do this, they would say that they don't want to repeat. There's a lot about the Trump administration that people don't want to repeat. So were Biden to drop out, it would become a referendum on Trump. And a referendum on Trump is likely going to go against Trump. Like I've said it a million times, the only thing that's holding up Trump is Biden, and the only thing that's holding up Biden is Trump.
Porter, she remains confident that Biden and Harris are united together.
Biden-Harris together is the ticket. And I know that's where Kamala wants to go. And I know that's where Biden wants to go. Kamala's values, her life experiences are to help all people.
Again, if Biden will step aside, and if is the big question, and it's a decision that will need to happen quickly. For example, the DNC, August 9th.
I would say that when is becoming a bigger question.
And just days later, Democrats have to certify the name that will appear on ballots this November. The deadline in Texas, for example, just 4 days after the convention ends. Dan, Amma.
Okay, so yeah, we're going to get into more of the deadlines and the legal stipulations when we get to the AOC live stream. I just wanted to go back to this really quick. Okay, so the one Achilles heel that she kind of has, and the reason that she maybe has been such a, sort of back burner vice president, you don't see her, you don't hear from her very much, is that she's awkward. And this is, shown up in her campaign. On paper, she seems like a really strong candidate. Obviously, if you're concerned about the influence of the school to prison pipeline, somebody that worked as a prosecutor and, put people in jail is maybe not your favorite choice. But on paper, apart from more progressive concerns, Kamala actually does look pretty strong. The thing that is different is kind of like the DeSantis effect. DeSantis looked really strong, right? Especially if you want to run a Trump sort of policy, if you want to run the Trump policy again, but you don't want to have be saddled with the burden of Donald Trump's baggage, right? DeSantis looked great. However, when DeSantis ran, you saw how awkward he was. You saw how unlikable he was. Kamala has accrued kind of a similar reputation, and it's because of, just little, people say she's awkward, right? I feel like Trump is awkward too, and Trump has made awkward work for him. And it's going to be the work of the memers and dreamers out there to turn Kamala from being this, kind of cringe lord that people make fun of, to being a TikTok president, to being a meme a meme queen. All right, she can become a meme queen. I think she has that capacity. Anyway, I just wanted to show you that really quick. Let's take a look at more Democrats calling for Biden to step down.
NBC's Monica Alba, who's covering the White House. Steve Kornacki is at the big board. Peter Baker is the New York Times chief White House correspondent and an MSNBC political analyst. With me in studio, former New York Democratic Congressman Joe Crowley.
Yeah, Ceres is bringing up that she's fully vetted, which is something that you can't say about Gretchen Whitmer or Shapiro or Pritzker. What is his name? Pritzker? I can't remember the dude's name. But like some of the other, Gavin Newsom, there's a certain amount of vetting that goes on when you run for governor, but it's nothing compared to the somebody. I feel like one of the pod johns described this as a proctological exam that you get when you run for president.
Good to see all of you. Peter, you report today that people close to Joe Biden believe he has begun to accept the idea he may not be able to win in November. Very carefully worded reporting, as we should all be doing right now. But how do you reconcile that with what we're hearing from his...
Again, I don't know. You got to remember, that is if they're not signing their name on it, you got to take it with a grain of salt, right? It could be wishful thinking. It's another way for them to pressure Biden to get out, to say stuff like that. It's hard to know if they're not going to put their name on it. And AOC will talk about that more when we get to her.
Campaign share just this morning, and then also coupled with Bernie.
Wait, people think that he made the movie suck, so they started to demand that WP release the Snyder Cut?
Sanders making
That's how it happened.
A very public statement of support.
That's why it's called the Snyder Cut.
Yeah, look, the campaign, of course, is not going to try to...
And again, there we go. Bernie Sanders and AOC being, there's like 4 progressives, Clyburn too, I guess, kind of holding up Biden.
Cut off the president's options by suggesting he is anything other than in this race up until the moment he may change his mind. If he does change his mind, obviously, that will make these statements inoperative. But for the moment, he hasn't changed his mind. But what people around him are saying is that he seems to be increasingly accepting that he may need to, right? That he has been shaken by a number of factors. First of all, Nancy Pelosi's private but very insistent conclusion that he may not be able to win in the fall. Secondly, the changing electoral college map that looks like his path to 270 votes needed for victory is increasingly difficult. And lastly, the dry up of money from big donors. A lot of donors are very angry, and they have said they're going to boycott unless he steps aside. So these 3 factors have shaken him. So while he hasn't made up his mind, a lot of people around him think it's heading in that direction, to the point where even some of his advisors are having the conversation you all are talking about, that his family may be having, which is what would it look like if he did decide to drop out? How would they schedule it? What would be the timing for that? What would be a day that would be most beneficial to him? So that's where things
Yeah. And like, I mean, I feel like one good time to do this would have been Friday, right? The day after you know what? No. You know what? Actually, this weekend would be perfect. All right. I was thinking right after the Republican convention, right? Because Trump is riding. Well, my assumption was that Trump was going to be riding this huge wave of momentum, and he had the momentum early in the convention. He lost that momentum, and maybe I'll try to watch something. I'll try to show you something, to this point, right? He lost the momentum when he made that giant 90-minute self-indulgent speech. He had every chance, all he had to do was get out of his own way, and he didn't do it. He did not do that, right? He did not get out of his own way. And it's kind of like, he had the wind at his back, right? And all he had to do was put up that sail and just be like, just pretend to be, pretend to stand for unity, because the media was ready to eat that shit up. And it's bullshit. Obviously, he's not about unity. He's about himself. He's about his ego. He's about his grievances. He's about punishing his enemies. He's about the same. He's the same person that he's always been. But all he had to do was try to kind of play it cool for one night. He could not do that. And his speech, which could have been this sort of capstone on the convention, instead knocked the capstone down and kind of arrested his momentum, right? So given that, maybe it is actually good that Biden gives it a chance to breathe, gives people a chance to take that in. He hasn't changed at all. He's still talking about Hannibal Lecter. He's still talking about his enemies. He's still on all this shit about mass deportations and stuff like that, right? It would have been it would have taken the attention away. So in other words, if Trump were to have given a good speech, a short speech, a speech that didn't put people to sleep, a speech that people could have watched and said, okay, he looks like a reasonable guy now. I don't know what people are saying, because people are willing to give Trump 1,000,001 chances, right? They're willing to give him like second chances, third chances, fourth chances, etc. Because Trump did some damage to himself in that speech, right? Maybe it's good to give that like Friday and maybe today to breathe, but I'm starting to get worried. I'm starting to get a little bit worried. The other thing that I'm worried about is that people don't know that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch, and they might also not know that you can skip that ad break for free using a Twitch Prime sub, or for $6 using $6 to get themselves a sub, and that either of those ways gets them out of that 3-minute ad break that is unskippable, unlike the one on YouTube. They might not also know that if they don't have Prime and they're unable to pay $6 to get themselves out of it, there's a chance that they might be gifted a sub, but that they're more likely to get that sub to be gifted that if they're actually active in the chat. But we'll put those fears to bed for now and just finish this video.
Stand at the moment, as far as we're told.
All right, Congressman, what do you make of these two things? They often seem like they're at odds, but they're obviously not. You have the very strong public denials, person after person after.
Chad Alpha says his plan to cap rent increase at $55 should have won Biden the election. Yeah, I think he meant 5%. If I understand correctly. Rent control was mentioned. Yeah, that's true, and that's huge. That's huge. Now Trump has got his own version of that with his wanting to make tips untaxed. I don't know how many, what like percentage of the voting public is, are tips receivers. If you wait tables, if you make coffee for people, right? If you're in an industry where you receive tips, then it is a big deal. And honestly, I got to be real. It would have been a big deal to me when I was waiting tables, right? So I don't know, but Biden's got to kind of match that. Also, I mean, obviously Trump's populism is faux populism, but when the Democrats have been beholden to those like sort of neoliberal ideals, when they're afraid of their own shadow, when they are, living in that world where they're trying to be but now there are just a few degrees to the left of Republicans, that puts them in this position where Trump can say something like that, you know, where they can bring on a you know, turncoat union leader, where JD Vance can give his hillbilly elegy and people actually take it seriously. People actually believe it. So that is a self-inflicted wound by the Democrats have you know, caused there.
Person in the campaign, emails that we're getting from the
85% of people audited and made under 40K a year. That's pathetic.
campaign saying Joe Biden is in this campaign. And then I thought Susan Glasser in the New Yorker put it very well. She said this is becoming the Democratic panic, a coup-like crescendo. What do you know? What do you think?
Well, maybe to quote from Patrick Henry, these are the times that try Democrat souls. You know, it's you know, I never thought we'd be in this position, quite frankly. The president is the presumptive nominee.
Oh, Crowley. Wait, that's who AOC beat. Oh my God, that's who AOC beat.
And still is. And I see, especially in those
hillbilly eulogy.
Frontline.
I think it's elegy. Like, wait, maybe I have to look at it again. Now you're making me question.
As the chair of the Democratic caucus, I know many of these members quite well, and it's not about them. It really isn't about them personally.
What are they telling you?
Well, you know, I'm getting from both sides.
Yeah, it's elegy.
I think we have to stay the course, and the more we do this, the more we damage ourselves with this infighting. And at the same time, you hear from others who really are concerned about not only losing the presidency, but losing any opportunity to win back the House of Representatives and to hold on to the Senate. And that's really important. And again, it's not about them individually. They're not belly aching because they know their seats are difficult to begin with. But this is also about the future of the country, not just the presidency, but also the House and particularly the Senate, because we know the overwhelming power that senators have in terms of the future of our country in judicial nominations and getting those over the top. That it's important for President Biden when he's reelected in that capacity to have that ability to get those things done without a Republican-controlled Senate.
All right, Monica, I want to play a little bit more of what Jennifer O'Malley Dillon had to say this morning.
Absolutely, the president's in this race. You've heard him say that time and time again. And I think we saw on display last night exactly why, because Donald Trump is not going to offer anything new to the American people. He's the same person he was in 2020. He's the same person he was at the debate stage. He's the same person he is that is about himself and not about the American people. And Joe Biden is more committed than ever to beat Donald Trump.
But to do that, of course, Monica, they have to do what they say is key to their campaign, which is to compare Joe Biden with Donald Trump. They believe that's a winning strategy, but
that's really frustrating that they still have this idea. This was Hillary's strategy, by the way. This was Hillary Clinton's strategy, and it did give her a majority of the votes. Unfortunately, that's not what decides who becomes president. And if that majority is thin enough, and if the candidate like refuses to do just the basic fucking due diligence, she didn't even go to Wisconsin, right? She was trying to get by offering the American public the least amount possible. Not taking into like, look, when you have a close primary, also, you're supposed to incorporate some of your opponent's policy prerogatives into your own platform. She didn't do that either, right? She was trying to get by on the bare minimum because she thought she had it in the bag. And if you look into the history of the 2016 election, you'll find that there was like a Pied Piper strategy going on where they're using Trump in order to supposedly give Hillary Clinton an easy clap. But they underestimated how unpopular, how uncharismatic, and how, just what a weak candidate, what a historically weak candidate Hillary was. And they got bit. And this whole fucking country paid for it. Like pregnant people seeking medical care paid for it. Trans people paid for it. Anybody who's affected by any industry that is, regulated by the government, that's now got the Supreme Court stepping in, that's now got the judicial branch stepping in as a mediator, right, pays for it. It's a huge consequence for something that seems like it would have been so easy to avoid. But again, I don't want to live in the past and obsess about Hillary, even though.
How do you get the focus off of Joe Biden and his struggles?
And especially right now, Chris, when he is sidelined with.
So anyway, that strategy is the kind of strategy that you can have when you're running against an unpopular incumbent. That kind of thing will work for an unpopular incumbent. It's not a good strategy when you are the incumbent. We got some donos in chat. I'm going to read those after this.
COVID, and he is off the campaign trail. He is in Rehoboth.
Wow.
It is notable that now that the RNC has concluded, there would be this larger conversation about, okay, now how is President Biden, how is his campaign going to message on trying to build out this contrast? And certainly he won't be able to do anything in the immediate short term because of his current COVID diagnosis. But he is saying in a new statement out that is mostly about the Republican nominee's speech last night that he looks forward to being back on the campaign trail next week to continue to talk about.
Oh my God. All right. I haven't got a good answer for this question. How many times has Biden? That is a lot of weasels, actually. And that is 1,000 messages already. Wow. Chat, you're kind of kicking ass today. You've all been weaseled. That's right. I'll get to you in just a second. I
about how his vision
want to finish this one.
With Donald Trump's, and he says specifically, he talks about something that he and many Democrats have been trying to bring up all week long, which is to try to expose the threat of Project 2025 and that agenda for a potential second Trump term in office while, quote, making the case for my own record and the vision that I have for America. So, of course,
that is 10 weasels.
Midday today, Chris. It didn't come last night. It didn't come necessarily this morning, but I think it's meant to add to those campaign exclamation points that we have been seeing from the memo and from what you just played from Jen O'Malley-Dillon, where they are insisting that the president is staying in this race, that he's committed to it, and that we're going to see him back on the trail once he recovers from COVID, they say.
Aww.
I want to bring in Ellie Vitale on Capitol Hill. We reported on new defections from Team Biden. They include two key people, Lofgren and Landsman, key in their own ways. Explain why they could be significant.
These are separate statements, and they come, Chris, on top of hearing from one more senator and several more House members who are saying that they are urging the president to step down as the party's nominee. I'll take Landsman and Lofgren separately because they released their statements separately and they have separate significance. Of course, Greg Landsman, Ohio congressman, early on in his term here, he is someone who has been publicly supportive of the president, but clearly references in his statement that he thinks that now is the time. It's notable because he's a frontline member. Again, one of those key swing districts that Democrats are going to have to hold on to if they hope to keep their numbers in the House where they are and, of course, expand the map on top of that to take back the House. And then, of course.
So, yeah, this is the issue that we're running into, right? Even with people that are supportive of Biden, even with people that are on Team Biden, one, that his election chances affect the down ballot races. And normally with a popular incumbent or even like a decent incumbent, the people that come out for Biden are more likely to vote for the Democrats down ballot. When they start to worry that Biden's not going to bring as many people out, then they start to worry about their own seats as well. And you can see this effect. The generic ballot is favorable to the Democrats, or was favorable to the Democrats, actually. It seems to be that there's a lot of races where Biden's actually not just not bringing out. Wow. Oh my God, Narwhal by Nature. Thank you for the gift memberships. Let me shout those out. Also, Tori Hubert, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Like I said, I will get to those. So there's a lot that goes into this calculation, right? And, part of it is actually power. What you're seeing now is a swing in power. The incumbent president has an immense amount of power behind them, and thus people tend to be loyal to that incumbent president. It's usually an incumbent president coming out and campaigning for you is really helpful as well. So you want you want the incumbent to spend some time with you in your district, and you want to be on the side of the winning team. The fact that so many people are defecting here shows that Biden does not have the power, is not the winning team, and indeed is showing weakness. The exceptions to the rule, strangely now, are amongst some progressives, are amongst the likes of Bernie Sanders and AOC and others. And, that is maybe it might have to do with his, progressive policy priorities that he's kind of bringing up now that he's making more promises. There might be a little bit of a transactional, sort of thing going on where Biden is taking some of what the progressives care about and putting it out on the platform. And so that's getting them to want to stick with him and want to support that campaign. That being said, I'm surprised that they cannot read the tea leaves better. Look, it's okay if you don't want to get involved, if you don't want to be one of the people, with the knives at Caesar's back, right? But I would not recommend what they're doing now, which is the last few defenders of this guy, because it's putting the progressives on the opposite side of like the power, and it's actually kind of making them look bad. They're risking their own brands, their own political futures by doing that in some way. So yeah, it's unfortunate to say the least.
There's Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren. This is someone who is going to be well known to our viewers, most likely, because of the prominent role that she played on the January 6th committee. She's also a very well-respected and serious member of the House of Representatives. She's served here several terms. She has the respect of many of her colleagues. And not only that, but she's very close with former Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Certainly, this is another statement, in addition to Congressman Adam Schiff's the other day, that really is going to turn heads and that people are going to look at as Pelosi sending emissaries out to make clear that there is pressure within the party for.
I guess what I'm trying to say is I can understand the wisdom of, if Caesar goes down, you don't want to have a whole bunch of progressives standing there with knives, okay? Right? Because that's going to definitely, be used as reason to ostracize you from the party, or to, call you disloyal or whatever the fuck, right? You don't want to be the ones making the first calls, but that doesn't mean that you got to be the last few people holding Biden up.
To step down, and that there are certainly more members behind the scenes who can come forward and continue that pressure campaign. There's one thing that I want to read to you, though, in the letter that Congresswoman Lofgren sent to President Biden. This is dated last night. She references, Chris, the work that she's done on the January 6th committee. She says that she knows from her work there the danger of electing former President Donald Trump to another term in the White House. And she concludes in this letter to the president, simply put, your candidacy is on a trajectory to lose the White House and potentially impact crucial House and Senate races down ballot. It is for these reasons that I urge you to step aside from our party's nomination. Again, Lofgren is someone who does not typically shift with the winds here, a very stoic and serious member. This is going to really, I think, send shock.
Very serious people. Oh my God.
In California and through the Democratic caucus writ large, again, in part because of her stature within this caucus and also because of her close ties to the former speaker here. Again, as we're tracking a moment where in Congress, and we reported this late last night, the sense from sources that I've talked to is that it's not a matter of if anymore that President Biden drops his bid to be the party's standard bearer.
It's when.
That it's a sense of when, and clearly we're watching today. There's a real pressure campaign on him as we head into the weekend.
And that's what we're seeing. Also, I want to say about Lofgren in particular, the fact that she's a member of the House Select Committee on January 6th, it kind of drives home the message that if the overall goal, if the most important goal is to not see a return of the person that tried to disrupt the peaceful transfer of power to office, allowing him to dodge his legal charges and do who knows what to the Supreme Court and the country, this is somebody that kind of represents the that represents the Democrats trying to highlight, what exactly happened on January 6th. And so that kind of, and again, this is like one of the arguments that you're going to hear from the riding with Biden people. This is what Xander Hall is probably saying right now is like, you don't want Donald Trump to come back, so you got to go with the incumbent. No, this is not a good year for incumbents. Let me just put it that way. This is not a good year to be an incumbent. Anyway, let's finish this up, and I'll read donos after that.
The president cares very much about his country, about our country. He cares more about our country than he does himself. He's a very decent and honorable person. He right now believes he's the only person who can beat Donald Trump. He did it last time. He's the only person who's ever defeated Donald Trump electorally. And I think he really believes that. But
again, he's not specially trained or able to beat Donald Trump. He was selected to beat Bernie Sanders.
I can't emphasize enough. He was a colleague of mine. He's one of the most decent people I've ever known. And he really loves his country. And I think he will always put his country first and not himself, unlike the other guy.
Does that make you think he should step aside?
Well, I think that's, this is certainly something that's open to debate at this point. I'm for the president. I believe that we're doing an enormous amount of damage to ourselves, even if this process plays out that he's not the presidential candidate. But if he still is, we've done some real good damage here to him, and I think that's unfortunate. Look, this has a ways to play out, apparently. It's unfortunate that he's contracted COVID because it takes him off the platform at this point.
Well, more than that, I've heard some people...
It's another sign that he doesn't need to be the candidate. He should go home, he should rest, he should take care of himself, and not be, burdened with having to be back on the campaign trail the week after he contracts COVID.
He really has until the convention. It is July 19th. The convention is until August 19th. Can the Democrats really afford to stay in this? Will he or won't he? Will we or won't we support him for the next month?
And it's damaging. There's no question about it that this is having an effect in terms of probably the poll numbers we're seeing. They're seeing the recent poll numbers of African-American women have been the most loyal Democratic voters and dropping some 30 points. I think that's...
I hate the idea that that somehow black people are going to be offended if Biden is dropped from the ticket, right? When we're talking about most likely Kamala Harris being the one to replace him, but this is something that the Clintons do, and apparently this is something that Biden does. I mean, the guy that said that you're not black if you don't vote for him, I think in the primary was when he said that. The guy that gave this weird backhanded compliment that sounded kind of racist to Obama. It's the guy that, the more you look into his background, the worse he looks on issues like this, right? It's weird, an attempt to use essentially the Congressional Black Caucus as a fig leaf for Biden.
President will look at and have to question. But the longer this goes out, you're just sending messages to people that are not going to be helpful to this president and, quite frankly, even to our overall pick, whoever that may be, if it's not Joe Biden.
Hey there.
Oh my God, jump scare, Luke Russert. You know what I feel about Luke Russert. Okay, so like I said, let's read some donos. And let me catch up with chat too. All right, so Troy Hewitt gifted 10 memberships to the chat, to different people in chat. Narwhal by Nature gifted 5 memberships in chat. So I need to know in fact, I'll be looking back over the chat to try to determine if you've said, either of you, Troy or Narwhal, what you want to put that dono money towards in terms of topics for the second half. We're 66% of the way there. Let me show you exactly what I'm talking about right there. 66% of the way to the dono goal. That is pretty cool. God, I hope that I get to do the thing that I was. Oh my God. Really? Does it not give me more of chat? Oh my God. Troy Hewitt, I usually do this thing where I go like, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. To everybody that gets a gift membership, but this time I'm going to have to just say it to all of you. Hunter Biden's laptops, SM, Elizabeth Cirilli, Kuma-chan, and Computer Bailey, you've just been weaseled, and that's a good thing. Wait, finally? Oh, it worked. Oh, I see. You were trying to get it to work, and it was like being a pain in the butt. Also, there's like 10 more. Oh my God. Okay, well, I gotta figure out a better way. I mean, I know most streamers, like, they hold off on reading the donos until a break in the stream. I was trying to do that to, I want to do the thing where I make highlights and I put out videos and we grow the channel by virtue of that, but it's apparently not letting me see the entire, like, is there not a button I can press here to see more butts? I'm trying to see more butts, chat. I got a call for see more butts. See more last name butts. Anyway, but yeah, thank you, Troy Hewitt, and thank you, Narwhal by Nature, for the Vox Populi says Narwhal by Nature. So that puts 15 in the Vox Populi column. And you see how this works? It takes 15 from everything, right? So it's a pretty efficient way to use your donation. If you have faith in the chatters to make that decision, to decide what we're gonna watch after we get done with the regular content, right? Then Vox Populi is a great value as far as putting your money behind. I still didn't see Troy Hewitt. Did you have you may have already said it. I mean, chat's moving fast. Okay, I gotta figure out a different way to do this then. You weren't seeing anybody's comments? Strange things are afoot. I hope not. AOC hasn't cared about that optic for a minute. Yeah, AOC is kind of, fairly, I don't know. I mean, people have been complaining about some of AOC's, like, they people feel kind of abandoned by AOC in terms of some of what she's done in the recent year. Missing the Democrats' political normalization process. Went missing in November 2016. If found, please return. Desperate. I'm not sure what you mean, Nacho Memo. If all conservatives knew that Trump wants to ban weed, maybe, yeah, actually, Star Angel, that's a great idea. I mean, that is part of their new strategy, and the reason that they try to make their convention look fun, the reason that he does the goofy YMCA dance is an attempt to make to rebrand the Republican Party from being stuffy and moralistic and unlikable to being fun. So we got Vox Populi for Narwhal by Nature. Troy Hewitt says, Narwhal wants neck noises all night on loop. Wait, Troy Hewitt, did you vote for the neck noises? Did you vote for the MTG neck noises? For some reason, it eats your chats, like, after a certain point. Like, I can only go back so far in chat. So if you've already told me what you want to put your donated membership money behind, I apologize. but it's only showing me part of the. Mr. Beast needs to take a seat. See more butt noises. Okay, I think that's what you were saying. Yeah, okay, I think I gotcha. So see more butt noises, aka MTG neck noises. This is what happens when you have your neck too close to the microphone and you've got a alien in your body, like Marjorie Taylor Greene does. I wouldn't be surprised, chat. You know, like it sounds like I'm kidding, but maybe I'm not. Maybe I am not kidding. So yeah, we got 30% added to MTG, 21% added to Destiny. Let me go over and just see where we're at. Shorts is voting for Destiny, losing his shit, possibly. Second place is Francesca versus Jink, arguing about the AOC content that we're just about to check into. We're just about to see what is up with that. 22% for Trump RFK, leaked anti-vax call, and 15% for the neck noises. Neck noise is not doing particularly well in Shorts chat. Remember, chat, whether you are watching me from Shorts or watching me from the full screen stream, you can vote in the poll. You can also vote in the poll if you're on Twitch. Unfortunately, I don't have those poll. I don't have a poll on Twitch for you, but you're welcome to come over to YouTube and vote there if you want to have your voice heard. And you can also vote if you're on Shorts. You can vote in the full screen poll. If you're on full screen, you can vote in the Shorts poll. I'm telling you that because I know some people have figured that out already and they're getting 2 votes. And if you don't want other people to get 2 votes while you're only getting 1 vote, then feel free to switch streams, go over there and vote for the subject of your choice. And while you're there, why not leave me a like? Because it helps me out a great deal. And I do appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. So yeah, if I was to... Overall in the poll, it looks like Francesca versus Jink is winning. If I just take the poll numbers by themselves. Destiny losing his shit is not doing too bad. So it looks like those are the top 2 vote getters if I just eyeball the polls. But if I add on the donos to that, right, MTG, which she's not doing that well in either of the polls, but she is doing well in the hearts of the donors, 30 extra %. Interesting, chat. That makes stuff very, very close, right? Destiny losing his shit. Okay, so yeah, I feel like Destiny losing his shit might be the sleeper subject. And it's a bit involved, and it's a bit of it's gonna be a rabbit hole, chat. If we do that shit, right? Destiny is going down a rabbit hole himself, right? He's like literally saying stuff like, "I feel like I'm gang stalking myself," in terms of what he feels like the reaction to his statements about conservatives. The fact that he would make fun of conservatives in his own audience if one of them were to go to a Trump rally and lose their life, like the guy did on Saturday. He said he would laugh at them. And, you know, as kind of ghoulish as that is, it is nothing compared to the stuff that he said about Palestinians. However, the pushback that he's getting on this has been overwhelming. And I haven't noticed Destiny ever saying that he's getting overwhelming pushback. Obviously, you know, he said a lot of controversial things. A lot of people have had problems with things that he said, especially things that sound like they are accepting or of violence, right? But he's a little taken aback, I guess, by the reaction to what he said about MAGA chuds in his audience, right? And like his mind is going to places that I'm not sure are productive in terms of talking about Russian bots and hypothesizing that maybe not that everybody that's saying bad things about him is a bot, but that there are networks, troll farms, which do exist, right? Russian troll farms do exist. We know this, right? This is true. And, they are meant to affect the discourse, to affect the conversation in countries like the United States and, other perceived enemies of Russia. How effective they are, how much they push the conversation, push the discourse is something that I don't think anyone really knows. And also, what we don't know is which particular, threads are being affected by that. And when you start to say, I think there's Russian bots affecting this thread that I made, you sound like you're not super grounded to reality. And that's where Destiny's at right now. That's where Destiny's at. So yeah, that's kind of the sleeper subject that it seems like it may be it's got a lot of wind at its back, right? It's winning in one of the polls, and it's got 21% of the it's got an extra 21% from donations. So that might win. MTG again got a lot of dono money behind there, and then Francesca versus Jink. Oh yeah, I got to remember there's 15% on Vox Populi, so you got to think of this as like being 15% here and 6% here. Interesting, chat. It's shaping up to be a very close horse race. Well, I'll keep you updated. All right, I don't want to get derailed too much. Mommy Longlegs will step on fruit for you for $5 donation. Wait, am I Mommy Longlegs? Mommy Longlegs is wait, where's Mommy Longlegs coming from? I know isn't there like a horror movie called Longlegs? Already have cameras and microphones in your home and everywhere. Wow. See, just to make us a little bit more paranoid, does anyone else think that MTG looks like Longlegs? I haven't seen it yet. I see. MTG is Mommy Longlegs. I got it. Mommy Longlegs is the sequel to Longlegs. Yeah, we can have the whole Longlegs family. Isn't Franny versus Jink about AOC? Yeah. That's why it says over AOC. About was essentially what I meant, but you get the idea. AC. Anyway, I'm trying to read through chat a little bit. Destiny did say something bad, but there's a lot of moral grandstanding. Oh yeah, absolutely, Ryu. Yeah, in this case, I feel like it's being exaggerated. I feel like he's right when he says that he said a lot worse. You know what he said about Palestinians? Or like, let's talk about the student protests, right? He was being sarcastic with somebody and said, "Oh, you know what? You're right. I really should donate money like Hassan is doing to those student protests. Like I think Hassan had sent out pizzas or something like that, right?" He's like, "Yeah, I really should do that. Let me donate some kerosene," right? Referencing Aaron Bushnell essentially, and basically low key like telling student protesters to kerosene and to Aaron Bushnell themselves, right? So yeah, he absolutely did say a lot worse when he was talking about Israel Palestine. The cognitive dissonance is crazy. 100% that Russia helps Trump, and I think anyone, that I agree with you, Ryu. I agree. Like I do think that he was making some sense when he talks about it's weird that, for instance, there was a theory, I don't know what you want to call it. There was an idea that maybe Russia had helped Trump win the election through like hacking and election interference. Like that's not supported by any evidence. That's just a theory, a blue anon theory, right? So that's kind of wacky and there's not really a lot behind that. But in terms of the existence of bot farms, in the terms of the existence of troll farms, We know that there are. We know that there are sections, you know, Cozy Bear and Comfy Bear and Fuzzy Bear and Wuzzy Bear. Right? I don't know what they're called. They're all called like something bear. They're all these like weird, cute, like meme bear names, right? Build-A-Bear. I don't know. Chat. I don't know. But yeah, that there is absolutely, you know, part of Russian intelligence that tries to kind of fuck with the discourse in enemy countries, right? And that's not crazy to say that. That's backed up by facts. But when you start to say, I think that this thread, I think that this subject matter, I think that they're targeting me, right? Destiny, I think I did something special and now their attention is on me. Like you do end up sounding a bit wild. I am reaching? Jeff H., I am decidedly not reaching. I told you what reaching sounds like. Reaching sounds like when you say that I think that the Russian, you know, Russian intelligence hacked the freaking election. That's reaching. When I say that I think that, you know, this thread has been, you know, fucked with by Russian troll farms or Russian bot farms or something like that. That sounds crazy, right? You know, when you say, I think I'm the target, you know, I'm so important, I'm Destiny, right? I'm the, you know, I've done something that no one else has done before. I'm treating Republicans the way that Republicans treat everybody else. And this is the tripwire. This is the red line. This is, you know, they've sent their fucking shit out to get me. Like that's reaching. That's what reaching sounds like, right? I am just stating what are corroborated facts. And, you know, kind of, you know, Russia doesn't see what I mean, K-Coats? Now, if I was Destiny, I'd be like, you're definitely a bot, K-Coats. You're definitely a bot. I don't think you're a bot, though. I don't think I'm important enough. I don't think that any fucking national intelligence service is going into my chat to fucking bot shit to steer the dialogue. And indeed, you're not going to overwhelm the conversation. You're not going to change the conversation. You're not going to change people's understanding in here, because what I'm saying is very based in fact, right? It's just from what we know. And let me say something else, K-Coats. The United States has been known to interfere in the elections and in the discourse in other countries. US does it, China does it, Russia does it. Yeah. This is a known thing. This is a known fucking thing. The crazier thing is to think that there's like no, you know, connection between Putin and Trump when it's conspicuous the way that Trump disrespects everybody in the fucking world with a few exceptions. And one of those exceptions is Putin. Now, it could just be game recognized game, like, right? You know, respect between dictators. Or it could be something, you know, more insidious. It could be, you know, something that, not a piss tape. Okay, of course, I'm not. There's no evidence that that part of the Steele dossier was true, right? But something more along the lines of Trump being in hock to Russian oligarchs, of whom Putin is one, of whom, you know, Putin is probably the most powerful Russian oligarch. So yeah, I mean, like, but again, that's just a theory, a game theory. See, trauma, I don't know what you think you're doing, but you're unironically making Destiny's weird claims, which I think are a little bit paranoid, more plausible. I don't believe that Russia is helping Trump's running. Like, I mean, what do you mean by that? Like, I don't think that they're sending him, like, what would that, I don't know what you mean by that, right? Like, I don't think they're funding him necessarily. But if there is, you know, an arm of the FSB, or not even the FSB, because when you're talking about like the Russian, you know, online operations, they're kind of, I think they're disconnected a little bit from the main intelligence service, right? You're talking more along the lines of just like social engineering or something like that in on things like Twitter, and there's where Destiny starts to make a little bit of sense, right? Elon Musk did buy Twitter, right? Check. Elon Musk fired 2/3 of the staff. Check. there's more bots on Twitter than there have ever been before. Check. All right. So that's not a spicy take. That's not a spicy take. If I said something like, I think that the election, software got hacked or something, and that like Donald Trump didn't really win the 2016 election, that's blue anon shit. That's a conspiracy theory. That's what that sounds like. That's me jumping out on a limb and saying something that there's no proof for, and maybe I think was even investigated and found not to be true. But yeah, it's just I feel like you're just in here repeating memes. Right? Russia, Russia, Russia. You've got Trump derangement syndrome. Yeah, no, I don't. Okay? No, I fucking don't. Anyway, let's move on with the stream. I don't want to get sidetracked. I don't want to get too guide. I want to cover the stuff that I'm supposed to cover, which is not chatters acting like fucking NPCs. I didn't say bots, notice. I didn't say bots. I said NPCs, which is kind of like a bot. But anyway, acting like a bot is not the same as being a bot. It's just that you are operating on talking points, I believe. That's Occam's razor, right? That's Occam's razor to say that you're in here operating on talking points, not that you're some kind of software. I'm software, okay? I'm the bot. I'm the only bot allowed in this chat. Anyway, pressure builds on Joe Biden. We kind of covered that. Trump puts his audience to sleep. Let's do that. Let's do that. Are you ready for that? Are you ready for this shit? I think we're gonna have to go to Pac-Man. Wait, let's see. Can we avoid Pac-Man somehow? It would be awesome to avoid Pac-Man. Trump puts audience to sleep. There was a lot of sleeping going on. There's a lot of sleeping going on at the RNC. Some of it by Donald Trump himself. Wait. Oh my God. It's all David Pakman. Why is Pakman the only one with these stories? Midas Touch. Oh God, it's all cursed lib shit, isn't it? Oh shit. All right, I gotta show you something. Let me show you something from. It's a little bit of a blast from the past. All right. Do you all remember Jeb Bush? Wait, what did I just do? That's the wrong one. This one. Y'all remember Jeb Bush, right? Jeb Bush, low energy Jeb, please clap Jeb. He was the candidate that I think that if you had asked people before the Republican primary in 2016, most people would have put their money on Jeb Bush, right? He's got the family name, he's got the, he's in with the party, right? Jeb Bush, all signs were pointing to Jeb. Unfortunately for Jeb, he just was not much of a candidate. And as Trump pointed out, and here's me agreeing with Trump, Chuds in chat, Chuds in my YouTube Shorts chat, here's me agreeing with Trump. Trump was right when he said that Jeb was low energy. How low energy? Well, let me show you.
Having trouble sleeping at night? Too much energy? Need some low energy?
May have an HSA in some companies don't. But I think the norm ought to be...
Look at that.
For all your sleeping needs.
Look, chat, I don't know about you, but my sleeping aid is actually Pod Save America. I don't know what it is about Jon Favreau's voice, but whenever I turn on Pod Save America, I fall asleep pretty reliably. So I mean, no offense to the Pod Johns, no offense to PSA, all right, but you have a very ASMR helps me sleep kind of voice, right? But yeah, this is so they show a kid fell asleep in a Jeb Bush event. That is not terribly surprising. And as we all know, Trump fell asleep multiple times during his trial. What you might not know is that Trump also fell asleep during this Oh, crap. I didn't even do the thing that I'm supposed to do. Here we go. But anyway, yeah, thank you, Narwhal by Nature, and thank you, Troy Hewitt, for making the machine go burr. We are now up to 61%. Is that right? We're up to 66% on the dono goal. So that means we are 34% of the way from, like, right, we only got to hit 34 more percent. So you're doing a good job, chat. We are very likely to hit that sub goal today, but it's up to you. And also the result of it is up to you too, because it's going to be really close. Destiny losing his shit, MTG making weird noises, and Francesca versus Jink over AOC, I think, are all in the running. So if you got an interest in deciding the outcome of that, just know that when you donate, in whatever way you donate, whether it's through super chat, super stickers, whether you're donating memberships to other people or getting a membership for yourself, if you are over on Twitch and you are getting yourself a sub to get out of the top of the hour ad break, which is going to hit in another 13 minutes, or whether you are gifting bits to just gift bits, right? All of that counts for the sub goal as well. It gets us closer to the dono goal, and it gives you the chance to steer the content in the direction that you want it to go. Also, something that counts is the donations to Throne. This is going to be an exceptionally tough month, so I even have a donation for rent up there if you want to make sure that I get to August, because I feel like August and everything after, it's looking good. It's looking good. Like we're good. We almost made it through the summer, but I do need a little bit more help. Also, if you want to crowdfund cool stuff for the stream, the stuff that you're seeing right here, including the microphone, is stuff that was crowdsourced on Throne. So if you want to help me out through Throne, I will count that money as well as part of the, as towards the dono goal, etc. There's also links down in the description. If you want to donate without it going through YouTube or Twitch, you can donate through CashApp or PayPal. And am I forgetting anything? Oh yeah, signups for Patreon also count. So the key is just let me know when you donate what you want me to put your donation towards, and it will literally increase the percentage on the polls, and it could possibly change that anyway. So I think we're good now to go on to our next segment, which is all about sleeping. All about sleeping. This is, I wish I had a snoring sound on my soundboard, but I don't. I don't have any snoring because I'm not boring. Oh, anyway. So that might be a subjective statement. That might be open to interpretation, let's just say. Anyway, let's go. All right, so once again,
Sleeping at night, too much energy, need some low energy.
You may have an HSA in some companies don't. But I think the norm.
so there we go. We got a Trump supporter making this meme video on Jeb Bush way back in the day, pointing out that Jeb puts to sleep children. I don't know if you know about this, but when I was this age, I probably would have fallen asleep at a event too. So I'm gonna say this isn't actually that much of a, I don't know. I feel like this might be overstated. Jeb is definitely low energy. Somebody else that's a little bit low energy, chat. Is this guy right here.
Donald Trump fell asleep.
All right, we're going to skip through the...
There goes Trump. There goes Trump.
Okay, so that's JD Vance.
Catering to Wall Street will commit to the working man.
There goes Trump. There goes Trump struggling to stay awake. And then here is Trump apparently asleep during Don Jr.'s speech. And
that's his son, chat. Not his favorite son, but his son.
Similar moments during which he appeared to be completely asleep during JD Vance's speech. Now, I'll be very honest with you. I kind of felt the same way in the sense that JD Vance's speech was completely vapid, boring.
I don't know, chat. I had fun with JD Vance's speech. Maybe it was a little bit boring, but yeah, they did catch. Let's see one more time. We got one more Sleepy Donald clip.
Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country.
All right.
Kind of nodding off a little bit.
About the Trump falling asleep, okay? If Biden did this, if Biden fell asleep in this way while his son is speaking...
Okay, point taken, David, point taken. And Pacman's been, as far as Pacman's opinion on should Biden leave or not, he's been kind of fence city about that. So that's Trump falling asleep, right? And the other thing that I wanted to show you is unfortunately another Pacman clip. What is it with the libs? Why do they always have the story that I need? Anyway, that's okay. I want to show you one more video about sleepiness at the Trump convention.
Huge amounts of information about what you're thinking, including J.D. Vance, including his own son, Donald Trump Jr. We now have multiple reports of Trump putting the crowd to sleep during his endless, meandering, disorienting 90
freaking 3 minutes
minute acceptance speech last night. And hilariously, multiple reports about that. Here is one from CBS News.
And balloons. There's energy down here now, but during that speech, there definitely were some folks dozing off. A few lawmakers snuck out early.
And this corroborated by NBC News as well.
And look, this is what I was wondering about. All right. So first of all, let me give Donald Trump. Let me put a little bit of nuance onto this. OK, I think that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump started their speeches like exceptionally late. I live on the West Coast, so for me, it's not as late as it is on the East Coast. But I remember these speeches starting at like 8:30 or something like that, right? They started really my time. So what does that mean? Is that like 11:30? These speeches started at like 11. Is that right? That's wild, right? Like if you want that, if that's the important thing, like why is it like backloaded like this, right? They should have started early. So, you know, this might be part of the reason that people fell asleep. Maybe if he'd given his speech earlier, they wouldn't have fallen asleep. But also, yeah, David's right. 90 minutes of a meandering speech going over his greatest hits, talking about his Hannibal Lecter, the late great Hannibal Lecter. Folks, he had a friend for dinner. Like, right, it wasn't funny the first time he said it. Hannibal's not dead canonically. He's, you know, the character's does not die in any of the Silence of the Lambs, Hannibal Lecter, you know, cinematic universe, right? So I don't know why he says late great. Anthony Hopkins, the actor, is still alive, apparently somewhat disturbed that Trump is using his character as a reason to hate immigrants. Yeah, not super happy about that. But yeah, he's whiny. He's a whiner. Donald Trump is a yapper. Bro is a yapper. Bro is a whiner. All right. And so you shouldn't be surprised when you put people to sleep when you start your speech at like 8 o'clock my time, 11 o'clock Eastern time. That's wild.
Pointing out it was a long speech and people were sleeping
Along, they were sort of enthralled into what he was saying. It was a long speech, as you have said. It was the longest, I think, ever of any convention of modern history. And there were at times people had to sit back down. But for the most part, I started asking people, what'd you think of the speech? They said they liked the speech. People acknowledged it was very long. Some people fell asleep that were around us. And again, people sat down.
There you go.
Look, you pay, I don't know how much money to be there. Yeah, you're going to say that you like the speech. Right, you're gonna say you liked the speech. Do we have a picture of the sleepers though?
Fall asleep, and then we have a very, very fun
there we go.
Shot.
There we go. Oh no, that's a sleepy row. Look, it's catching. Somebody must have yawned. Look at that. Okay, I'm counting like 1 sleeper, 2 sleepers, 3 sleepers. Well, that guy's kind of drowsy. Maybe he's not completely eyes shut. That guy kind of has his eyes shut. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7 in one picture. You got the majority. This guy's the only one with his eyes sort of like open, and they're kind of look. 8. That's another right over there. She's kind of drowsing off. Wow, She's awake. The woman in the back with the white shirt seems to be awake. All right. The woman in the front left with the blonde hair seems to be somewhat awake. But the rest of that group looks incredibly sleepy. Incredibly sleepy. And wouldn't you be? Right? I mean, like, look at how old this crowd is, too, right? It's past their bedtime.
Here of a woman who is nodding and doing everything she can to stay awake.
And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA.
Okay, so listen, it is not that we did the substance of the speech in the first segment. It is not the most substantive thing that people were sleeping, but it is a reminder of the fact that there is a lot of performance happening here in general. And there is the performance that Trump is so interesting and we think he's so great and everything he says is so important and meaningful and every word must be listened to because he's almost a deified type figure. He's almost a deity. And then it's just like so damn boring and he's always going on for so long that people start falling asleep. And similarly, Trump's falling asleep is a reminder that while his story is this is the most electrifying and important and explosive Republican Party, the MAGA movement is the best, most titillating movement that we've ever seen, just electrifying in every way. Trump also can't be bothered to stay awake, even when it's his vice presidential pick that's speaking, even when it's Donald Trump Jr., his own son, that is speaking. So the falling asleep.
Look, one thing I would encourage you not to sleep on is the top of the hour ad break. If you're watching on Twitch, know that ad break hits every hour at the top of the hour, and that you can get out of it for free with a Twitch Prime sub, or you can get out of it for $6 with $6 with $5.99 paid to Twitch will also get you. I think it's $5.99. Is it $6? I don't remember, chat. It's around $6. Will get you a sub. You could also perhaps receive a free sub just by being active in the chat, because people that give gift subs, they can choose who they give their gift sub to. And if you're in the chat chatting and you obviously don't have a sub, you're going to be very likely, to be a recipient of any gift sub that gets given.
Sleep indicative both ways, when it's Trump sleeping or when it's the crowd sleeping through Trump's speech. Just a reminder that there is so much posturing here. There is so much performance here at every level. Earlier in the week, we talked about how J.D. Vance almost certainly hates Trump. He has a record of years of saying things similar to Tucker Carlson that they really don't like this guy. But now we have the appearance of loyalty, the appearance of
Chad, if we have time, I'm going to go over apparently Tucker Carlson's speech contains some, what do you call them? There were some strays that maybe not strays, right? Strays like when you accidentally hit somebody. I don't think I guess you wouldn't call it a stray. Like Tucker is like subtweeting maybe JD Vance. And he's not the only one, right? There's a lot of racists that are commenting on JD Vance's wife and children and just kind of being weirdos and actually, helping their party retain the racist brand that it's got, the racist kind of streak, smudge, smear, if you will, that is on the brand of the Republican Party, in no small part due to Donald Trump. And they're trying to get out of this. They're trying to escape this. They're trying to, even Snopes gave a little assist in trying to say that, like, well, when he said there was good people on both sides, that we don't know that he was talking about the Nazis. Okay, Snopes, I fucking see you. I see you, CNN. I see you, Anna Kasparian. Holy shit, Anna, you don't say. Yes, Anna Kasparian even. But like, performative, says David Pacman. Yeah, friendly fire. There we go. Miska's got it. It's friendly fire. Chad Alpha says it was the best speech. It was the biggest speech. People say, sir, it's such a big speech. Probably biggest speech, better than your best. And it probably was. Are we passing around brownies in chat? Are we passing about CBD and THC? Let's get to something a little bit more exciting before I put you all to sleep. Should we go with the... Yeah, we'll go ahead and do the Young Turks, and then we'll get to AOC. So I know some of you have been waiting. You want to see the AOC content. I'm gonna make that happen for you right after this.
Has now put out its platform with Donald Trump, apparently personally writing portions of it. And what's interesting is how Trump's role ended up moderating certain contentious policy issues for the Republican Party. But I actually think it was a smart political move because the extremists in the Republican Party were actually pushing for loser policy ideas. And I think Trump, to his credit, realizes, oh, this is actually gonna hurt the chances of Republicans winning congressional races and potentially Donald Trump himself in the general election, although, Democrats decided to provide cover for Biden, who is now very likely going to lose to Trump if he stays in the race. Now, with that in mind, the document was apparently chopped down from 66 pages in 2016 to just 60.
So chat, I got two TYT things for us to look at today, right? This is the first one. And I want to point something out. Look at Anna Kasparian's hair. Now, a lot of people have said this, that she's gone progressively more blonde. And her hair is fairly blonde looking here. I just want to compare. I want you to compare. This is before the assassination attempt, right? I want you to compare her hair here to her hair in the next clip that we'll watch.
Pages this year, and some are in fact complaining that it was developed behind closed doors and approved by delegates in just a few hours Monday morning. Now, some prominent rank and file evangelicals criticized the language for backpedaling on the GOP's longstanding promise to ban abortions nationally. But to be fair, I mean, Trump has said repeatedly on national television, publicly, that he's not gonna push for a national abortion ban, not because of his principles, but because he realizes it's a big loser for Republicans. That's the main reason why Republicans didn't have such a massive red wave during the midterms. And so he learned a lesson from that and is trying to moderate the Republicans' messaging on that. But evangelicals, especially evangelical leaders like Tony Perkins, not happy about this. And so Perkins, who's the president of the Family Research Council, says that the 2024 platform is a decent statement of campaign priorities, but not necessarily the enduring principles of a party. Unfortunately, the process was unbecoming of constitutional conservatives, which did not allow the document to be amended or improved. And so Perkins worked to gather support for basically a constitutional convention so they can implement an amendment to the Constitution that would essentially ban abortions nationally. I don't think that's gonna go anywhere, but I am curious what you think, Cenk, about Trump's.
Look, I mean, here's the deal. There's like what Trump wants to run on, and then there's what Trump is gonna do. He's already said, and maybe this was a mistake, but he's already said that he's got a national abortion ban in mind, right? He backtracked on that a lot because he realizes it's a loser issue, but he's the one who's responsible for Roe v. Wade being, being shot down by the Supreme Court, and there's every likelihood that he wants to restrict the right to choose even more. But he just has realized that that's gonna potentially lose him the election.
Willingness to push back on evangelical demands here. Thanks for watching. Our audience.
Oh my God! So we gotta skip past this. Not doing an ethical review on TYT. So let's see what Cenk has to say about this.
As I saw this platform, I thought there's a couple of things that are pretty dangerous in there, and I'll get to those in a minute. But overall, I thought, oh no, we're so going to lose. Obviously, because of Biden, we're already toast. But even if you were to get Biden out, we have some catching up to do. Why? Because that document is pretty populist.
It is.
And he keeps talking about the voters.
Yep.
I know for Democrats, they're like, whoa, who are those?
Yeah, the people that Democrats like to disrespect on a regular basis.
Yeah, no, so don't get me wrong. I know Trump's a con man. Nobody's talked more about what a con man he is than I have. And I know that those scary parts of that he might actually do. The parts where he protects Social Security and Medicare, not necessarily so. But as you read the document from an analysis point of view, I thought this is going to be fairly effective. And he's taken out most of the crazy radical stuff and the stuff that isn't popular. You know why? Because he's a con man. And what a con man does is get you to believe in him. So he tells you what you want to hear. But in politics, that's what you're supposed to do. Now, what would be amazing is a politician who tells you what you want to hear and then delivers it. Oh my God, give us one in our lifetime, please, right? So Trump tells you what you want to hear and then doesn't deliver it, but at least he's savvy enough and his team is savvy enough to tell you the things you want to hear and to take out the ones you don't want, like abortion.
So we took a look at Michael Schur was actually one of the people with the oh my God, what the fuck? Matt Gaetz versus McCarthy sort of drama. He walked along with Matt Gaetz, and I guess he's kind of the more conservative one. I haven't, like I said, I hadn't seen him in a long time. I remember him being on TYT back in the day, but it just like he sort of like fell off the map for a long time. But apparently he's back, and they had him walking around trying to get interviews, trying to talk to people at the RNC. Maybe because he's close. I don't know if he's a Republican or if he's just like more conservative than the rest of them, but
I'm gonna say something that you're gonna disagree with, but this is my view of Trump versus whoever the Democratic candidate typically is.
This is Anna doing like the classic, I'm gonna say something and it's gonna split the room. This is like what Joe Lewis used to say back when he was relevant. But yeah, she's warning us, so get ready to be scandalized.
Trump actually listens to his supporters. And I'm gonna give you a few examples from his first term. He was itching to go to war with Iran. You remember that? He was itching for it. But the America First MAGA crowd, they're kind of isolationists. They don't want more war. And so I remember seeing headlines and I remember seeing commentary from his supporters saying that they didn't want him to go to war with Iran, and he listened. There were other examples as well, but look, you're right that he does.
He listened. This is spin. This is MAGA spin from Anna Kasparian, all right? So Trump took a provocative action in terms of killing a senior military official for Iran, and that very likely could have spurred war. Considering the way that the way that diplomacy is and the side of things that Iran is on, and also considering what Donald Trump himself did in terms of blowing up the nuclear treaty with Iran, with constantly fear-mongering, right? When there's any attempt to try to, ease tensions or put that back together, like one of the things that they did was, the sanctions like froze Iranian money. And then when, as part of the deal, that money was unfrozen, so in other words, Iran's money is unfrozen, Donald Trump codified that, like characterized that as being, we gave money to Iran, folks. Why are we paying the terrorists? Why are we paying the evil jihadists for to do jihad, folks? Like, no, it's like their money. It's like literally their money was frozen, and it became a bargaining chip, and that bargaining chip was used to sign a treaty that got them to back off on potentially turning nuclear fuel into nuclear weapons, and that shit got blown up by Trump. So I don't want to hear the shit about he listened to his voters. He did not listen to shit. You do not need to give MAGA that credit. That is credit that they don't deserve. It's not that MAGA is anti-war in any way, although they will try to tell you that they are. They will talk about And I think smartly. I think it's a good policy for them. Like when Obama does stuff like, sending drones to Yemen, killing like almost 400 civilians in the process, right? That is that is an issue that can be mobilized against him. But when they say that they are better, when they say that they are the party of peace, when they say that Donald Trump presided over the world was completely peaceful, that's bullshit. That's a lie. The difference between Trump and the Republicans and the Democrats is not whether they are willing to go to war, whether they are willing to saber rattle, whether they're willing to live dangerously, because they both are. It's who they want to go to war with. Right. And it is a sad thing that the Democrats suck so much on this kind of foreign policy that the Republicans are even able to make that argument. But that doesn't mean that they aren't absolute craven warmongers, the same craven warmongers that they've always been.
What it takes to win. And so if he thinks moderating the message on abortion might help him win, he's going to do that. But at the end,
she's giving him credit for his con, essentially. That is what Anna Kasparian. Oh my God, I drank yesterday's coffee instead of today, chat. Do you ever do that? You have like a anyway, chat. This is some me problem.
At the end of the day, what's been clear to me,
most people clean their coffee cups after a day, leave them around on the desk
for his constituents, for his base, than Democrats do. Okay, Democrats will look at the policies that Democratic voters want in favor, and they'll basically say, F off, you have to support us because the other guy is evil and dangerous. Whereas Trump actually listens to his voters, and that's the reason why he has an energized base. They're galvanized, they're super excited to vote for him. Even when Biden didn't have all these negative headlines following his disastrous debate performance, do you think Democratic voters were super jazzed to vote for him?
Look, if you want to criticize the Democrats, they are worthy of being criticized, right? They are very craven in some instances, right? But what Anna's doing is something different. She is throwing red meat to the hogs, hoping to kind of diversify her audience, diversify her portfolio, so the next time she has another turf arc, that she's got like more support. This is what TYT is doing. The home of the progressives. I don't know. They seem about as centrist as CNN now.
Were they ever excited to vote for him?
Yeah, I mean, now I'm hearing people talking about Biden voters. I'm like, which Biden voters? So like, because for all the blue MAGA that's Biden voters, if you just told them the new leader is Kamala Harris or the new leader is Josh Shapiro, they'd be like, I'm voting for Josh Shapiro. So Biden doesn't have any voters who care about him. All of his voters just say, I will vote for anything Democratic leadership puts up in front of me. So his personal voters are zero. Anyways, now look, to your point, Anna, there's a couple of things, right? So I understand, I remember the time that he didn't do the bombing, etc.
Look, I'm not for like glazing up the Democratic candidate just to like be like team Democrat and cheerleader and like riding with Biden and all this kind of shit. But that being said, like Donald Trump is not going to do anything that's going to win my vote. RFK Jr. is not going to do anything that's going to win my vote. Jink flirted with supporting that piece of shit anti-Semite conspiracy theorist weirdo that eats dogs. Okay, he doesn't really, we don't know. The jury's out. Does he eat dogs? Does he eat goats? Whatever he ate, it gave him a brain worm, and the worm ate part of his brain and then died because his brain is so bad that it poisoned the freaking brain worm, right? That's RFK Jr. And that's somebody that you should not even consider supporting. But here Jink is, and he's gonna like put it like, well, you're just gonna support the Democratic candidate by like, knee jerk. No, look, I'm realistic about the Democratic candidates, but I'm also realistic about choices that you have late in an election and whether you want to vote strategically for a candidate that you are not thrilled about in order to prevent a worse candidate from getting back in office. Whereas Jink, I don't know what the fuck you are. I don't know what you are anymore. You are fucking drifting at sea. And I would say grifting at sea. And you're one pundit that I do not want to get lost at sea with. Anyway, chat, that's a Zed reference in case you were.
But on the other hand,
in case anybody remembers. 2015,
And he would
2014.
crazy things all the time, and that's why we were all on edge. And he would lie to you and tell you he was a populist, and then pass a giant tax cut for corporations, the most record-breaking gift to corporate rule that any president's ever done. So let's not forget that he's actually totally full of crap. So, but I separated out to reality and the policies, and what's smart politics in terms of what's going to help him get elected or not, right?
Troy Hewitt, you just got a brain. You just got. Sorry, I almost said you just got a brainworm. You just got an ad for brainworm feed. Would that be brains? What do you feed a brainworm other than brains?
So when you look at,
I could support RFK Jr. if he wasn't as rabid. Really, I don't know if you mean that, David. I mean, look, there's some things that people just that are not. People might not be aware of, right? But RFK Jr. is a rabid anti-vaxxer, and he does anti-vax in a like particular racist way, right? He throws out these conspiracy theories like, yeah, you know that the virus was made particularly to not affect Ashkenazi Jews, but to affect this group and this, right? I don't know. I don't want anything to do with that guy. And like, I don't know what people know about him, but like, I know enough about him to know that he's just like nobody that I would ever even consider. Like, I understand being disenchanted with the Dems. I understand being pissed off that the United States is a two-party system and it is very difficult to break out of that two-party system. And I'm not somebody who vote shames, who wants to try to, tell people that maybe are like disgusted with Biden's Gaza policy that they have to vote for Biden or else you support Trump, because that doesn't actually get them to vote. You know what gets them to vote? Better candidates, better Democratic candidates. I'm not going to waste my time yelling at a mom from Michigan who is saying that she doesn't know how she could possibly bring herself to vote for Biden. I'm going to be, haranguing, the Dems to be better.
Smart politics, I look at number 5 and number 6 on this list. And they say, stop outsourcing and turn the United States into a manufacturing superpower. Now, can he really do that? Not really. And the idea of doing the tariff.
Yeah, but the Democrats definitely open a lane for him when they fail to do the bare minimum and keep their sort of contract as the party that's, and look, like I said, they're never doing you not in our lifetime or anyone's lifetime, anyone currently living's lifetime, have we seen a Democratic Party that's actually trying to give workers the leverage. The best we can hope for is a slightly pro-labor president like what Biden's done with the NLRB. But the best you get is like a social safety net programs like the New Deal, and that's only when they're threatened. That's only when they feel the real left chomping at their heels, right? There's a very real communist and socialist movement during FDR's time, and that's the reason that you got programs like the ones that you got. FDR is not a class traitor. He was born wealthy, and he has very much the interests of capitalism at heart, but he was saving capitalism from itself. So there's a lot wrong with the Democratic Party, and the degree to which they drift rightward, particularly with greater influence of money in politics, particularly after Reagan. Before Reagan, Carter's bad too. But that opens up a lane for the Republicans to kind of like do this shit where they pretend to be in favor of workers, right? But the tariffs that Trump wants to enact are going to have the effect of raising prices, right? Are you maybe already paying too much for groceries? Are you maybe already paying too much for your apartment? Are you maybe already paying too much for a car? Well, prepare to pay more, because that's Trump's fucking policy. He wants to slash taxes for millionaires and then raise money via tariffs, which essentially will raise the cost of goods and services. So yeah, he's full of shit, but the fact that he's able to do this is because of the party that we have to oppose the Republican Party.
Will lead to more inflation and is a bad idea. But
pause for a second though on the tariffs. Look, we didn't cover the story mostly because we didn't have time. But
oh great, wait for Anna to just like throw more Craven gasoline onto the fire.
Biden continued with those tariffs. Not only did he continue, he engaged in even more protectionism when it comes to China. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing.
No, but
that was an unsuccessful trade war, right? Whatever Trump was trying to do with the tariffs, he did not succeed at. That was a bad policy with bad outcomes. All right. Look, if the U.S. wants to swing its economic, dick around and try to force better, policy in terms of like workers' rights on other countries, that's fucking great. That's not what's going on with this tariff thing in China. This is a completely different thing. And it's frankly like a war that when engaged in, everyone loses.
Trump is proposing an order of magnitude difference in tariffs. And I'm not here to debate tariffs. What I'm saying about this one is that it will appeal to most Americans, right or wrong on policy grounds. A lot of people are gonna go.
It's gonna appeal to Americans because the Democrats are not giving Americans enough. They're not doing enough for workers, right? The whole reason that the Republicans are able to do this shit, are able to, make this like this, I don't know what to call it. In fact, actually, this really fits. This is a dingus gambit. This is a fucking dingus gambit here. This is a dingus gambit as well. With the most favored trading partner status. But this is it might appeal to workers. It's not in anyone's best interest.
Protect manufacturing, keep jobs at home.
And it only appeals to workers because the Democrats aren't doing enough for workers.
They're gonna like that, right? Now, actually, Biden could make
Trump's, getting rid of taxes on your tipped wages, right? Is another thing that is going to maybe work, maybe peel off some votes of people who are very much, going to be voting against their interests doing so. But again, it's possible because the Democrats have just been so bad in terms of, in terms of living up to their brand as the party of workers, as a party of labor, as the party of the New Deal, right?
A perfectly good case on that if he could speak. Anyways, number 6, large tax cuts for workers and no tax on tips.
Sounds pretty good.
That sounds amazing. I don't believe he's gonna do that at all, okay?
Yeah, it sounds good until you understand that it's a tax cut and a raise in prices. And until you understand that for the average family, rather than saving them money, right? You think, oh, cool, no taxes or lower taxes. That's really cool. I'm going to save some money. Yeah, you're going to save a little bit of money. And then you're going to pay more than that money, $2,000 more than that money back in terms of the rise in cost of goods and services.
But it sounds good. So when he's offering things up for the voters and Biden isn't, it's going to be a slaughter. Okay, now let me tell you the dangerous parts of this platform because it's important that you know the reality. Number 2, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. I think he's going to actually try it. He promised it 8 different ways, and when he does, it's going to be a holy mess. Then they'll stop because even Republicans were like, oh, I didn't mean my friend. I meant other randos, right? I didn't mean the workers at my factory. I meant other randos, right?
Yeah.
But they're going to try it, and it's going to be a giant mess. But I think the last 2 are more important, 18 and 19. That's why they're all the way down at 18 and 19.
And look, I got to point out that when you're doing shit like this, when you're doing like a massive ass deportation, like I think they're even talking about like revoking citizenship. They're talking about like revoking birthright citizenship. So taking people who are now citizens of this country, stripping them of their citizenship and then deporting them. When you're talking about that kind of change, if you're able to, and this is what Trump is doing, trying to get you to not pay attention to how you're being fucked over by your boss, to how you're being fucked over, when you go to the grocery store, how you're being, fucked over by your landlord and capitalist in general, right? And pay attention and think instead, how am I being fucked over by immigrants? Well, the truth of the matter is you're not being fucked over by immigrants at all. And anything they try to bring up from crime to the economy is a lie, is a deception, but it's a way to create a scapegoat and then create a moral panic and get and it's amazing how many people in the right circumstance will go for this kind of shit. And it is very dangerous, right? Because you're going to see what Cenk is talking about next, right? In terms of Trump's policy towards student protesters, people that do not like the fact that the United States is enabling ethnic cleansing that's going on right now, brutality and carnage enacted with U.S. Tax dollars, with U.S. weapons in Gaza.
Deport pro-Hamas radicals and
there we go.
College campuses safe and patriotic again. So he doesn't mean Hamas. If it was Hamas, you don't deport them, you arrest them and put them in jail. No, he means anyone who disagrees with Israel is going to get arrested and maybe deported.
Come on.
Anna says, "Come on." I'm sorry, Anna. You're full of shit here, and I won't even make it. I won't even put it like I'm like appealing to her. Like she's grifting is what she's doing. This is a content strategy for Anna, and probably for Cenk as well. But like no, she's immediately like, "Come on."
He's definitely saying it. He said it super clearly. He went to Republican Jewish leaders.
He says a lot of crazy things, Cenk.
So, like, she looks like she's auditioning for Fox News as we speak.
You think he's going to arrest and deport pro-peace protesters?
Oh, he's definitely going to. Biden.
Look, if you've got a precedent of stripping citizenship from people, right? And particularly, international students would be vulnerable to this kind of thing. Yeah, absolutely, he'll fucking do that. And look, he's got the Supreme Court on his side. Don't act like there's guardrails in place that are not in place.
Deport them where? A lot of them are American citizens. Where's he going to deport them, Jake?
It doesn't matter. He's going to play up to his base.
Again, like I said, they're talking about stripping citizenship, right? If you've got citizenship by the virtue of being born here, yeah. And look, once this train gets started, it's going to be really hard to stop.
And he's going to say, hey, you know what? Under Biden, they arrested these guys too, which is true. And then he's going to arrest them. Then he's going to say, hey, you know what? That guy's from a Muslim country, and that guy's his grandparents were from a Muslim country. I'm going to deport them there. So what? What are you going to do about it? And everybody's going to get all riled up, and then his base is going to be ecstatic. Oh, we got the Muslims, we got the Hamas guys, etc. No, he's got dictatorial tendencies. This is playing with fire there, like this.
Look, and when you start talking about stripping citizenship and deporting people, right? You are talking about people that are voters that are now not. You strip somebody's citizenship away, you deport them, yeah, and you've affected the vote. Do you think they're not going to maximize that? Like that's a way that they can literally any way that the Republicans can play with the electorate, whether it is voter ID hurdles to try to make it so less of the wrong kind of people actually are able to vote, or whether it's any of this stuff, right? They will absolutely gerrymandering, like there's a million different strategies, legal strategies, right? There's a million different ways in which they like to fuck with the electorate. And that's the only way that a minority party like the Republican Party, like what the Republican Party is becoming, a party which, may I remind you, has not won a popular mandate in a presidential election since 2004. That was the last time that the Republicans won the popular vote. And if you go back to 2001, you're going to find that they did not win the popular vote then. And if you want to go, back, when's the last time that they won the popular vote before then? Let me hit you with 1988, right? So in other words, 2024, 1988, that's 36 years, right? In the past 36 years, the Republicans have won 2 popular votes. In terms of the actual votes, that sounds like a minority party to me. That sounds like a party that is going to be at best the loyal or not so loyal opposition, right? And yet they're able to maintain power a lot more. They got in 2001, and they got in 2016 without winning the popular vote, right? The only thing that they have is gerrymandering, the judicial branch's interference, which again played a part in 2001, or sorry, in 2000, the presidency that started in 2001, This is this is all they've got. This is all they've got. And in terms of like mass deportations, don't think that they won't try to use that to affect the electorate.
Guy, what do you mean deport American citizens? Okay, and by the way, if you're MAGA, why do you?
Inako Sam says Anna knows this. She just does not care. I believe you.
Wait, hey, how far do we have to go back? Is it just Muslim countries, or can he deport Irish people who supported Irish independence? Oh yeah, your parents were terrorists. I'm going to deport you even though you're a citizen. I know he'll do it only on racial lines. 19, secure our elections, including same-day voting, voter identification, paper ballots, and proof of citizenship. It sounds to look good. Oh, we're protecting. No, that ends mail-in voting. That ends much larger participation in our democracy, and means that the Republicans will have a massive advantage. We will not be able.
Shakespeare says that they're not going to deport them back to their home countries. He said he will send them back to Mexico, even if you're not from there.
To recover from as they funnel all of our money to their corporate donors. And by the way, why does he have 18 thing about the college campus anyway? Because Miriam Adelson is going to give him $90 to $100 million, and she wants anyone who does not support Israel to be arrested. She wants Israel to annex the West Bank. Haaretz is reporting it in Israel. So, and by the way, last time, if you're MAGA, you should know this. If you're independent, you should know this.
It's funny because one of the few one of the few issues that TYT still has like a decent stance on that I've seen has been the issue of what's going on in Gaza. But yeah, this is Anna underestimating Trump, spinning things like, right, just essentially gaslighting the entire audience, right? And yeah, what Jink is saying about the widow of Sheldon Adelson is 100% true. Right, that is a lot of money put into the party by the widow of Sheldon Adelson, with what seems like the specifications towards supporting the further settlement and annexation of the West Bank. And look, I'm going to be real, probably Gaza as well, because that's what Netanyahu and the Israeli right wing have and maybe not just the right wing have in mind at the moment.
Trump told Sheldon Adelson, "Give me the $100 million." For his campaign, and you want to move our embassy? I'll give you the ability to do US foreign policy. And Sheldon said, yes, here's the money, now do as you're told. And Trump did. He risked a giant war in the Middle East just to make sure his donor was happy. That's who Donald Trump is. So this is a disaster, but it's going to be framed in a positive way, and it's taken out some of the positions that are very unpopular in the polling. It is politically savvy, and it is going to lead to not a good. We're already in such a disastrous situation. As long as Biden's the nominee, none of this matters because he has a 0% chance of winning. But get ready for Trump to be president, because we're completely headed in that direction.
Thanks for watching The Young Turks. Really appreciate it. Another way to show support is through YouTube memberships.
Somebody's asking me about Kentucky and like denying marriage certificate to gay couples and to mixed couples. This is about Kimberly Davis. Oh God, I remember her. Yeah, I don't know about recent legislation, if that's what you're talking about. In Kentucky. The most fascist, far-right newspaper that is printed and handed out for free in Israel is owned by the Adelsons, says Shakespeare. Yeah, Major L for Anna. She's the OJ clerk who denied gay marriage certificates back in the day. Yeah, she got a huge, it looks like a huge fine. Jink looks like what I'd assume a queef looks like. Well, in this case, he's like, look, they're kind of the rotating villains here on TYT. Sometimes Jink is ridiculous, sometimes Anna is ridiculous, sometimes they're both ridiculous, but in this case, it's Anna. It's Anna that's like, Jink is like the voice of reason, quote unquote. But don't make no mistake, right? What they're doing is trying to pull more people that would have never, fucked with TYT before into their midst by, courting the IDW, mostly through Anna. But Jink is, look, if he had that much of a problem with it, they wouldn't be working together. So obviously it's the content strategy for TYT. That being said, let us get back and see what is going on. So I'm going to take a look really quick at where we're at in terms of the dono goal and the polls. And then we will move to see what's going on with AOC. So in 129 votes, that's pretty impressive in the full-scale stream. All right. Love to see it. Have we got 84 likes though? We're a little bit kind of running behind on that, but I don't know, chat. I don't know. Maybe some people have switched streams. But yeah, if you haven't liked the stream yet, that helps me out a lot. Remember, you can vote in the stream that you're watching on, and you can also go into the other stream if you want to. If you're on shorts, you can go to the full screen stream. If you're on full screen, you can go to the short stream if you want. And you can vote on the other one as well. If you're on Twitch, you can come over and vote in either or both of those polls. I'm telling you that because I know some people are voting in both polls. There's literally nothing I could do to stop them. And so I might as well tell everybody so everybody's got at least the chance to vote in both polls if they so choose. Right? All I ask is that when you go to the other poll, make sure to leave a like in that chat as well, because it helps me out greatly. It helps me out a lot. So Francesca versus Jink, talking about AOC is winning. Destiny losing his shit is in second place. Trump RFK is in third place. Marjorie Taylor Greene and her weird throat noises not doing quite as well, at least not in the full screen stream poll. If I look at the shorts poll, we got 162. Wait, it keeps on going back and forth. Is it 162 or 161? I don't know, Chad. I've never seen it go like that, but again, 162 votes and only 44 likes. That's a little bit sad. That is slightly sad. If you could make that number go higher, I would be happier in general. But yeah, Destiny losing his shit at 38%. Francesca versus Jink over AOC and 25%. Trump RFK leaked anti-vax call at 24%. And Marjorie Taylor Greene pulling up the rear with her throat noises. Yeah, only 14%. So that's where we're at right now in terms of the actual votes themselves. Now, if I were to tell you that the votes are the end-all be-all, I would be lying to you, because you also have the chance to affect the outcome of the poll when you donate. What's up, TV Fess? How are you doing? So yeah, we're in the middle of just going over the results for the poll. Again, the outcome of this poll and the donos determine if we get to unlock a second segment. So we're going to finish the segment that I promised you, and that is AOC's discussion of the Biden dropping out thing, what she's worried about, the reason maybe that she hasn't endorsed Biden dropping out yet, and what she's hearing from some of the party insiders, right? Because she does have that special access that not a lot of people have. So we're going to cover that next, but I'm taking a look at the poll and just kind of catching us up, trying to figure out where we're at. So yeah, like I said, the donos can affect the poll, and it looks like they are going to affect the poll. The Marjorie Taylor Greene, segment is only getting it's in fourth place in both polls, right? So normally that would be like, yeah, that's not going to win. But look at this. It's got an extra 30% added to it. That is an extra 30% added to the average of the two polls. So that puts it in the running, even though it's not doing very well in terms of votes. Destiny losing his shit is at 21%, and that one's actually doing really well in the shorts poll, doing kind of good pretty good in the other poll. So that one's, in contention too, as is Francesca versus Jink Uygur. This is Francesca Fiorini arguing with Jink Uygur and some other people on TYT over what we're about to see, which is the AOC late night Instagram live stream that she did. So we're going to go over that. And as far as the, what's winning in the hearts and minds of the voters, of the chatters out there, it looks like it's Francesca. And so I would say that one's in the running too, although it hasn't really gotten the donations behind it, at least yet. So we'll see if that happens. Remember, when you are what's up, Justin Freakin? No way that citizenship will be stripped from people who have it already. No, they're talking about it. Maybe new children. Now, sorry, Xenol, you don't know what you're talking about in this case, right? Like this shouldn't happen, but it could happen, and they're talking about it. And anytime that somebody says, "Yeah, but Trump's just saying that to get elected," he wouldn't actually do it. Do not fall for that trap. Okay. Like there's a lot of things that people said that Trump would not actually do that he very much tried to do. He was trying to order soldiers to shoot protesters in the fucking leg. He had somebody extrajudiciously killed in Portland, right? So I don't want to hear like Trump's not actually going to do that, right? I'm not believing that. I'm not like miss me with that, okay? Miss me with that. But anyway, so yeah, like I was saying, you go ahead and vote in the polls, in the shorts poll and in the full screen stream poll. You can also vote in the other poll because, like I said, there's nothing I can do to stop you from crossing over and voting in the other poll. But all I ask you is that you hit that like button when you go over to the other one, if you want to do that. And you can have 2 votes as a treat if you want, right? And yeah, also the so the other thing that affects the polls, and I'll add this up at the end, right? I'll average the short stream with a full scale stream, and then I will add the donos to the result of that, right? And just so you know, when you donate, whether it's a super chat, whether it's a super sticker, if you are donating memberships to other people or getting a membership for yourself, if you are signing up for my Patreon, or if you are donating on Throne to help me have a better stream setup, which already it's looking pretty good. Like, right, this right here is thanks to my Throne Gang. So thank you so much, Throne Gang. Thank you so much, Patreon Gang. I appreciate you greatly. But yeah, either of those also get you, all you have to do when you donate is just let me know which of these topics you would like to see, and I will add your donation as a percentage to the total poll at the end. So you could actually end up determining what we end up watching. You can also say Vox Populi if what you want is to just kind of turn it back to the chatters, turn it back to the voters. If you want, so the higher the Vox Populi gets, the less the donations for the individual topics count, right? So if you were like, the voters should decide it, then you can donate and you can just tell me Vox Populi. This also goes for Twitch, for subs, for gifted subs, for even Prime subs, or for bits, right? Those count as well. So basically ask yourself, is it a donation? If yes, then understand that you can add that donation money to the topic of your choosing or to Vox Populi, or you can try to make me play Fallout New Vegas, which we did a little bit of recently, but I always put that up there in case the gaming frogs want to try to steal a second segment from everybody else. And, someday, chat, someday the gaming frogs will make their play. TV Fest, what you're doing right now looks like advertising, and I'm wondering why you, somebody with a check mark, would advertise in such a small stream. That's not exactly a good look. I hope I'm not missing something. I don't want to mischaracterize what you're saying. Yo!
Super chatted $50. Neck noises all night.
Neck noises all night. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene ASMR. Look at that. That just got 80. Look, it got 50 points added to it, making it's adding 80%. Yo, I would say that there is a strong chance of some neck noises after I get done with the AOC thing. Yeah, just make sure. Like, I don't know. I don't want to mischaracterize what somebody's doing in chat. I just don't understand why a larger a larger, you know, somebody with a check mark, right? I don't know, like, what is that, like 50,000 or more? Yeah. Yeah, you're very close to getting banned and also embarrassed because, like, you're like a big channel. Like, why? I just don't understand. Am I missing something? I just don't understand why a large channel would advertise on a small channel's. $246K subs, and yet we go into like a small streamers. We go into a small streamers chat to advertise. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense. It's not even a good idea. It's not even the way that you get I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, look, I'm all for meeting other content creators and talking shop. I just, you know, I don't understand why somebody with like 250,000 subs would come into my chat to advertise. It just doesn't make sense. Why is Wario so skinny? Good question, Dwight Jaffenstein. Good question. You're not hip? Oh, because you don't know it's Waluigi. That's okay. I forgive you. Those are probably fake subs. Maybe so. Maybe they gained all the subs by advertising in shorts in other people's short streams. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Gnostic Informant also had a check mark. Well, I don't think Gnostic Informant is as weird as their content is. I don't think they ever said anything sussy in the chat. I think all the sussness from Gnostic from GI was just in with on their channel itself. Anyway, I don't know. Shorter timeout, like Anyway, Troy Hewitt, thank you for the $50 super chat. That went to Neck Noises all night, and our dono goal is smashed now. We're at 116% out of 100%. That's good to see. Marjorie Taylor Greene making weird neck noises. I might have to like analyze this. Anyway, chat, I gotta make sure that I'm keeping things moving. You're 3 minutes behind. That happens. I've been, I do that all the time on like Sam Cedar's stream, where I end up, I roll it back to see like a previous interview. Echo75, thank you for the follow on Twitch. We're almost at 4,000. Yo, AC just became a member. My bad. Wait, you asked? I'm not mad at it, AC. I'm just not. It's weird behavior. It's weird behavior to be sure. Trump can't legally Dwight Jaffenstein, you were talking about somebody who has named an inordinate number of the Supreme Court. You were talking about somebody for whom the Supreme Court intervened in his court case, all right? Don't tell me he can't do this or he can't do that willy-nilly. I mean, willy-nilly is one thing. It's not willy-nilly. If you fucking run this corrupt Supreme Court, it's not willy-nilly. It's something, it's Willy Wonka is what it is. And Trump is a one-way ticket to Wonkaville, except instead of a chocolate river, it will be a shit river, okay? Like, instead of fizzy lifting drinks, it will be, being chopped up in fans as torture, right? It's gonna be like Willy Wonka, but for torture, right? Instead of Oompa Loompas, it will be Proud Boys. Do you understand what I'm saying? Stand back, and Oompa Loompas stand back and stand by. All right? That's what we're gonna deal with. So let's not fuck with that again. We've been there already. Does it, like I feel like a little bit gaslit by how many people seem to have forgotten 2020, like including Trump himself, when he appeals to like, we had the best economy, there was no inflation, everything was really good, and Joe Biden ruined it all. Oh my God, it's like he thinks we're gonna forget the entire year of 2020. It's like that he thinks we're gonna let him off the hook for his shitty handling of the largest public health crisis in most of our lifetimes. Probably since the 1910s. Is the only public health crisis you could look to being worse. And us having a guy that thinks that you can deal with shit like that by shining the sunlight up your ass, or by injecting bleach into your ass, or with some kind of BoJack Horseman remedy. I don't know. I don't want to go back there. I'm not going back there. Let's just put it that way. So let's take a look at what AOC's got to say. Again, chat, you killing it on the he can declassify top secret national security documents in his head. That's right, Just Julie. The 90s were the best? For music or for campaign songs, maybe? Anyway, let's take a look at what I got this somewhere, don't I? Do we want to hear this one more time?
Are you ready for a very radical statement?
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. Of all in which you live, what can be unburdened by what has been. 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 I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
All right, chat. We're going to see what AOC has to say about the coconut trees, and we're going to see what AOC has to say about Hassan. Because we got streamer drama, chat. We got streamer drama.
That's what I'm here for in terms of work.
We got streamer drama between AOC and Hassan. All right, let's see what this is about.
A lot of...
Is she loud enough? She's not.
Politics. A lot that I've noticed of kind of this like class of people above, I shouldn't say above, but like separate from voters. Like we all know.
I can't tell if this is a parody or not. That's why it's a meme. That's why it's a meme. Hodamal Gaming. I hope I'm reading your name right. I'm not sure if my dyslexia is working correctly today, but I think that's what her name is. Be the mamala. Be the, yeah. Sometimes you got to be your own mamala. But yeah, let's hit this, and then we're going to hit this. No, we're going to hit this. Something like that. Yeah. All right, so here we are with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
We live in this country. There's voters, and then there's people with power, and there's people with a lot of money, and there's people with a lot of influence. And in the country that we live in, we have everyday people, and we have voters, and we have government. And then you kind of have this class of people in between, from pundits and media and wealthy people and donors and...
Oh shit, I forgot. Let's do this.
And they kind of occupy this space in between. Oh, look at that. They kind of occupy this space in between.
Okay, so that's what people were talking about, where the emotes pop up on her screen. I don't know if she's a Stream Elements user or
voters and the policies that we get. And a lot of times that's why government sucks, right? Like, because lobbyists are there and whatever's happening. Anyways, so the debate happens, it doesn't go well. And then all of a sudden afterwards, you get a lot of people in this strata, and I'm not here to dismiss.
Wait, AC's talking about 10-minute PBS video. 2 Republican operatives going after Biden with the Trump campaign's advertising.
If you think, for example, if you are of the opinion that Joe Biden should be replaced as a nominee, I'm not here to attack you on that. I'm not here to like whatever, but I just want you to know what I'm seeing. And this group of people, right? Like if you believed this before, that didn't change anything. What changed was this class of people after that debate.
I'm sorry. I gotta call bullshit on AOC. No, AOC. Look, the impact on voters is going to show up differently, right? We didn't see like people changing their mind from I'm going to be a Biden voter to like I'm going to be a Trump voter now based on that debate. But we did see people changing their mind from I think that Biden has got this and he's the best candidate to I would like to see him replaced on the ticket. And that's not just these people up here. That's also these people down here. That's the voting fucking public. All right. So stop trying to, you know, be his fig leaf. All right. Because like, I don't know what you think you're getting out of this. I hope it is something good policy wise. But I got to tell you, one person that cannot help you policy-wise is a lame duck president. And that's what you're going to have in November if you insist on, if we stay with Biden, if he doesn't get replaced, right? He can do nothing for anyone if he is, you know, and any executive actions that he takes. So right, what are the 2 things that Biden can do? He can do an executive action now to change something, and he's done some good executive actions, right? And he can make a promise to implement a policy later, right? The policies, that's a bird in the, what is it? The bird in the bush, right? Whereas the executive actions, they are a bird in the hand. So obviously worth more, but at the same time, it's a bird in the hand that can be taken away if he loses, right? And will be taken away. Anything that's an executive action, for the most part, can be undone through executive action as well. So, yeah, already, I'm kind of freaked out.
Fine, valid. Now, what I am concerned by when it comes to this case is that they are, the case for this is about polling. Like, there's someone here in the chat, right? He's behind in every swing state. This isn't an argument. Others may be polling better, etc. I think that this is the case that's being laid out, right? It is about the polling. It's about the data. And again, I'm not here to dismiss people. And I think it's very important to say that. And I think it's very important to say in general that I'm not here to question or attack the motives of people's, regardless of their position on this. Like, I think what is motivating I'm sorry why these things keep popping up. I don't know why. I think what is legitimately motivating a lot of people in this conversation.
So I said I thought it was Stream Elements. I'm not so sure now. It doesn't really look like, let me show you what Stream Elements can do, and just knowing that I'm going to be moving away from Stream Elements. That's what the software that I've got right now, Stream Elements Live. There are, unfortunately, the people that own the company are not good people, And that's the reason I haven't been doing sponsorships through them. And it's going to be the reason that I'm going to be replacing that software as soon as I can find a suitable replacement. But I'll also show you why I got the software in the first place, and probably kind of the reason that I thought that maybe AOC was using something similar.
Is that everybody is terrified of a Trump presidency. And everybody wants to do everything and anything possible to prevent that from happening. And I think that regardless of your position on that, I think an overwhelming amount of people are motivated by that. And we are in an age and in a digital culture where people have gotten way too comfortable and gotten way too reflexive in this habit of anyone who doesn't agree with me is stupid, or everyone who doesn't agree with me doesn't see the full landscape of things, or anyone who doesn't agree with me is a bad person or lazy or corrupt or whatever. And I legitimately believe that this is a situation where a lot of people are motivated by very shared goals and may look at the landscape of things and come to different conclusions. So I want to say that because I want you to see what I'm seeing. This class of donors, decision makers, power players, etc., started to waver.
Let me see if I can do this.
And they're looking at the polling, and they're looking at the performance, and they're saying all of these things, and they're saying, we need to jump ship. Now, I think there's a couple of things there, but let's say you're convinced by that argument. I'm not entirely, by the way, because I have not seen the fully laid out bulletproof data case. It's also July, but I totally can concede that a person very invested can have all these counterpoints to that. Now, to me, like brass tacks, when I think about the case in terms of supporting a Joe Biden presidency or being okay with Joe Biden continuing to be the nominee, I'm looking at a watch, and I'm looking at a clock, and I'm looking at a calendar. And I think that if people want to have this conversation 6 months ago, 8 months ago, a year ago, it's a very different landscape of logistics. Every single person, I shouldn't say every single person, I'm gonna say in this class of people that you see coming out now, right? If you're an everyday person that has this opinion, I'm not coming for you. But this whole class of people who are coming with this other opinion now have supported the president the entire time. And many of those people are the same people who closed ranks around anybody who even wanted to raise this conversation a year ago. Fine. But we need to me, like, I'm looking at a lot of different things. And I want to communicate some things, even if you don't, particularly the case for even if you don't support the president continuing as the nominee on substance, merits, policy, etc. Let's take that aside, right? What day is it right now? What, July 17th?
I mean, that's what I felt like all week, because I was on, like, you know, when the thing went down in Pennsylvania, and then I've been on all week covering the RNC, and I'm like, what day is it? Honestly, Chad, I thought I could show you the cool thing that Stream Elements actually does, but it looks like it doesn't do it anymore. That's sad. Okay, well, there's no reason to, like, the whole reason I signed up for it in the first place is gone. It used to do this thing where it would do these, like, explosions of emotes all around you, or like a fireworks display of emojis, and I don't see it's like they removed it, so whatever.
Working like
that's what I thought she was dealing with.
Today is July 17th. I'm sure someone will correct me in the comments if it's not. But the point is, even when this conversation was like really kicking up, July 13th, I think people need to understand the reality and the gravity of what these people are proposing.
Okay, so Will Florida says she's literally not talking to us. Yeah, in terms of who she's criticizing the elite, right? People that are involved in the party, people that are movers and shakers, people that are, that have that access. That's who she's criticizing, right? So in other words, she's not saying, if you are, this is an Instagram live stream, so she is literally talking to voters. She is literally talking to us. But in terms of who she says she's coming for, who she says she's got, ire for, it is the party higher ups. And I'm of two minds about this, right? So yeah, are there people in the party that have way too much power and that don't have the interest of the voters, of especially the workers in mind? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, look, any system where, cash rules so much of what goes on is gonna empower people that are like that, right? So yeah, there are party higher ups that don't have the best interests of people in mind. That being said, like casting this as like only those people have an interest in replacing Biden is bullshit, is 100% bullshit. Now, that being said, she's going to propose like a potential danger, which I'm not sure, she might be right about, right? These are the people with the power. These are the people who are going to be able to push Biden out. And, depending on what they want, they might push for passing the torch to Kamala, which I don't think, I think would be the obvious solution here. Or they might push for trying to get their person in there. And I don't want to see them get their person in there either, right? Because their person is not going to be somebody that you like. It's not going to be somebody who's a breath of fresh air. It's definitely not going to be somebody who's had a good take on what's going on in Gaza, who has good positions on foreign policy, right? And it could be somebody like Hillary Clinton. Don't put that past them. Don't think that there aren't people in the party that would love to give Hillary another shot. And I don't think we should give Hillary another shot. So I don't know what she knows, but I will grant her that, these people aren't necessarily to be trusted. That being said, this is not an issue of the party elite versus everyone else. This is an issue of survival, for those of us who are impacted by the policies of a president, and for those who are like the power brokers in the party, the Nancy Pelosi's, maybe, the survival of the party, the well-being of the party's, chances of winning not just the presidency, but also those down ballot races. So the longer Biden stays in, the greater chance that Trump will be president, and the greater chance that more people that are running for lower office, that are running for Senate or Congress, are going to lose as well. So this is one of those weird situations where the party elite may not be acting, at least in terms of their pressure on Biden to step down, they may not be acting against the interest of the rest of us.
And I'm not saying this is all a reason not to do it. But I do think that people...
And let's not forget who put Biden where he was. Those were the party elite that did it. They may have changed their mind now because Biden is not looking as good. Like Biden... Well, first of all, Biden was chosen not because of his unique ability to beat Trump, but because of his unique ability to beat Bernie Sanders. They were really worried that Bernie would get the nomination and win the presidency, and that the party would change, because it would. I mean, Bernie would have a tough time since he doesn't have the party establishment on his side, and he might have a lot of, sort of friendly fire coming at him. But potentially, that's the sort of thing that could change the very nature of the Democratic Party. And these people very much did not want that. So they're the same people that selected Biden in the first place, and now they are saying that they're worried that he's going to be not only somebody who's going to be an easy clap for Donald Trump, but that he's also going to drag down the people lower on the ticket as well.
are talking about this without having two eyes wide open as to what this really means. The Democratic convention is in, 4 weeks or so? The state of Ohio has legal ballot access issues that require a name to be enrolled and certified on their ballot even before the convention.
Okay, so my understanding of this Ohio thing is that it's not a real concern. Like, she's overblowing this concern. Ohio has passed legislation changing this, and the idea of a state knocking off one of the two major, like, remember with the Trump thing, they were talking about like trying to get Trump taken off the ballot in several states, and it's just not something that's likely to happen. I don't know. I feel like she's overblowing this.
Because of Democrats, that's because of Republicans. And to people, there are some people that quibble. And
yeah, Miska Tonic says that Ohio fixed the glitch. Now, she's going to address this here, but...
oh, well, that's not really true because they actually passed this other law that allows the deadline to change. That law that allowed that deadline to quote unquote change also gets enacted and enrolled something like 60 or 90 days after passage, which now puts us in a legal gray zone. So whether you think it's above board or whether you don't think it's above board, I can tell you that it is guaranteed, and it is virtually guaranteed, and it has been confirmed by the Republican Speaker of the House that
Christy Z says, I don't think democracy will survive Trump. Once he gets in the walls, he will, sorry, I thought she said get in the wall. Once he gets in, the walls will come crumbling down. All hell is going to break loose. Literally, he's going to gut the place and fill it with demons. Yeah. And by demons, we're talking about him firing civil servants who generally stay on regardless of who gets elected as president. This is like, the people that actually administer the government itself, and filling it with Trump loyalists. So like the guardrails that we're talking about that may have been in place to some degree, to a greater or lesser degree in his first term, will most certainly not be there in the second term. That is what Project 2025 is all about.
Are already preparing legal challenges to any name change on the ballot that may...
the whole deadline stuff has me confused after watching it on the Vanguard earlier. So the deadline will be changed to the end of August, but it doesn't go in effect until September the 1st. There's multiple things that might be being discussed here, right? There was also a discussion of, they were planning, okay, so before there was a lot of energy towards pushing Biden off the ticket, they were discussing sort of pre-approving the ticket ahead of time. And that was a way for them to lock in Biden. At this point, some of the people who are even interested in locking in Biden are the people that want Biden out. So that deadline or that event, right, of I think there was going to be a Zoom call or something like that, some kind of telephone, some kind of at a distance thing to nail down the ticket. That's been pushed back. The Ohio deadline has been changed by by law, and but what AOC is saying is that, like, technically speaking, the change doesn't take place for 90 days, I think she said. And so because of this, she's worried about the Republicans, and Speaker Mike Johnson has announced his intention to try to do this, to take it into court. And what she's ultimately worried about is that this might get taken to the Supreme Court. Now, I don't know if she's necessarily trying to, like, she, Bernie, and James Clyburn are the three names that are the foremost in my mind as far as people who were like rushing to Biden's defense when this all started. You're going to hear what she says here, and I'm not sure she's as wedded to maintaining Biden at the top of the ticket as she was before. But she is, legitimately worried. And I think there are some things to worry about. I think that what she's talking about maybe has more to do with an open convention in terms of the party elite trying to use this as an opportunity to get their person in there at the top of the ticket, to essentially put somebody that is beholden to them at the top of the ticket without doing any sort of real primary, without having any input. So I've already told you, I talked about the first primary being the primary of donors, right? In terms of how seriously you're taken as a candidate, how much you're able to run and get ballot access, etc., is largely defined by how the donors of the Democratic Party feel towards you. So there's that, that first primary before people vote. So it's already a troubled primary. There's also a lot of pressure on people like Elizabeth Warren, for instance. Bernie wanted Elizabeth Warren to challenge Hillary. Elizabeth Warren did not do that because she was afraid of being blackballed and losing her chance to run in, say, 2024, right? If Hillary were to be elected, as everyone assumed she would have been back in 2016 during the primaries, and wins a second term, then Elizabeth Warren, if she stays on Hillary's good side, has the chance to maybe be the heir apparent in 2024. Whereas if she runs against Hillary Clinton and she loses, now she's got kind of a scarlet letter on her, and her chances are much less, right? So there's that kind of pressure that also determines what kind of primary that you get. People that could run do not run when they feel like the nomination is spoken for, when they feel like the elite Democrats have already, decided who their candidate is. You don't generally have, the strong candidate other strong candidates going into the primary to potentially challenge them for that. And I think that they do. They should, both for the quality of the eventual candidate, the eventual nominee is going to be better if they're challenged and if they have to, fight a real battle. The race is going to be paid more attention to. The candidates are going to be paid more attention to if there's a contentious primary. And also, I feel like, instead of just being like, no, it's Hillary, it's her turn, I'm with her, I think they should run a real primary. But that is not a popular opinion, and that is not something that the Democratic Party has been excited about ever since 1980, when Ted Kennedy's challenge to Jimmy Carter, the incumbent candidate in 1980, Jimmy Carter was challenged by Ted Kennedy, who came at him from the left. And a lot of people blame Carter's, losing the election to Reagan on Ted Kennedy. I don't agree with that. And I feel like, the changes that have ensued in the Democratic primary process since then, I think this was the introduction of superdelegates, if I'm not mistaken, right? It was after 1980.
Occur, arise, or be possible. And so for us, I want us to, opening this conversation, I think it's important for us to consider the stakes, okay? Before you even get into the merits, talk about the stakes. If this is even something that can be opened, right? And what we know is that we can virtually guarantee, Mike Johnson came out and said that they're absolutely preparing legal challenges to wherever it's possible. And I want to tell you, those legal challenges are most viable where?
Yamato Gaming says Bernie won't win. Bernie's not, people, there's probably some voters that would like, Bernie to run. I don't think he's going to. I don't think he's interested in doing that. He is 87 years old now. And although he's a lot more competent and a better communicator than Biden, I don't think that Bernie's going to be interested in that. I don't think that anyone in the party establishment is going to try to put Bernie over, Kamala. It's going to try to kick out the whole ticket and replace it with Bernie, right? So there's not, what we're talking about here is the party elite, right? As far as who's going to decide if it's not Kamala, who is it? You're talking about delegates, and you're talking about movers and shakers in the Democratic Party. I don't think any of those people have Bernie in mind. So I don't know why you're bringing up Bernie here. If what you mean to say is that Bernie wouldn't have won, I would say that you are disagreeing with Joe Biden himself, who said that there were at least 50 candidates that he could think of that could beat Donald Trump, right? Biden himself admitted that he is not uniquely qualified to defeat Donald Trump. And so, every indication that we have as far as polls from 2020, from 2016, indicates that Bernie has a better, and just common sense shows you that Bernie had a better chance than Hillary, and that Bernie was doing better in the polls against Trump than Joe Biden, right? So I'm not sure what you're talking about. Doesn't really seem to apply to the here and now. And if you're trying to apply it to 2020 or 2016, you're just wrong.
The same handful of swing seats that are needed to win the presidency. I'm not saying every single one is counted out, but I am saying that's what's at the table. And guess what? Republicans, they mount that legal challenge. The possibility of our elections being decided by the Supreme.
So I kind of wish she'd be a little bit more specific here. Is she worried about this outcome in the case that Biden drops out and names Kamala? Because I got to say, that sort of thing is normal. That sort of transfer of the nomination is what happens if a president has health problems, right? Passing it to the vice president, and the money that Biden's raised can go right to Kamala, right? That's the easy peasy lemon squeezy option, and I think probably the best option that they have. I'm not sure if she's talking about the issue of Republicans trying to take it to the Supreme Court to get you're talking about them annulling the results of an election, right? And not that they wouldn't try. I don't know. Like, it's one thing for the Supreme Court to order Florida to stop counting the votes and to never find out that Al Gore actually won Florida, right? That's one thing. To only find out through the newspaper investigating it years later, right? That actually, as far as like who was ahead in votes in Florida, it was actually Al Gore, right? That's because they didn't know that at the time, and they were just like, okay, stop counting the votes, go with the votes we got. Who's the winner? George Bush, right? That's one thing. Another, what she's talking about would be the election is held, the Democratic candidate wins, and then Mike Johnson and the Republican Congress take that to court, and the Supreme Court reverses that. Now, look, this is a wild Supreme Court. This is a corrupt Supreme Court. This is, I would say, an illegitimate Supreme Court. But they've got to know that would be playing with fire. And they've also got to know that they have made themselves a political target in terms of now a Democrat can make a lot of hay running against the Supreme Court, running against what they did with Roe versus Wade, running against the imperial presidency that they've instituted through this horrible decision about official acts and unofficial acts, like, essentially intervening on the behalf of Donald Trump, right? There's a lot of, the Supreme Court is extremely unpopular. And so for that reason, like, they've made themselves into a goddamn election issue, and that's not good for them. That empowers, and that makes it more likely that some sort of Supreme Court reform will take place. And Biden's talking about such reform now, and very likely a replacement, particularly Kamala, would have that on her agenda as well.
Ruling skyrocket. Okay? I'm not here to use fear. I'm not saying this to use fear to dissuade people out of their...
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing for them to legally challenge it. It's another thing for the Supreme Court to actually take that up and flip a result. Like, right, if there's an election and the votes are counted and Biden wins, right, it's going to be much more difficult for them to flip that election than it was for the Supreme Court in 2001 to stop the votes in Florida. That's what I'm saying.
But I need us to understand the stakes, okay? And that's point number one. Like, I can tell you that I have been, and I want to tell you also why I'm telling you this, is because the last 2 or 3 weeks of members of Congress or quote unquote Democratic sources or what have you going on background and, how did a filter get on here?
Yeah, I don't know how, anybody know how Instagram streaming works? I don't know.
Oh my God. Okay, I think I turned off. Sorry, guys.
I guess Instagram is all about the filters.
Possibility, and so what's really upset me is that these conversations, I believe in transparency. At the same time, litigating like huge conversations among people of power in public can dramatically hurt our chances, depending on the outcome of that conversation.
Okay, so chat, I know I'm kind of a yapper, okay? I know that watching a reaction with me, you're adding like at least twice as much time to whatever I'm reacting to, and so I'll try to keep it succinct, all right? I'm just not sure. I want to add to what I said before about the likelihood of the Supreme Court intervening in an election that Biden or another Democrat were to win, right? So the Supreme Court is supposed to be above politics. In reality, nothing is above politics, right? And, they're politically chosen. Essentially, if you want to be in the Supreme Court, you need to sign up for the Federalist Society. You need to get in good with the Federalist Society. You need to meet the rich people that run that shit and, assure them that you will be in their pocket and enact their agenda. And very likely, you can get appointed to the court that way, right? Let's go back to the New Deal era. Let's talk about Franklin Delano Roosevelt and the New Deal, right? So these are pretty substantial, undertakings that he's doing in terms of bills to try to secure like full employment, to try to, essentially have the government hire workers who are out of work. We're talking about massive expansions for the social safety net. And these were things that were not popular with the Republicans. And in fact, were not popular with the Supreme Court at the time, which was a very conservative Supreme Court. And Roosevelt kept on running into things where he would pass things in Congress, he would sign them into law, and then the Supreme Court would come by and they would overturn them. This kept on being a problem for him until he started talking about expanding the court. And he was accused of being anti-democratic, of doing a power grab, of, this is horrible. This is horrible. How dare you, defy the sanctity of the court that's literally enacting a starvation agenda on the American people. Yeah. And obviously the people were on Roosevelt's side in that. So with the possibility on the table of Roosevelt, quote unquote, packing the court, the Supreme Court changed its tune. The Supreme Court stopped chirping at Roosevelt, right? So, in other words, that is a reason why the Supreme Court would not want to do something as brazen as overturning an election in the favor of Donald Trump. They've already got huge negative ratings. They've already turned the Supreme Court into an election issue. They've already got, frankly, some very angry people, protesting outside of justices' homes, right? There is pressure that can be brought to bear on the court and will be brought to bear, should they decide to intervene in that grievous of a way. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, Chad, I'm sorry. No, I'm a yapper.
And so sometimes certain conversations are best held in private, especially if there's ambiguity or a lack of decision on it. And so what I see right now, and I want you all to know, is that over the last several weeks, there have been lots of Democrats who have been giving little anonymous quotes to the press, to some journalists, to print. And I'm not here to knock the press on it. I'm here to knock my colleagues on it. Because to me, I think that's, and I'm sorry I'm going to say it because it's after midnight, that's bullshit. Like, if you have an opinion, say it with your chest and say it in public. But the idea...
So can chat imagine why they might not want to say it with their chest and say it in public? Look, until Biden decides to drop out, I guess there's a chance that he won't, right? If he doesn't, something like the 25th Amendment might come into play. I think it depends on his cabinet. If I'm not mistaken, it's the cabinet that would enact that. But it's just an unknown, right? And so here's what's going on. There's a calculation here. Were they to come forward and say it with their chest, go on record, and more of them are. More and more of them are doing exactly that. And it turned out to be that Biden is going to be intransigent.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
And Biden is going to insist on staying. Were that to be the case, right? They are doing damage to their nominee. That is what they are trying to avoid. What they're trying to let him, it's a game of chicken. It's a game of chicken. And the best outcome is that Biden stands down. They're trying to, the reason they're doing this behind anonymity is largely to gently prod Biden into doing the right thing, but also to let them know that there are people out here that will come forward, that will say it with their chest, that will go on the record about this if Biden does not get the fuck out of Dodge. And so that's what's going on. It's an attempt to avoid, because here's what happened. Like, it's a nuclear option, right? To go forward, put your name on it, say that you don't have confidence in the Democratic nominee, right? Is like, nuking. It's nuking your nominee. And if the nominee insists on staying, now you have a radioactive nominee. That's going to be, now you're going to ghoulify Biden. Right? That's what they're trying to avoid. They don't want to turn Biden into Walter Goggins' character from Fallout, right? They don't want to turn Biden into the ghoul. Maybe even a feral ghoul, given the fact that he's, I don't know, Chad, right? That's what's they're doing this in the most obvious way possible, in a careful way, in a cautious way, in a way that's trying not to risk ending up with a candidate that is hobbled by their attempts to take him out. They're trying to. These are warning shots. That's why there's no name on it. That's why they're not saying it with their chest. That's why they're not going on the record, because these are warning shots.
That you are an elected official and you are supposed to be responsible for a community, and you're just gonna text some journalist on the low and say, this is what I think, but don't put my name next to it. What are you here to do? If that's your opinion.
Look. Okay. On one hand, I'm glad that she's talking about how the Democratic Party really works, because there's very little discussion of that. And I don't think the public is privy to what actually goes on, right? How it actually functions. And there are, movers and shakers in the Democratic Party that, like I said, do not have the best interest, certainly not of the workers, in mind, and certainly not the best interest of most of the American people. There are, very severely, compromised people, and honestly, people with more of an allegiance to the capitalist class than they than they have to the supposed base of the party. Yeah, this is a very fucked up system of democracy, quote unquote, that we have in the United States. That's way too performative, and way too much stuff goes on behind the scenes. So that's real. But in this case, the party elite seems to be acting out of a sense of self-preservation for the party. It seems to be acting out of a sense of, maintaining the Senate and the House should the presidency be lost, right? Because if Trump wins the presidency, the only possible thing that you're going to have to hold back his fucked up agenda is going to be the Senate and the House. And like, as near as I can tell, AOC's motivation is to support a candidate to be the last support of a candidate and then encourage him to take on more progressive priorities, right? To take on more AOC, Bernie type priorities. And you see some of that. The problem is, chat, if he loses the election, those priorities go out the window. Those priorities don't fucking matter. It doesn't matter what you get Biden to agree to if the end result is Donald Trump is elected, right? In fact, even, like I told you, things like executive orders out the window if Trump can get in there and just undo the executive orders with his own executive orders. So, I mean, that's the part that doesn't make sense to me. I do understand AOC, Bernie, and the squad hanging back and not being part of the, knives in the back of Julius Caesar. I do understand that, because for progressives to be the ones holding the knife when everybody turns around looks really bad, and it'll be used to like alienate them and to diminish their power overall, which, they don't really have a lot of power, more power than they used to, but right, they're sort of held out of power to a certain degree. So I understand not wanting to lead the charge to get Biden out, but what I don't understand is for them to kind of, sacrifice themselves to try to hold together a candidacy that is very likely to ensure Donald Trump winning.
That's what you think is best for the country, put your name on it, okay? But instead, it's all this little pick a little, talk a little to whatever, texting some pundit about what they think because they're too cowardly to like come out with a public opinion. I'm not coming for the people who have made a public statement and put their name on it. Like, Lord knows I've done plenty of that myself. I'm talking about people who are too scared to say what they want to say in public. But
God from Heaven says, I think Harris would make a great president. It would be nice to have Gavin Newsom as VP. Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure like where AOC is at now. There's stuff that she says that kind of like lends itself to maybe that she's okay with a with Harris taking the top of the ticket. And yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at too. Right. And again, talking about the party elite. Yeah, it's a conversation that needs to happen. More people need to understand how the Democratic Party actually works. There are, some really bad actors that have way too much sway in the Democratic Party. However, I'm not sure where she's at now. If she's, what she's worried about is a faction within the Democratic Party trying to put their person into power and trying to skip over Kamala Harris. Yeah, I mean, that's concerning, right? And it very likely is not going to be somebody that anybody in here, if you're a progressive, that you want, right? It's not going to be a candidate that you want. It's not going to be Bernie Sanders, right? And it's not going to be, a member of the squad. It is very likely, and in fact, worst case scenario, it could be Hillary. I hope to God they have more of a sense of self-preservation than that, but there are still, elements within the Democratic Party that think that Hillary got a really raw deal and they want to, see her finally ascend to power, and that is definitely not in fact, I'll say it right now. Hillary is equally likely to lose to Trump as Biden, maybe even more likely to lose to Trump since she's, lost to Trump before.
Somehow not afraid to say what they want to say to a journalist so long as they promise not to use their name, that's a bunch of horse shit. And then there was recently a quote unquote senior Democratic leader that said, I'm just resigning myself to a Trump victory. Leave your seat. Leave.
Okay, yeah, okay, I agree with her there. That's fucked up. That doesn't help anyone. What did you think you were doing? Why did you say that? And the way that she's looking at the camera, I almost feel like she knows who it is. She just doesn't want to call them out. She wants to give them a chance to walk away with some dignity, right? But she's like, seriously, get the fuck out. I don't know. I don't know if she knows who it is, but yeah, that was a scumbag move. That I don't get it.
Just leave. Like, that is so garbage. That is such a fundamental lack of leadership. And I don't care what party you're from. Like, just leave. Like, just go work for a lobbyist. Go cash in on Wall Street if that's what you feel. Like, why keep that seat warm? This job is hard. It takes a lot of effort. You're resigning yourself to losing? Why don't you just turn in your keys early and give it to someone who gives a damn? Anyways.
Okay, so we got at least one person in chat who's for an open convention because they're not impressed with Kamala Harris.
Moving on. Number one is the legal viability. Number two, I don't think people understand what it takes in terms of running a presidential campaign. And I'm going to say what a lot of these folks aren't saying. I'm just going to say it. If you think that there is consensus among the people who want Joe Biden to leave, that they will support Kamala, Vice President Harris, you would be mistaken. And I'm going to say that because if they're going to come out and say all their little things on background off the record, but they're not going to be fully honest, I'm going to be honest for them. I'm in these rooms. I see what they say in conversations. A lot of them are not just interested in removing the president. They are interested in removing the whole ticket.
Okay, so that's concerning. And she does have insight that, somebody that's not a member of Congress would not have, right? Now that I know that early on there was a lot of concern about Kamala Harris as a politician. There was a lot of people that were just kind of like poo-pooing her chances, that they basically do not rate her as a competent politician. And for that reason, or maybe with that excuse, because as somebody in chat mentioned earlier, misogynoir is unfortunately very much a thing in this country. It is, and it's not just the Republicans that exhibit that. So that is like legitimately concerning.
Am I here to guarantee that is what is going to happen, or that is what will happen? I can't tell you that, because as we all know, politics is insane. Anyone who tells you 100% what's going to happen is lying to you or engaged in an enormous amount of hubris.
Or they're Alex Jones, and they're making their requisite 5 predictions per day, so that a year from now, at least like one of those predictions will come true. They will remember that prediction. They will point back at that prediction, and people will be like, God, Alex Jones is really, people say that he's full of shit, but he was right about this one. Oh my God.
I'm not here to tell you that if Joe Biden is the nominee, he's definitely going to win. But because I don't think if anybody is the nominee, we're definitely going to win. Okay? And I understand where we want to talk about hedging bets, but I do want you to know what gets uncorked. Because if you think that's going to be an easy transition, I'm here to tell you that a huge amount of the donor class and a huge amount of these elites and a huge amount of these folks in these rooms that I see that are pushing for President Biden to not be the nominee also are not interested in seeing the vice president being the nominee. Will they win out on that? I don't know. But I am here to tell you, do not take that for granted. Do not take that outcome for granted. It may make sense to you. It may be sorry guys, I don't know why this keeps happening.
Oh shit. So I said before, when I heard the description of like fireworks, I thought that was Stream Elements. Stream Elements has used to have a thing called a capagen, which would shoot like a emoji into the screen, and then the emoji would explode in a firework of emojis. But that's an actual firework. I don't know what that comes from. Anybody Instagram head know what this is that's going on with her screen? She's warning us. If people are still upset about Hillary not winning, I would not be surprised if she replaces Biden. That's my deepest fear as far as this process, Jules, right? As far as an open convention, I feel like Hillary has a better chance than I would like her to have of being nominated, which like people should realize that.
It may make sense to you. It may be the logical thing, but I'm here to tell you that that is not a sure thing.
Troy Hewitt says, where does this footage live? To my knowledge, it lives on AOC's Instagram.
And so what is the other it is still a possibility, right? Let's look at our open possibilities, right? And by the way, President Biden and Vice President Harris have been campaigning their behinds off, and there is a war chest of at least $100 million prepared for the general election. If there is a new Democratic nominee, that money cannot be transferred, okay? I'm just like telling you what I know, all right? It can be transferred from a top of the ticket to number 2 on the ticket. It cannot be transferred to someone else, all right? From what I have known. I can also tell you that I have stood up in rooms with all of these people.
Safira Ho says, clicking over while I play Grand Blue. I'm sorry, TYT does what? You're going to have to rewind that or catch it on the VOD, right? That we talked about TYT already, but it's... We didn't watch the Charlie Kirk thing, did we? We didn't watch the Charlie Kirk thing. Essentially, you know, it's a disagreement with between Anna and Jink about whether Trump might be serious and make good on his pledge to kick people, students who are caught protesting, about Palestine out of the country, right? And Anna's like, no, he can't do that. He's just saying that. And it's like, anytime you hear that from anybody, like Trump says that, but he's not really going to do that. Just go ahead and operate under the assumption that that's not really going to happen. It's just, it's wild. But yeah, they also brought Charlie Kirk on for a nice little conversation at the RNC. I'll see if we have time for that.
And I have said, game out your actual plan for me. Game it out.
It was so peaceful up here.
Have you looked in, like, what are the risks of this going to the Supreme Court? Like, what are these things, right? And I'm not here to like assert any major thing. If y'all want to come with the receipts in the comments, that's fine. But what I can tell you is that...
So just so you know, Hassan did come with some receipts, not in the comments, but in the reaction to this. There's a lot of what AOC said that Hassan disagreed with. And I feel like he's not the only one. Anna and Jink were very friendly with Charlie Kirk. Yeah, it almost seemed playful. Like, right? There was a little bit of back and forth, but it wasn't like seriously like... It wasn't like I hate you energy. Also, Charlie Kirk's got a weird haircut now. somehow he made himself look more fashy. Somehow he looks like some like Back to the Future character from the fascist version of the future.
I have stood up.
Yo, his face is unironically even tinier now.
Of folks making these decisions, and I have raised these questions, and no one had an answer for me. Maybe they have an answer now. I don't know. No one's gotten back to me, but
I wonder if she's implying that if there's turmoil in finding the, yeah, I wish she'd be a little bit more specific, because like, understand, you're putting this on Instagram, right? Most people don't have the media literacy, you know, to just understand basic stuff, let alone to like divine like exactly what AOC is trying to say here. But yeah, that maybe she's more worried about if there's, she does talk about what turmoil picking a candidate could look like, right? And the real danger, and I agree with her on this, is if it goes to an open convention and it's like, you know, there's multiple ballots that are not successful, right? And it starts to go into day 5 and day 6 and day, like, right, that could be bad.
hello? Like, nobody responded. Nobody has responded to me. And I'm not talking about some pundit with a column in a newspaper saying theoretically it's possible. I'm talking about the lawyers. I'm talking about the legislatures. I'm not talking about here's how an open convention would go down. I'm talking about people whose job it is to look at the letter of the law and the letter of many different states' state laws and take a look at this, okay? So while I understand the case that some folks may be making from a theoretical perspective and from even maybe, I don't know, a polling perspective, I'm here to also, like, as a person who is responsible for executing decisions and not just opining on them, I can tell you that I have not seen, I don't know why the fireworks keep going off. I have not seen.
Yo, Chow, any Instagram heads in here? Any Instagram heads can explain what's going on? Is she getting donations? Is that what's going on? What causes the fireworks?
The plan. And when a convention is in 4-ish weeks, when Michigan has to finalize their ballot 2 days.
Jules says the lawyers, she's worried because the lawyers are not telling her there's a safe way to do this. Well, yeah, and she alludes to the fact that this is the people that are the movers and shakers here, the people that are, like, you know, making the moves and applying the pressure and speaking to journalists under anonymity, that they maybe have not gamed out the scenario enough to know for sure. And she's also alluded to the fact that there are people that she is afraid are going to try to use this situation to bypass Kamala. So everything that I've gotten, although, again, I would love more specificity. I would love if she'd be a little bit more, you know, descriptive, is that she's more concerned with the idea of people within the party trying to throw this into an open convention than she is with, you know, the simple replacement of the candidate who is not healthy enough to keep, you know, to continue to run with the vice president, with Kamala.
After the convention concludes, which, mind you, you have an open convention. The convention could then go on for days if you have a bunch of nominees, and then before you know it,
it's looking like he won't drop out. Okay, so understand something that I should have been more adamant. I think I mentioned this at the very beginning, but this happened the night that Donald Trump gave his speech. This happened Thursday night. Since Thursday night, we've been hearing things that suggest that Biden's talked to his family, that Biden is considering dropping out, that Biden is looking into it, and that that Biden may be out of the race as early as this weekend, right? So I guess most likely, if he, yeah, that's right. He's still dealing with that case of COVID. He says he's gonna, like, officially, he's gonna try to come back to on the campaign trail next week, but it feels like, to take care of himself. He should, when you have COVID, you should rest. You should not do things. You should take care of yourself. It's really important. It's a big prognosticator of like how severe like the overall symptoms will be, and with any sort of soliloquy, which is, by which I'm referring to long COVID, right? The after effects of COVID, right, are more likely to be greater in people that do not take care of themselves when they come down with it. So yeah, him coming back on the campaign trail, this early is just probably not a good idea either.
You blow past the Michigan deadline if you don't have a nominee in 2 days or whenever it may be, and then the legal problems start to mount. Okay. And so
they may have to force Biden out. Yeah, I mean, that would look like the top of the hour ad break, right? When they had to force Biden out. Sometimes you have to force out the ads because you no longer wish to see those ads. You've seen enough of them. You've seen them, and it's the same commercial over and over and over again, and you know that you can't take one more repetition. And that's when you use a Twitch Prime or $6 to get yourself a sub or a Twitch Prime sub, thus getting you out of the top of the hour ad break for an entire month and bestowing upon you the power of weasels and all the other emotes we have as well, right? You can get those with a sub. You could also potentially get a sub just by being active in chat, because you're gonna, if you show up in chat as not having a sub, it's more likely that somebody who's wanting to be generous will give you one. So there we go. Natalie Marie says he went to some black-owned businesses and announced he has COVID without a mask. Didn't he kiss somebody? Didn't he make the announcement and then he kissed somebody or something like that? Biden has been ridiculous, announcing the pandemic is over, when it's not.
I am concerned about the lack of thought that I have seen from the individuals that would be responsible for executing on this, okay? And so, like...
Oh my God. Okay, so now my mind's going two different places. Force out the segue? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I did there. But no, now my mind's going two different places. Is she talking about people, when she says would execute, right? Could she be talking about people in the cabinet who would execute the 25th Amendment? Is she talking about a force, because there's pressuring Biden out, which is what people are doing when they're coming forward more. I think we got a list of, 30 representatives and at least 3 senators that have come out and said Biden needs to step out of the way. Did the pandemic beat Medicaid? Yeah, that's right. Well, no, that's what he said. We're going to finally defeated Medicare, by which he meant Medicaid, and now we can start spreading COVID. And he did. Oh my God, he literally is spreading COVID, though. Motherfucker's literally spreading COVID.
That is before the fact that, people want to talk about polling. I'm not here to tell you, polling is amazing. In fact, I'm pretty sure that if there was a candidate that the polling was like a slam dunk on, maybe all this would be going down differently right now. But there is no safe option. There's no safe option.
I know one option that's not safe. You know what option, chat? If you were in a convertible with an old man that appeared to be intoxicated, whose neither foot was on the brake or gas pedal, and whose hand was off the steering wheel, right? And you look in front of you and you see a Wile E. Coyote style cliff, right? You're in the cartoon world of the Wile E. Coyote and the Roadrunner, and there's a cliff in front of you. Do you think riding with that guy is like a safe move? Or would you do literally anything, including swinging open that door and throwing yourself on the ground at 60 miles an hour? Right? Which is not safe. That's not safe. That's not an action I would recommend you ever take unless you're really in a situation where the fucking convertible's headed over the cliff. Yeah. Maybe you would. Maybe you would.
And I think given the stakes of this moment,
Troy Hewitt says, I would Thelma and Louise us.
we all want to run to safety and we want to run to the sure thing. And I think it's important to operate with integrity. If you 10,000% are super convinced that the candidate or the president cannot beat Donald Trump, then like do what you think is in your good conscience. But I have not seen a scenario, an alternative scenario that I feel does not set us up for enormous peril.
But not as much peril. Not as much peril as the top of the hour anyway, chat. You know the deal.
Based on what I'm noticing privately and what I see publicly. And I also see a lot of wishful thinking about what constitutes a presidential campaign. When people want to talk about, and I'm also let me give you some real tea as well, as someone.
Oh, the real tea. Thank you.
There are a lot of people that are like, even if they're like, okay, fine, I bet, okay, we're gonna switch out Biden, okay, but you don't want Harris either, okay, so we'll just go for somebody else. Let me tell you something about how politics works, all right? And again, anything is possible. I could be totally wrong. I can so accept that about this because elections are chaotic, and I'm not here to tell you that I know exactly.
Oh God, Jules, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want. I do. Jules is saying I want Kamala Harris. If the elites don't like her, then she's probably be a better president than anyone the Dems will choose. That's so true. That's so true. Yeah. Why? If there is this conspiracy against Kamala, why is that? Right? Maybe she's a better candidate than we think. I don't know. Yeah, and like the other thing that now this makes me wonder, right? You know, there's been a lot of shit talked about her before even replacing Biden was on the table. I have heard a lot of shit talked about Kamala Harris. I have seen the White House more or less sideline her. Is there like a reason that she's being frozen out like this? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Just like from my experience with the way that they treated Bernie, I don't want to say anything definite, but it does make me wonder. It does make me wonder. Ding, 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 and it makes me wonder.
But let's say there's like some blank question mark as a third. I can tell you that anyone who genuinely wants, like, if you are the kind of politician that genuinely wants to be president of the United States, a lot of those folks don't want that. They don't want to be shooed in 8 weeks before an election starts. Because let me tell you something. People think this election is in November. The convention is in 4 weeks, and early ballots go out. The first early ballots in this country go out 4 weeks after that. This election is not in November. It's in September. It's in the end of September. It's in early October. And so we're almost in August. So I think we need to sit with the state.
Yo. Okay. So when I think along those lines, right? It almost seems like, and this is going to sound really weird, and maybe this isn't the best idea, okay? But it almost sounds like Harris Biden is actually the ideal ticket, right? There's obviously problems with that, right? And some of the problems that, replacing Biden would solve are that doesn't solve them, right? But at the same time, in terms of the shock of the new name on the ballot for the people that have not gotten the message yet, right? Because I think that's what AOC is talking about, right? Is that like they're in September, right? In 1 month and 12 days, in 1 month and 2 weeks, there's going to be ballots going out and there's going to be people voting. And given that short amount of time, what happens when somebody gets the ballot, they're ready to mark Biden, and they don't see it. And it's it says Harris. Oh my God, who are they talking about now? It says Harris Shapiro. It says Harris Whitmer. It says Harris. Who's the guy from Arizona? There's a dude from Arizona that they're talking about. Who is AOC talking to? She's talking to her Instagram. She's literally on Instagram, but she's addressing both the party elite in the Democratic Party and people supporting Kamala, people who want Biden to drop out, people who maybe think that the Kamala can be replaced. Right, she's addressing a lot of different people.
With the reality, and if you come to the same conclusion, fine. But I'm not seeing enough discussion, and I also don't want people to take for granted that the people in these rooms, totally for sure 10,000% have a plan. Maybe somebody does, and they're not sharing it. That's also a possibility. I'm not here to knock on anybody that has come to a different conclusion. What I'm here to say is that as a person responsible for coming to a conclusion, I have not seen what I need to see to substantiate an alternative.
Let me read a little bit of chat here. Xenderlos Obelisk says, I'm scared of Biden dropping out. Yeah, no, they're both look, like she said, I agree with her that none of these choices are safe, right? Nothing is for sure. There's not a choice. There's not anybody that you could name that is just going to be 100% magic bullet and gonna, win the election. Brendan says, forcing Biden out would be the worst thing for the party. It makes things look completely unorganized and non-unified, and really loses all the key swing votes you need to win. The problem, Brandon, is that that's an awesome name, by the way, for what you're saying. But no, I'm sure you're not that Brandon. I'm sure it's not actually Biden. What if it was Biden? What if Biden was in my chat and being like, actually, you should keep the guy. He's really your best bet. No, this is Brandon from chat. So I agree that it looks messy, but part of that is because of Biden's inability to recognize what everyone in the country saw a few weeks ago when he tried to and failed to debate the former president, right? We saw a man who could not campaign. We saw a man who could not communicate. We saw a man who, from moment to moment, did not know what he was saying. And that should scare you as well. That should also scare you. Chad Alpha says party is pretty unified in wanting Biden gone. I've seen everyone from progressives to Pelosi who wanted him gone. And strangely, AOC and Bernie and oh my God, who else? Clyburn are some of the only holdouts that are the most prominent holdouts. It has to be Biden's decision to maintain some semblance of democratic integrity? Well, to maintain his dignity, maybe, right? Because here's the deal. Like, there's warning shots whizzing over his head right now. And now sometimes warning shots are a bluff. Sometimes there's no intention to actually, fire them for real. But sometimes they're not a bluff. And very likely the next warning shot that comes his way is not going to be a warning shot. It's going to be a nuke. It's going to be something that is, it's going to be not anonymous. It's going to be said with their chest, right? And it's going to be the kind of thing that, should he decide to stay in the election, is going to further politically hobble him. And like, look, somebody mentioned swing states. He's losing all the swing states. He's losing all the swing states right now, every single one of them. So I don't really see how it gets worse than that. Most want to be despots, have decency to go into exile after they fail to turn over democracy they have no respect for. Wait.
And what I will say is, what upsets me is people saying we will lose. For me, I don't care who, to a certain extent, I don't care what name is on there. We are not losing. I don't know about you, but my community does not have the option to lose. My community does not have the luxury of accepting loss in July of an election year. Like, my people are the first ones deported. They're the first ones put in Rikers. They're the first ones whose families are killed by war. And this is horrific. I'm not here to say everything is amazing, okay? I'm not here to say that to lie to people. What I am here to say is that we need to make decisions in the conditions that we have before us. Even if they're ugly, even if they're hard, even if what we don't want, we don't get to run away. And I'm here no matter what. Truly. I do think.
Flame Fusion says Joe has to drop out and let Trump make America great again. I've said this before, Flame Fusion, and I'll say it again.
But now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
These are both shit tier candidates, okay? And the only thing that's holding Biden up is Trump. Just as the only thing that's holding Trump up is Biden. Be careful what you wish for. Because you might not like what you got. Is she live or recorded? This is recorded. This was Thursday night. So right after the Trump speech, AOC gets on Instagram and she goes live on her phone. And this is what we're watching.
That people underestimate Biden's performance. I think that is how he became president, is through a lot of people underestimating his performance with demographics that are not.
Oh my God. Chat. Look, I'm kind of a fan, or was a fan, of AOC. What you just heard there was really fucking ugly. Right? And I said that Bernie and AOC are two of Biden's only supporters. And I at some point, look, while I see the value in the when Caesar, takes the knife, right? That, when you turn around, the person standing there is not a progressive, right? I see the value in that. I see the value in the progressives not leading the charge to take Biden out. I do not see the value in them holding him up when he is so obviously unviable as a candidate, or frankly, even to, be able to stay in, right? I don't see why this is going on. And what she just said there, right? He won. He became president because of people underestimating him. I'm sorry, I got to remind you that his primary opponent, his primary opponent, so to speak, was one Bernie Sanders, right? Is she glazing up Biden for beating Bernie? Because if so, I don't know who the fuck I'm looking at. I mean, maybe I'm overreacting. Am I overreacting? Like, what the fuck was that? Biden won because of Trump, but now Biden seems more Trump than Trump. Yeah. No, that is a weird thing for her to say.
Traditionally valued. And I think that people see where he's weak. They don't often see where he's strong. And just electorally, purely electorally, right? Like, again, suspending some of the other arguments here. And I'm not a professional pollster. I am not a political pundit. I am a person whose job it is to win elections. And people may say, oh, blah, blah, blah. Like,
I mean, look, if that's what you're talking about, then so is Nancy Pelosi, right? And while I would take your political beliefs and perspective over Nancy Pelosi's, I'm not sure that I would take your political analysis over Nancy Pelosi's.
you're from whatever place you're from, and because you're from where you're from, like, you don't deserve to be qualified in that. I can tell you that I have won elections that I have had no business winning. I can tell you that in my four primary elections and in several other general elections, but particularly my 4 primary elections, my vote share has only gone up since I first won election. Even with disinformation campaigns targeting me, even with like whatever from the left, from the right, whatever, saying
Wait, from the left? Has she had a primary challenge from the left? Is that real? Like, who's gonna come at Alexandria? Like, what are you gonna say at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez from the left? Like, she's not seizing the means of production. Like, that's the criticism from the left, right?
I ain't that.
And that's not something you're likely to hear from a Democrat.
Here's what I know. I won my primary election with 82% of the vote. 82% of the vote. I think I may have won with the highest vote share in terms of a primary, if not the entire city of New York, perhaps the entire state of New York. And so,
Hey, so this is a weird way. It's a strange place to find myself in, like, criticizing and disagreeing with AOC. But I would have to say that her success in the elections that she's stood for, I think speaks more to her quality as a candidate and the fact that she is offering something to a highly Democratic electorate that they have been wanting for a long, long time. Rather than, like, what is she trying to use this? I mean, yeah, she's trying to be like, look, I know what's up. Nancy Pelosi doesn't know what the fuck is up, but I know what's up. I've won. My vote share in my, district has increased over time. Well, yeah. You're the rising, progressive star, right? And you're like you're one of the only ones doing this. And if you run in a district where people want that, where people are about that, then you are gonna, you're gonna have an easy time. That's true, right? And look, I'm not knocking her for that. That's a good thing. I just don't know how much this like translates into like my analysis of the situation of presidential politics is better than the analysis of like everybody else in the party who's saying that this is disaster, not just for Biden, but for everybody that's down ticket of him, for all the senators and House and representatives running for election, right? It's hurting them too.
Poo-poo where I'm from, I can't change where I'm from. What I can say is that I run a campaign that's not based on big dollar donors. That's not my information input. I run a campaign that is not, surprisingly, like entirely dependent on the internet. It's dependent on the streets, and it's dependent on presence on the ground. And sometimes my digital presence very often replaces in people's perception of me as a candidate what we do in the ground. Like, people don't know that, I've run tutoring programs, mutual aid programs, deep canvassing year round, all the time, etc. It doesn't matter. But what matters is that what I'm seeing here in terms of how this decision.
Vodka says the problem here is that Biden is staying. People calling for him to step down has split focus. If he's legit staying, he needs to be rallied around. The assessment that people are making is that he has next to zero chance. And if you watched the debate, I think that explains why. The main thing that's going on right now is that pressure is being applied, right? The nukes that could be dropped have not been dropped, and it feels like people are just trying to, ratchet up the pressure, and that's what it is at this point, right? That's what it is. And yet, to a point, you're right. But having seen what people are seeing of the way that Biden operates day to day, I would say that even if he does not step down, he stands a decent chance of something like the 25th Amendment being invoked. I don't think that people want to do that. I don't think that anybody wants him to have like an inelegant, departure. But when you're talking about the only reason that the Democratic Party would be reacting like this would be if they sense that there's a great danger for not only his race and that there's very little hope of him winning that race, but that they are also looking at the down ticket effect and seeing that as being grim as well. And in a year where the generic ballot is, one that favors the Democrats, or at least one that favored the Democrats, that is inexcusable. In a year when so many of the down ticket races, are actually going pretty well, that is inexcusable, right? It's understandable why that's just not an acceptable answer.
Is being made through a litigation among.
Wait, what's this plan B? There's a plan B? Is that the 25th Amendment?
A certain class and conversation is concerning to me. And again, I'm not here to dismiss everyday people that have this opinion.
Obama's friends started leaking that Biden was expected to drop out this weekend, tomorrow at the latest. That's what I've heard too. That there's been conversation with his family. There's been conversation, with him, and that he is slowly coming around to the realization. And that's the goal of the pressure campaign. To let him know that however he sees the situation, that the majority of the people standing for re-election do not see it that way, and that he's fucking with all of their chances, not just his own.
Opinion. What I'm saying is like the mechanisms by which this decision is being made is concerning me. And
wait, Biden was on CNN this morning in a response to AOC?
When I'm talking to folks in rooms, I hear my donor this, my donor that. Those are the inputs that I am hearing reflected by my colleagues. It's not my voters this, my voters that. Every once in a blue moon.
Aegis Reflector, what are you talking about? Okay, look, I'm not going to gatekeep. If you come in here and you don't know anything about politics, it's perfectly acceptable for you to stay and learn, all right? But just understand that she is barely going to be eligible for president on the date of the election, and that she is most certainly not in the running for president. She's talking about the effort to replace Biden. So yeah, that's where we're at in here.
But from what I am hearing, my inputs a lot is donor, donor, donor. 2 million, like there was like some, it's like big donors are saying this, big donors are saying that, big donors, like I could give 2 dams about what a bunch of rich people think. What I care about is about what the working class thinks, and like what a lot of people not on social media think, to be honest. And social media is important. It is incredibly important, but we need a full input of data. And for example, whether you like it or not, what you may think, whatever you may think about it, Joe Biden kind of like stomps with older people, like electorally, which is one of the strongest and most consistent electorates. And it's actually a hard electorate for Democrats to win. Those.
I gotta be real with you, right? That is a demographic that does reliably show up for the polls. But that is a demographic that, I hate to say it, but it's not long for this world. And there are people in that demographic dropping off of the voter rolls every day. Wondered if we aren't seeing how bad Biden is. Is this just the tip of the iceberg? That's what I'm afraid of. Yeah. 25th Amendment allows his cabinet to vote and remove him if he's incapacitated. Yep. Donors fund campaigns. No donors, no opportunities to get in front of voters. Yeah, and like I always explain this, right? That there are multiple primaries, right? There's a primary that we see, but before that, who comes to our attention as far as the primary is decided very much in the donor primary. And yeah, it's shitty that that's how it works. You're gonna miss the neck noises. No, I gotta figure out how to stream for less long so people can actually see the like breaks my heart that somebody would have like contributed to the sub goal and not get to see the thing that they voted for if it wins. I've got to figure out a way, chat, to stream for not as long. I always bite off more than I can chew. And I need to start chewing off more than I can bite.
Those are not people.
Whatever that means.
Twitter, but they vote more consistently than almost any other bracket. So you take that off the table, you cannot assume that electorate transfers to any other candidate. Like, it's what I'm here to say is we can't just allow these decisions to be made.
That's right. Money is speech. Corporations are persons, my friend. And neck noises for all.
By groupthink, momentum, inertia, we really need to consider the consequences. And if the data, the logistics, what have you, supports another path, go ahead, like make that. But this idea that we're just going to talk about what theoretically is best, this is not 2023. And so, folks are saying the poll, and also when folks are saying the polling only has downward momentum, maybe that might be true. Have we thought about what is leading to that? Because I think hundreds of millions of dollars in earned media from people like members of Congress saying things off the...
Okay, I don't know about this. Right? I don't buy the... I don't buy the... What she's saying is that, like, it's... the discussion of Biden dropping out that's making Biden's numbers go downward. I don't buy it.
record. Like, I just... And again, I could be wrong. I'm not here to tell you this is what it is. But what I am here to tell you is some of the red alerts that I'm seeing on the dashboard in terms of concerns that I have not seen adequately addressed. And
okay, I'm going to take a second just to check in and look at the poll again. I think I know what's winning, but okay. The discussion of Biden dropping out isn't helping? The thing is, I think we know why it's dropping. And please, like, the same as I will tell Trump voters, you can't memory hole January 6th and expect the rest of us to go along with you with that. I gotta say, you can't memory hole that debate. We saw what we saw. And as somebody said earlier, that might just be the tip of the iceberg. I've seen enough. All right. I've seen enough to know that the only thing that can save us at this point is going to have the only paths, right, that are not do not end in disaster start with Biden dropping the fuck out. Okay, so like I said, I was going to look at the polls again. The full screen stream, we've got 145 votes, but I only have 97 likes. Oh my God. Send Biden to obedience school to work out the kinks. Princess Monocle with a 7 stream streak over on Twitch. Are we, did I miss like an ad break that happened? Or is it, oh no, we had the ad break. The debates ended the election hopes. Yeah, so if I look at the full screen stream, yeah, 43% for Francesca versus Jink, talking about AOC, 28% Destiny losing a shit, 16% Trump, RFK, anti-vax, leaked call, and only 12% for Marjorie Taylor Greene and her in the night of weird neck noises. So her neck's making noises, and what are they saying, right? If I look at the short stream, we got 257 votes. 40% for Destiny losing his shit, 27% for Trump RFK call, the anti-vax call, 20% for Francesca, and 12%. Yo, Marjorie Taylor Greene just sitting in the basement tonight. Sitting in the basement making those neck noises. And I would tell you normally that is just like not going to happen. That there's no way in hell that that Marjorie Taylor Greene's going to win, except for the fact that there is like 80 wait, let me do the math. No. 65 extra points being added to that 12 points versus 20, no, not 21, 6% for Destiny and no percent for anyone else, right? So that's how this works, is that because of the fact that it's a combination, though, honestly, it's a combination of the fact that that I think one or two people, a few people donated and put, dedicated all of their donation to MTG, and the fact that that the ones that are doing better, like Francesca versus AOC and Destiny, and is losing his shit, don't have more donations going to them. That is why this poll is currently on track to be flipped by the donations alone, right? But it's a weird circumstance. Normally there'd be like more donations, they'd be like more evenly spread out. And if that was the case, then the fact that MTG is polling at 12% would just like preclude the possibilities of it winning. But yeah, in a situation where it's getting 80% and the next highest thing is getting 21%, and two of these have like, no donation money behind them, that's where you get this weird it's like a black swan event. It's like a black swan event that we're dealing with. Jules with the 500 bits. I don't know why I tried to nod my head and like dance. You can't dance to that music. That's undanceable. So that puts us up to 121%. Troy Hewitt with the member chat message. Nick, make the next go gulp. Make the next go gulp, says Troy Hewitt from a member chat. Jules says that's going towards Francesca. Yeah, I'm surprised that nobody's... So there's 5 towards... Or no, 6, sorry. Let me not shortchange you since they raised the price of that. It's $6 towards Francesca versus Jink over AOC. So that's got a little bit of wind behind its sails. Let's go back and finish this AOC thing, and I'll see where we're at that point. Remember, when you donate, let me know what subject you want to see. You want me to add that donation to, and I'll add like one, I'll add like percentages to the final poll, right? So you can sway the results with donations, as in like, especially like tonight where there's 80% going to MTG. It's going to be pretty hard to beat that, but MTG is very low. Like it's got an average of like 12%. So, I mean, it is definitely beatable. The Destiny thing, maybe the closest so far, but yeah, I feel like a lot of people want to see Francesca versus Jink. So we'll see what happens. Any kind of donation that you do, whether it's a super chat, super sticker, whether you are getting yourself a membership or gifting memberships to other people, whether you are on Twitch and you're using a Prime sub for free to get out of the ad break, you're getting yourself a sub for $6 to get out of the ad break, you're donating bits like Jules just did. Oh wait, no, it is 5%. Sorry, I mixed it up. Yeah, it is 500. Or gifting subs to other people, right? That counts as well. And you get to, put that money where your mouth is and help perhaps choose the topic that you want to see by adding the donation. I'll add the 1% per US dollar to the total, the totals of the polls. So, yeah, and it also counts for, throne donations, which are right there on shorts, or right there. on YouTube. Patreon signups count as well, as do any of the donation links down there in the description. I've got my PayPal and my Cash App in case you want to donate in a way that doesn't go through the hands of YouTube or Twitch. So there we go. Let's finish up the AOC thing, and then we will see where we are at that point. How does that sound?
And, you know, like...
I gotta switch things around a little bit. There we go. Hit that button.
Oh man, like, you're a neo-lib, sellout, careerist, like, but...
Yeah, I definitely don't think that about her.
If I were here to sell out, I'd be making... There are much more profitable and peaceful ways.
Just ask Anna Kasparian.
I assure you. And it's not to say that like the concerns are bad or without fault and whatever, you know, it may be. I'm not here to dismiss people. I'm not here to tell people that they're wrong. I'm not here to say that their points are invalid. I am here to say that, like, we need to look at what date it is and what time it is. And also...
Yeah, I'm aware of that. But I'm also aware of what time it is, and it's bedtime for Biden. And I just don't know how you get out of that.
Like, again, I also think that there's certain things about Joe Biden that, again, I'm not here to dismiss people's concerns, but I also think there are certain things about Joe Biden as a candidate and as a person that people often conflate with other issues. For example, he had the debate that he had. That debate had no people. There was no audience. It was like cameras and two pundits.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Former President Trump.
This is cope.
And then people went the next day and they saw that he did amazing the day he did a rally, I believe in North Carolina, and he did a rally the day after, and it went super, super well. And people were like, where was this Joe Biden? You have to understand, like, these people are human beings, and from what I assess, Joe Biden needs the energy of people around him. And he just did a rally.
Okay, that's kind of...
And when he's around thousands of people, that is how he...
This is pissing me off.
And again, I'm not here to like dismiss, and you can totally rake me over the coals. Trust me, if I was trying to do something that was like, that I think was like calculatingly the best for me, I would not be on this live right now. You know, like, it's just easy to just hang back. But the reason I'm doing it is because I care about the future of this country. I care about the outcome of this election profoundly and deeply, just like all of you. And as a person that is invested in our success, I feel like I would regret not raising some of these matters that I feel are not getting appropriate consideration. And it kind of bums me out because the vast majority of people are not following this conversation as closely as the people who are following this conversation think. And if the president makes a decision unto himself, that's on him. But it bums me out when I see how many people and perspectives are not in the room and in the consideration of folks making these decisions. And like, I don't know, someone says Hassan is beefing with you on stream. Love you, Hassan.
Oh my God.
Like,
okay.
I could be totally wrong. Like, I'm not here. Hassan might be beefing with me. I'm not beefing with Hassan. Like, and I can tell you, like, my everyday live reality is like, I'm not, this isn't like a knock or anything like that, but like my job every day is, I'm like being so for.
Okay, so does anybody know what happened there? Do people understand what that was? The mention of Hassan. Get this man some adrenochrome. Oh my god. Something and myth stat. Nice, a megastar. Drama is so dumb. People were in her chat. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Ashley knows what's up. People went in her chat starting shit for no reason after Hassan said absolutely don't do that. Was either an immature person or they think they're funny, or watch it is probably GGG. Let's be real. It was Destiny. It was definitely, well, not Destiny, but his community was probably somebody like that. But yeah, definitely a hater.
Real right now, it's not watching TV, it's not obsessing over polls. Like, I'm telling you, I was just telling you at the beginning of this, like, I've been in Puerto Rico for several days. Like, I'm trying to install solar panels in people who make less than $17,000 in an entire year, and trying to make sure that like they can keep their oxygen machines on. Like, it's that a lot of that stuff is what is consuming the vast majority of my time. I'm not seeing things that other people see, and other people are not seeing things that I'm seeing. And so I'm not here to like have a debate. I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to say that anybody is wrong with a capital W. What I'm just humbly trying to do is just contribute some of these concerns, because it's real. And like what I think is a risk, and maybe I'm wrong, but one thing I get very concerned about is this presidential election being decided by Clarence Thomas in a Supreme Court instead of the American people. And that's already happened once in our history. And that's how George Bush became president. And so the idea that that's not something that would happen, like, let's not dismiss that possibility so readily. And maybe I'm being too risk averse. Maybe I'm not seeing what other people are seeing. I leave space for that. And like, whatever, like, maybe I'm taking a big L,
but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
I think that these are just, I think they're just real concerns. I think the concerns are valid. I also think that the concerns about the president are valid. I'm not here to like dismiss anybody. But you know, it's like annoying me how this is being litigated on CNN. And a lot of people are just like not on the ground. And like listen, like, I've been on the left. I mean, I am on the left. I've seen the left be really wrong before electorally. And I've seen the left be really right electorally. But I've done this long enough that I've seen a lot of people speak with a lot of certainty and be totally wrong. And, you know, there's no short ticket here. And I think that there's a lot of people and electorates that know the president. We haven't even talked about unions. Like, whether people like it or not, President Biden has very strong, broad union support. And that is not something that just goes automatically to any Democrat, as we've seen this week. And whether it's right or wrong, these endorsement processes for unions take weeks. If you're going at a breakneck pace, and they don't go to just whoever the Democrat is. And like, I think sometimes like the theory of how labor aligns itself politically versus the reality of it and the process of it, it's like not a slam dunk. It's not super easy. And it's really, really hard earned. And like, I mean, listen, like I was elected as a Democratic Socialist. Like, did that mean that unions just automatically supported me? No, I had to work for years and years and years and years. And so, you know, again, it's like.
Random Topic says AOC is going to give Biden that pill from Limitless. That's what he needs.
I know all.
Actually, no. Like, it's just funny. It's just funny. Like, it was funny that when the Republicans thought that Biden was going to get some kind of drug that like cures elderliness, and that, you know, that was going to be his secret like sauce or something like that. And it's funny that it's funny when Biden acts like that. Like, no. If I can just vibe off of the crowd, Jack, right? I do better with the crowd. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say earlier. I think I was in the middle of trying to fix something or do something else, but like she said, she did this fucking cope that she's giving us about that, like Biden does better with a crowd. No shit. Guess who selected those rules? Guess who chose those rules? Biden. The reason they had a debate that early was because Biden challenged Trump with very specific stipulations, and Trump accepted because he didn't want to seem like a coward. And it turns out that a lot of those stipulations actually might have made things worse for Biden. That being said, nothing fixes like dude who can't speak correctly, dude who can't communicate, right? Nothing fixes that, right? There's no cocktail or energy drink or anything that could fix that.
That I'm making are the kind that people go boo boo, you know. You're wrong, you're whack, you're boring, you're scared, like whatever. But I'm like in the muck with this all the time. Like it's like my job to get these things, and I have confronted and lived with the reality of how I think it works and how it actually works. And I'm always trying to unite those things, but I just don't want people to, like, I just want people to at least come to their conclusions, eyes wide open, about regardless of what shakes out, we're gonna have to work harder than we've ever worked before. I don't care if you're falling out of a coconut tree, God bless you. If you're riding with the president, God bless. I'm not an open convention person. I think that is crazy. And I think that a lot of people may have their like niche politician that they stand, that they maybe think is way more nationally popular and recognized than they actually are. But like, I don't think an open convention is the way. But, you know, I think it's important. I'll do whatever needs to be done. I can say that I think that I do think there's a lot of misinformation going out.
Didn't say that, but yeah, probably was It sucks with when Hassan tries giving an honest take, even if someone is personal or work friend. People go start funsies, no context beef, so parasocial. Yeah, I mean, like, look, I can speak from my own experience here. That there are drama frogs. We're talking about people who go from chat to chat. Like, let's say that, like, I started saying something about another streamer, and somebody goes into the next chat, and they like exaggerate that. What happened to me actually though was that I was reacting to somebody's stream, like kind of like on a delay. So I wasn't simulcasting the stream, but I was watching it after the fact. And also plenty of people, this is the hippy dippy, plenty of people simulcast this. Someone went from my stream to Dylan's stream and said, Dylan, she's stream sniping you. She's, simulcasting, which again, this is something that on any given night, I don't know, probably 30 channels would be doing. And with no problem. People who do cover debates generally will cover them live. I generally don't do that, just from the fact that there's, theoretically, you're competing with someone else on their own content. And that always seemed dirty to me. So I was watching it behind that, but that's not what the drama frogs told Dylan. And so then Dylan goes and like threatens to DMCA me or something like that, based on a faulty understanding of what's going on. And this is during the hippy dippy. So right, imagine the moderator chat. Like I feel like not enough people have seen this, because this was kind of funny. The moderator of the hippy dippy is now, hey, random streamer that's reacting to my stream, you better stop doing that right now. I'm gonna give DMCA, right? This was a total Dylan, like Mr. McMahon era, right? He really did embody Vince McMahon in a lot of ways at this point. But like what happened is every time the drama frogs hop over to the other stream, they exaggerate, right? So Dylan's willingness to try to DMCA me or something got exaggerated and told back to me. And I said, motherfucker, you've got content of mine on your stream. If that's what we're going to do, right? Because like I was told that, he was essentially like, any reactions to my content and I will DMCA you. And those are fighting words. Generally with YouTubers, it doesn't come to that, because that is thermonuclear warfare, right? So, but that's how it was presented to me. Like Dylan's just, declared nuclear war on you. And if that happens, then it's, fucking all bets are off the table. If you got content of mine on your channel, then you're fucking going down too, right? That's just how it works. But again, this turned into like an escalation, and it ended, chat. The funniest thing of all about this situation is Demon Mama was riding Dylan so hard at that moment, right? This was before, she got mistreated and used and abused by Dylan and the rest of the debate bros in Twitch politics. This was before she became a lol cow, really is how she was being treated by the end of it. The reason she doesn't do debates anymore, right, was that they just absolutely, destroyed her in that world. But, back when she was friends with Dylan and defending his bullshit, right, she was on the panel while this was going on, and then when she got off, she does this like diatribe where she like fat shamed one of my mods. She like ingratiated herself with somebody who had been really creepy to me. And just like it was out of pocket, the most out of pocket that I've ever seen Demon Mama before. And it ends, chat, with her flipping me off. With her fucking flipping me off, and it was wild. It was wild. And all of it was over essentially a misunderstanding. Like the drama frogs were eating really good that night, because that's what they want to do. They want to cause a conflict. They want to escalate that conflict. Now here, AOC maybe taking the bait a little bit, but not, but she's still like, well, I don't want to beef with Hassan. Like, right. So it's not like, it's not getting ugly. It got really ugly with the Demon Mama thing. It got really fucking ugly, and that's what drama frogs can do. But yeah, she is buying into like like you got to question it. If somebody comes in here and says like so and so is beefing with you, and it doesn't seem like something that person would do, I'm not gonna go off and be like, oh yeah, well you know what, they fucking suck. They suck. You know, I'm not gonna go out and burn a bridge because of what some chatter says. And I mean, like, look, AOC's not a live streamer. She's a member of Congress. So as much as she's more literate of social media and this kind of stuff than probably most people in Congress, this is not, like she said, her world is in the street. Like her activism, her get out the vote efforts, right, are mostly offline. Anyway, let's go back. Let's get back into this and finish this video.
But again, like, I trust people to come to the conclusion.
Did I screenshot it? I have a PNG of Demon Mama flipping me the bird, and I will use that anytime that my name is in her mouth. All right, that's the deal. I don't hold grudges. I don't bear, I don't carry anger. But yeah, there's been a few times when she's brought me up, and yeah, basically, I think she knows. Last time she did it, I caught it, and she said that I had legal action against me. She said that it's the most, like, I don't know what it is, because I feel like I don't often see Demon Mama this out of pocket, except for when it involves me. She's got like this special kind of hatred for me that I really wonder, like, what's driving that, right? I wonder, what's contributing to her acting this way. Because I mean, she can be out of pocket for sure, but like saying that I know for a fact that she's got at least 2, legal actions against her. And it's like, Demon Mama, that was 2 years ago. That was 2 years ago. As apparently the lawyers aren't doing their job if they're taking this long to, enact some kind of legal action, right? And I don't even know what it would be for. But yeah, she said that on fucking stream. Fucking unhinged shit.
Conclusions that they come to. I just, like, don't get my opinion is to not get your opinion from whatever's on CNN or whatever's on like watching whatever it is that you're watching.
Wait, jellyfish are scary? I feel like they're soothing. Are they not like good for your skin somehow? I feel like I've seen like beauty products with jellyfish. Is it jellyfish goo or jellyfish water? Some kind of Demon Mama knows she's wrong. She has to make you out to be terrible to justify her behavior to herself. I guess. It does seem silly, right? It does really seem silly, especially considering that she got attacked by the same people that attacked me. And then there was no one there to, like, I don't know, chat. I don't know. It's sad. It's actually sad. Anyway.
Like, look at the facts of it, answer some of these questions, have a lot of input.
Oh, the skincare stuff is sea slug. It's not, oh, wow. Okay. It's not jellyfish. So jellyfish are not good for your skin. Just so we're clear on this.
But like, it's kind of crazy to me that people are talking about this, like, without talking about how it would actually go down. And let's say you totally disagree with me. I'm not here to make an enemy of you. Like, I genuinely believe that we are all here with the same motivation. It's just like, I just think that there's a lot under the hood here that people have not fully considered. And when it comes to polling, like, no other, on the flip side, just as something, and again, I could be wrong on this. You can argue about polling all day long because like there's enough data and statistics that support tons of arguments. But I can also tell you from my perspective, I tend to be sometimes a polling skeptic, but that's like baked into me as a person. My first election, polls had me down 35 points. I won by 13. Okay, fine. Like that was a whole different, unique situation. I'm going to tell you, this year, I had a primary election. My polling had me down by like about double digits from where I ended up performing. So my own polling, private polling, had me underperforming a lot more than what I actually ended up performing at. Now, I don't know what that means, right? Like, what I don't know what that means. I'm not here to say that that's every race, but I need people to understand that, like, making a decision based on July polling, like, I think if we could have just a little bit more dimensions to the case, that would be helpful. Because like polling had a red wave in 2022, that did not happen. There is a Republican majority, but like the polling had us getting wiped. And for a long time, that didn't happen. And I don't want to be a data like denialist either, right? Like, I'm not here to say, oh, you know, I'm going to ignore trends, I'm going to ignore data, but
there is a tendency. Okay, so there have been, 2016, maybe the polls were somewhat off. I also want to point out that, while outlets like the New York Times were giving it like a 99% chance of Hillary winning, more responsible, and I'm not a huge fan of Nate Silver, right? I'm not a fan, but 538 had it at 66%, right? So, and if that is more correct, then it's not, that means that there's a third of a chance of Trump winning, right? In terms of the poll numbers, right, Hillary did win the popular vote, but she didn't win the electoral vote. So, but because of this event, and because of some sort of polls being wrong actually in either direction, people have gotten into this mindset, and she's saying that she's not being a poll denialist, right? But like, I mean, you hear Biden absolutely is. Biden is coping so hard. The polls have been wrong, Jack. The polls can be wrong again. Maybe I'm actually winning 70-30 against Trump, Jack. No, you're not. Shut up. Stop. Quit coping, Biden. Quit coping.
I think that's also what's contributing to the complexity of the situation, is that, to me, it's not the same thing. And also the argument that certain Democrats, or a lot of Democrats, are polling ahead of the president, that's not necessarily a bad thing in certain places. There are different strategies for going about things, and I can at least tell you, as a Democrat for my community, I try to outperform Joe Biden in every race, because my job is to specialize specifically in the 700,000 people that I am responsible for.
What is she saying here? Can you? We got her right as the firework exploded, but like, seriously, is she saying that? Is she telling people worried that they're going to lose their races because of Biden dragging them down? Is she telling them this is a skill issue? Is she saying get good? Like, I always strive to beat Biden because I am the one who runs in my race. I specialize in not just the Democratic Party demographic, but in my specific, district's demographic. And if you're not doing that, you fucking suck.
I am a member of Congress that is supposed to be tailor-made for this specific geography of people. And I don't know. Again, I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. People are saying it's cope or whatever. Like, to me, it's not cope. It's not like, this is a moment of ambiguity. And, I'm not like a Biden campaign co-chair. Like, I'm not, I'll go out and I campaign for the president and I stunt for the president. And I have done that because he is our Democratic nominee. We need to fight the courts. We have passed an insane amount of productive legislation. So also a bunch of things that have happened that I don't agree with and that I find morally horrific. Complexity is the job. So, I don't know. You may have whatever opinions you have, but once again, also, if you think, once again, I'm gonna repeat myself, if you think that
I'm a loser,
a lot of the folks who are in charge of swaying this position are defaulting to the vice president, you would be mistaken. That is not something to be taken for granted. And that would have to be a fight too. So all you folks that are coconut pilled in the comments, as you are identifying,
but now there are freaking
buckle up.
communists invading radicals.
But it's I just want to be honest. I could be wrong. You could be totally disagree with me, but I'm telling you straight up, I'm not coming in bad faith. I'm not coming with any ulterior motive here. I'm not incentivized by anything here aside from wanting to win. And I don't think that people who come with a different opinion don't want to win.
Here we go. Here's the memes. You ready for the memes?
And coming to certain conclusions, but
we get some memes.
That's what it is.
I thought she was gonna say the.
We'll see you, people. Bye-bye.
That must have been earlier. Okay, so yeah, there's part of this where she's like, for all of you that have fallen out of a coconut tree, I love ya. Not coming after you. It must have been earlier. Anyway, I thought she was gonna do that, and if you're riding with Biden, if you're in that convertible, if you're falling out of a coconut tree, push the little daisies and make them come up.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context of all in which you live and came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. Of all in which you live, what can be unburdened by what has been. 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 I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All in which you live, what came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. Fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? Coconut tree? Fell out of a coconut tree? Everything is in context. All the trees you live came before you. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. All the trees you live came before you. Came before you. Tree. Came before you. Tree. imagine what can be unburdened by what has been.
We stand a meme queen, okay? I don't love everything about her policies or everything about her resume, but
The Republican National.
oh my God, she's better than Anna Kasparian. Get out of here, Anna. Get out of here. You are not welcome. Oh my God, what am I trying to do?
I loved
Coconut tree. Can we please pause this thing? Oh, it's Anthony Fantano. What? What are you doing here? Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Did you just fall out of a coconut tree? Ganner Zaladvatek says, you can only lose 100% of your money, but you can win 1,000%. Yeah, and losing 100% of your money is becoming unburdened by what has been. That's right. That's right. Communist invading radicals in my chat. Who knew? Who knew? So, like, speaking of who knew, let's move now. If you don't mind. Let's see, is it that button?
Anthony Fantano here.
No! I just made him
It's time.
nerd.
As you guys know, we are in the midst of an election season. It's an especially election-y season at the moment, especially given that the RNC just happened. And apparently, from what I've read, the music video and song that we're about to partake in was played there, much to the confusion of
no.
Many in the crowd. Of course, I'm talking
Oh my God, chat. Wait.
about, you know him, you love him, Mr. Forgiato Blow.
No! No! Forgiato Blow? Tell me more.
Who we have covered before on the channel, but he's doing a special collaboration and crossover into a recent inductee into the right-wing cesspool. That would be none other than Amber Rose. Yes, famously pro-choice.
I thought he was going to say inductee into the Hall of Fame.
Pro-slut walk organization person, former Kanye West girlfriend, Amber Rose. That Amber Rose.
Oh shit. Oh wait, I forgot that. Yeah, she said that Kanye is one of those dudes that, like, when you're doing the Haktua, they also want you to Haktua on your finger. You know what I'm saying, chat? That's what Amber Rose had to say about Kanye. It was like one for you, one for me, right? Kind of deal. Spit on it. Yeah, that's spit on that thing. Anyway, chat. Wow. Oh my God, these memes are getting worse and worse. I don't know what to do.
Really into right-wing politics and crypto now. But yeah, she's involved in this whole rigmarole with this song and music.
See, rigmarole sounds like a way to describe the act that Kanye West likes performed on him, according to Amber Rose.
As well.
A little rigmarole, you know?
Which is titled Trump Baby. Apparently it's been floating around the internet for a few weeks now, but doesn't seem to have kicked up that much steam or
Yo, is this what I think it is? Is this what I think it is? And chat, we're getting to, I'm gonna get to the thing that we voted for. I'm gonna get to the extra content in just a second.
I think maybe Forgiato Blow's shtick is getting kind of old, but I could be wrong. Either way, without any further ado, let's see what this new track with Amber Rose is all about. Trump Baby.
Yeah, it's the mayor of Magaville, baby. Amber Rose. Hey.
A Vanilla Ice redo, of all things, co-starring.
Look, it's a redo of a redo. Vanilla Rice. That's a different artist altogether. Vanilla Ice is the redo of the Freddie Mercury and David Bowie song, right? And then we're gonna redo that on top of that. No.
Rose, is she actually gonna do anything on the track, or is she just like around? Also, God,
she's gonna Haktua and spit on that thing.
Is that a Donald Trump chain? Like a Trump head?
Yes, that's what it is. That's what we're dealing with.
Hat chain? What self-respecting jeweler would make that?
We voting Donald Trump, baby. Donald Trump, baby. America needs safe. America needs safe.
God, it's so cringe. The cringe is deep. This is a deep cringe. This is somehow even worse than the friggin' Target song.
I mean, yeah, it's a lot worse than the Target song. The Target song, you know, I don't know. I don't want to say it's a banger because, like, they were targeting, you know, so somebody was getting targeted there, right? And it's not the people with the power in society that were being targeted by that song. But yeah, this is just embarrassing. This is just embarrassing.
How does Forgiato Blow always figure out how to stoop to a new low? I'm amazed. I'm impressed, actually.
Red, white, and blue, mega nation, throw it up. Black, white, and brown, all that Democrat.
Ooh, yeah. Oh, we're just all coming together. Oh man, it's all peace and love. It's all peace and love in the MAGA nation. You know, unless you're trying to come into the country and you're not white, then you know, you could drown.
Gonna take your freedom, indicting our president because they can't beat. It's a two-tier justice.
Look, they hate him because they ain't him.
Put America.
Yeah, it's a two-tier.
A two-tier, yeah. I mean, look, it's a multiple-tier justice system, actually. But the tier that Donald Trump is on is the top tier, right? The one that normally you get away with violating the law. Normally, you can pay for things to go away. You can pay for people to go away, particularly if those are people whose private jet you flew on to Little St. James Island to do who knows what. You can make people go away, chat. That's one thing that you can do, apparently, when you're that's what Donald Trump told me. They let you get away with it. They let you do it.
And you know, guys like Trump, they're just constantly singled out all the time. They can't catch a break. The rich, the powerful, the politically connected, they have a really difficult go of life in our society, unfortunately.
See, my theory about Anthony Fantano is that the reason he doesn't get copyright struck is because he stretches out. Like he'll show some video and then he'll stretch himself out. And it's all like, it's like looking for like who did the copyright violation. And it's like, oh wait, stretched out guy. I don't recognize that as Anthony Fantano. Who is that stretched out guy? And they go after some stretched out guy that just got his taffy pulled at Willy Wonka's instead of Fantano. And he gets away with it. He can't keep getting away with it, chat. He can't. He can't keep getting away with it. It was Hillbilly Elegy. Yeah. I mean, both words actually work, but yeah, his book is Elegy.
Is Amber Rose gonna do anything? Is she gonna do anything?
She's gonna spit on it. I told you already. That's what she does, the Forgiato blow, the actual blow of Forgiato. Oh my God, chat, I'll shut up now.
And is that an actual like Gucci set that he's wearing? Is he wearing some actual Gucci? What a meatball. What a friggin' meatball. Is that a Cybertruck? Elon Musk is so hard looking at this right now. He's just like, he's diamond. He's diamond level.
Like Joe Biden up and throw the key away. Get propaganda.
Oh, okay. So basically we don't want Trump locked up. That's bad. Trump lock up bad, but Joe Biden lock up good.
The key away. Get propaganda ain't gonna work on me.
Oh yeah. If there's one thing that will not work on 4G Auto Blow, it's propaganda. This man is a propaganda proof.
Period. Sleepy Joe is a fraud. And the bloodbath in the Oval Office. The media is the enemy.
And the bloodbath in the Oval Office. The flow, man. The flow. The flow is it's one of the flows of all time.
It's the Forgiato flow, yeah.
I'll say that.
It's definitely a thing. Choice.
God, this song's gonna give me 5 or 6 different vocal tics by the time it's over. It's confusing because how can you be a pro-life Republican but simultaneously be responsible for an abortion such as this? Yeah, this is not good. This is
shots fired, I guess.
This is not good. Everything. The rapping, the over la face, the weird little vocal quirks, the flow, the ice baby crap. It's all baby crap. And I think I'll leave it there. I'm going to leave it there.
That's what he should have been called instead of Forgiato Blow, big baby crap.
Leave it in the trash can. It's going in the trash. And yeah, there you have it. Trump, baby.
There you have it. That's right, Anthony Fantano. And there we have it as well. All right. What do we have? The top of the hour ad break. No, do we actually? No, we're done. We that's not for another 30 minutes. But what do we actually have? We have the dono goal and we have the vote. So I'm going to start counting this up. All right. So yeah, 310 votes in shorts, 71 likes. So that's not a great ratio there, shorts chat. If you could fix that by liking the stream, which you do by, I think, just like holding down on your phone. I think that is one way to like the stream. The other way is way up there in the corner. There's a ... 3 dots in the top right. Would it be your top left? Wait, no, because I'm mirrored to you, so I think it's your top right too. I don't know, Chad. I think it's your top right. It's up there, right? And you can press that and you can open it and it'll give you the like and the dislike and you make your choice, like the stream, dislike the stream, whatever. It's the same to me. It's the same to me. So you can still do that. You can also still vote to get your vote counted. You can also vote in the other stream of the one that you're not in right now. So we got 100 likes, a clean 100 likes out of 150, slightly better in the full screen stream. I would say, yeah, considerably better, decently better. But still like that stream if you have not already, because it helps me out a lot. And just know that you can vote in the stream that you're watching on. You can also cross over if you want to find the other stream, go to my, channel and find the other stream and go to that and, get in the vertical if you're in the regular stream or vice versa. You can do that, and that way you can get 2 votes if you want to. I'm just saying that because I know some people are getting 2 votes, and it's only fair if I tell you that that's possible. The only thing that I ask is when you go over to the other stream, you leave a like. You hit that button. You leave a like, because that helps me out greatly, and I appreciate it very much. So that's where we're at right now. Now, as far as the poll, yeah, that's what we're really asking about. 44% of you are selecting Francesca versus Jink over AOC. 29% of you are selecting Destiny losing his proverbial or maybe even actual shit. 15% of you say Trump JFK anti-vax leaked call, and only 12% of you say MTG makes weird noises. If I look at the shorts chat, we're on 79 likes. I mean, that's slightly better. Look, it's anyway, I don't want to compare shorts chat to regular chat because I know it's harder to like the stream, but if you can figure out how to do that, wouldn't time be out to charm you? Would it not be the case that time would be out to... What the fuck does that even mean? Why is that in the lyrics to November Rain? I don't know, chat. It's always bothered me. It's always bothered me. What the fuck does he mean? What do they mean? Time be out to charm you. Anyway, find out by liking the stream on shorts. You can hit the, hold down on the surface of the screen, I think works, or find that little ... in the top and see if you can figure out what the fuck Axl Rose was talking about in that song. Okay. Anyway, Destiny losing his shit on the top in the first place with 41%. Trump JFK leaked anti-vax call at 27%. Francesca versus Jink over AOC at 19%. And MTG makes weird noises, hot mic, at 12%. So this is the time. And remember, if you donate, you still have time to do it. I will add your money to the subject of your choice, right? And you could still potentially affect the outcome of the stream in that way. So there is still time for that. There is still time to vote. I'll try to, keep looking at it if something changes drastically. So how does this work, right? We got We got an average of 12% for Marjorie Taylor Greene makes weird noises, hot mic. So that is going to equal 92. That's got a score of 92. So in other words, the thing that has decidedly the lowest number of people voting for it, because people are donating for it, because maybe even a few people just donated for it, that is looking like it's winning. Looking like it's ahead. Destiny loses his shit, 41%. In the shorts poll, 29%. How do I square that circle? How do I circle that square? I use a calculator because like it's uneven numbers. 19 plus, wait, is it even 19 plus 29? God damn it, I did it wrong. 29, 41. 41 is 70, so divided by 2 is 35. So 35 for Destiny loses his shit. 35 equals 50, 56. Now, as you're seeing this, you might already be able to predict the outcome of this poll. Understand that donations do affect it, and there is still time for you to affect it. I will revise the score if things change. What are we looking at? Francesca, 44 plus 19. I'm going to need that calculator. 44 plus 19 is 63 divided by 2 is 31. 31.5. That gives me 36.5 for that one. Trump goes anti-vax in a call with RFK, 27% plus 15%. 27 plus 15 plus 15. 42 divided by 2 is 21. 42 divided by 2 is 21. So we got 21 there, and that is all the information I need to compute the results as of now. 0 plus 21 equals 21. So yeah, it looks like Destiny loses his shit would have been the winner, with Francesca versus Jink coming in second, right? Without the, oh God, I mean, I guess minus 15 from all of this, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, everything gets minus 15 because the Vox Populi takes those points off. But in this case, like the winner, it's not going to change what's winning. Well, I mean, technically this one's only going to be minus 5. No, it's still not changing things. It's still not changing things. Yep. I think we have a pretty decided winner. Actually, that doesn't even get the minus 5. That doesn't get minus anything because that's how Vox Populi works, is it doesn't take anything down under 0. So it brings things more in line to what they are without any donations, but because the donos to MTG is so much bigger than the donation, looks like it stands. Yeah, it looks like it definitely stands. Okay, so we're going to check out some throat noises. Is there some breaking news? What's going on? AP 48 minutes ago, Pelosi just did an event and did not mention Joe Biden. I guess she did not want to discuss the elephant in the room. We need to make a little spreadsheet for NCC to tighten the load of those calculations. Math isn't necessarily the most important skill for this channel. I mean, I'm better at biochem than I am at math, but Did they ask her about Biden? Did leopards eat her face? What is this? What is going on here? You're ready to find out, chat? Because this is what the polls and the donos get. Yeah, we've had a few nights in a row where the donos have decided, and up until then I was telling you this, mostly whatever the donos are, it doesn't end up changing the polls. Most of the time, whatever wins in the polls wins, but this is like the opposite of that. This is something that got the least amount of votes, winning specifically because of some very dedicated donors that wanted to force this on us all. So I hope you're happy. We're about to get into it, aren't we? We really are. All right.
So we have another member of the Leopards Eating People's Faces party.
I always forget that Mike's got like full-on sleeves.
That ended up getting their face ate by a leopard. And it's Marjorie Greene who is going to make a confession here.
I love that we're talking about Vore and Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's amazing. She did mention a Democratic nominee. Oh. Well, it's up in the air. That makes sense. Though. It's up in the air. Like, who's the nominee?
Shocked to hear. So she's on the Russell Brand show, and she's going to admit that misogyny is an issue in the Republican Party. Now, first and foremost, to get Marjorie to admit that misogyny is a thing is shocking to me in and of itself. But to get her to say, yeah, it exists and it's an issue in the Republican Party, that is...
Chat, should I have a cat cam? Look, I have cats in my house, okay? And I could definitely set up a cam, like, pointed to, like, a kitty bed or something like that. That would be cute. Maybe, I think I just need, like, a longer cord, maybe? But I don't know. It'd be the kind of thing where I'd set it up and, like, a cat may or may, because the cats come and go as they please. They do their own thing.
Is actually shocking because you wouldn't expect her to say that even if she believed it, because you're supposed to toe the line, right? But she's not doing that. And it's...
Well, yeah, didn't Lauren Southern get in trouble for saying that?
Tells me that her admission here...
Wait, what's so very American?
Is her being a little bit mad that she's...
Oh, the fact that the donos win the polls. Yeah, that's true.
Not taken
it's very American.
In this party as the men are. Perhaps she doesn't feel like she was considered at all to be Trump's VP like the men were. And, you know, she's one of the most loyal soldiers, if not the most loyal soldier for MAGA. So to get past...
But it's kind of like no one likes her.
Over, not really even, be given any serious consideration. You know, I can understand why she would feel hurt by that. Having said that, though, I mean, this is conservatism for you. They want women barefoot in the kitchen. They don't want you to have autonomy. So I feel like you shouldn't be surprised by this. But let's listen to what she has to say.
A couple weeks ago, I was at home. And I was doing some writing. I always do writing to get my thoughts out.
Okay, worst background for MTG. She totally blends in.
And I was actually...
Do you see how I don't blend into my background anymore, right? My background is very distinct from me. That's how it should be. This is not the right set for her.
Thinking about
Russell Brand?
About the patriarchy and how the patriarchy...
Oh, here comes the cat.
For many, millions and millions of young women and teenage girls.
Bye, Kitty.
And I was thinking, the patriarchy is actually something truly different than how it's been framed and how these young women think.
You were writing about this in your journal.
Mm-hmm. And I could not believe it when you brought it up yesterday, because I was actually writing what we said, out loud. And I felt so awkward saying it on here because I was like, am I allowed to say this on Rumble? But the whole term, fuck the patriarchy, which is freeing to be able to say, needs to be redefined.
Okay.
And it's...
Okay.
She just said that. She just said it is freeing to be able to say fuck the patriarchy. Listen, maybe this is a bit premature. I think Marjorie Greene has gone woke.
I mean, this is weird. This is weird because here's the deal. Russell Brand does occupy a slightly different space of the Republican Party. It is almost a space that's in denial about the other half of the Republican Party, right? They don't see and they don't acknowledge that the Republican Party is, you know, reactionary and is misogynistic, racist, and like, right, they live in like a la land of sorts where that kind of stuff is just ignored and denied. And so it makes sense to say this on Russell Brand's show, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is not somebody who subsists off of Russell Brand's audience. Her audience is very different. And it's the kind of audience, the people that love Marjorie Taylor Greene, her ride or dies, are not gonna like hearing fuck the patriarchy.
Okay, if she dyes her hair pink next week, we sound the alarms. She's gone officially woke.
It's important to do that because I feel like there are millions of young women that have been misled about what it means to be a woman, about what they view as something that's against them, maybe how they've been hurt possibly by men in their lives. But I think the patriarchy is so much different than how they've been taught.
It seems like I've sensed a genuine misogyny in the way that you've been spoken to and spoken about that I think they would be reluctant to acknowledge.
I just got to say, it's interesting that an alleged rapist would be concerned about misogyny, don't you think? Multiple women.
Okay, you want to know what's wild, right? Right-wingers have done such a good job of memory holing the Russell Brand allegations that I had forgotten about them. Like there was so little ramification for all that it just I forgot that was a thing and that there potentially could be like criminal charges coming down.
Have accused him of very serious allegations, and it's a little bit weird people are still openly associating with somebody like this. That's a little bit sickening.
Absolutely. You know what's interesting? There's misogyny not just coming from the media, perhaps, or the Democrats. It's in our Republican Party, too.
Is there misogyny?
Of course there is.
In the Republican Party, is there gambling in this casino? My, you don't say.
There is. A lot of these guys, they want to control the power, and they really probably don't want women up there telling them what to do or taking charge or being in the lead. I don't see my leadership style perhaps that way, having run a company for so many years.
This construction company,
yes, exactly.
You're dealing with site managers and surveyors and architects, but also people doing like the joinery and electrics.
There's managing processes and styles, and for me, the right.
Okay, look, it's almost sad that it's almost tragic that something like this happens to somebody like her. But it's also, it is very much a leopard face-eating party kind of dynamic. That there's so much that she enables, look at their reaction. Anytime there is a plane crash, there is an issue with an airplane, every time, with what happened to Trump, right? The first thing the Republicans do is they say it's DEI. There's too many women. There's too many diverse people being hired when we all know that like white, straight, cis men are superior. And I mean, that's something that she is, I've never seen her, a trend that I've never seen her buck, something that I've never seen her speak up to. In fact, I feel like most of the time she's like on board with that, exact opinion.
The way to go is just to find the best people to hire, and then you trust them to do their jobs, and you don't want to micromanage people.
Wow. So she is admitting here that misogyny is, of course, real in the Republican Party. I feel like that, to me, is a bit of an admission, right? She's admitting that she's experienced misogyny in the Republican Party. And I've got to say, this is all speculation. It feels like her never really being seriously considered as VP. That's got to hurt. Because again, like, even before Trump was officially the nominee, she was talking about how she would be delighted to serve with Donald Trump. But not even in the contention. Like, there were these articles about, 9, 10 people. Sometimes Tulsi Gabbard would be thrown in there, but not seriously. Kristi Noem, we genuinely don't know, but it was always like the men. It was, Burgum, Tim Scott, J.D. Vance. They were always the one, Marco Rubio. They were the ones who were in serious contention. So, yeah, things that make you go, I don't know. Is Marjorie going woke? She might be accused of going woke after that, if a lot of people in the Republican Party see it. So, you know what to do. Share that shit. Because yeah. And by the way, I've got to say, putting aside everything else, I feel like she would be the worst boss ever. Like, just with how belligerent she is and the way that she talks about other people, I just feel like she says she's not a micromanager, but I'm sorry, she screams micromanager to me. She just seems like somebody who would never be satisfied. And I say that because that's the way that she is as a legislator. And to even call her a legislator is too charitable. She hasn't done shit. But yeah, she's a bad person, so I would assume that's going to translate into her being a bad boss as well. But regardless, hey, I'm not going to say credit to Marjorie because you don't ever have to hand it to her, but she just admitted that misogyny is real in the Republican Party. And I feel like that's such an obvious thing, but for one of them to admit it shows you that she thinks it's serious enough to really vocalize that. Now, sure, Russell Brand kind of like said it was an issue, but she's the one who, she said, oh, of course it's an issue in the Republican Party. She said it first. He brought up misogyny. She said, yeah, of course it's an issue there. So it's interesting. Yeah.
I'm trying to find. Forbes has been really good for having like the full speeches, but I'm actually not looking for the full speech. I'm looking for a I'm looking for a video that features the sound. And it was coming up before. Did I like somehow? Of course, this would like disappear the second that I need it. I feel like putting on the Kamala, wait. Like, this is the beginning of it, at least. Right, it's in mono chat, but only I will be able to tell. You'll hear it.
Thank you. Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump.
I thought you were going to say Nick Fuentes.
Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump.
Ew. That sounds dirty. Why are you making it sound dirty?
And I pray for the family of Corey Comprator, who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love.
I feel like I hear them. I hear the noises. Do you hear the noises, chat? I'm not just making this up, am I? There were noises. All right, I heard there were noises. I haven't listened to them yet.
Sacrificing his own life, he reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love.
Did you hear that? It was right there.
Thank you.
Is that what people are talking about?
I love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted, the country he wanted for his children, and a government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out.
Do you hear that? Is she going like, mm-hmm? And it's just not picking up? Maybe there's like a noise gate?
Government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out.
Yeah. She said something else and you couldn't hear it at all. There's a noise gate. That's the noise gate is actually fucking her. It's just not set right. Right, in general, the noise gate is only supposed to prevent sounds like, you know, you pick up a pencil or something on the desk, right? Prevent sounds like that. It's not supposed to, it's supposed to be calibrated so that the quietest sound that she's going to make is going to be something that just barely picks up on it, right? But yeah, I think what the problem is that, and I've noticed this too, noise gates, there's certain sounds that it doesn't pick up very well. Laughter, especially certain types of laughter. And yeah, apparently like, so something about that, like the quality of that sound. Well, no, it is picking up. It shouldn't, it's picking up in a way that, I don't know, chat. Jury's still out on what exactly we're hearing. That's my best guess though. This is an issue with her audio.
They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday.
I believe that would be the calendar, Marjorie. I believe that would be the calendar that gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday, not Joe Biden. Oh, look at that look on her face. Oh no, I just lost my head.
And let me state this clearly. There are only two genders. And we are made in God's image. Amen.
Okay, did I miss any sounds? Oh, there it is. Yes, I did miss a sound.
Two genders.
Mm-hmm. There it is. There it is. That's one of them right there. One gender is throat noises. The other gender is
This clearly.
CrossFit.
There are only two genders.
I don't know what it sounds like, Chad. It feels like a creature that belongs in the cinematic universe of the Dark Crystal. Like that there would be some creature that lives with like the Gelflings and it makes that noise. It's like mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And we are made in God's image. Amen.
When singles shines the triple sun. Yeah, this is like, I believe in the prophecy that it will be done by Gelfling hand, or else it shall not be done at all. What once was sunder and undone shall be made whole, the two made one. Oh my God, what the fuck? Oh my God, this is like, she would be, does she remind you of somebody from the Dark Crystal, chat? Oh my God, I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm especially not trying to be mean because I've noticed the tendency of Republican women and men to get plastic surgery. We got Kimberly Guilfoyle, Matt Gaetz. Both of them looked relatively normal until they decided to go have some work done. The last thing I want to do is contribute to people being mean to Marjorie Taylor Greene about her looks, and prompt her to get work done too, and come out as completely looking like she belongs in the Attack on Titan cinematic universe.
And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal
I thought she was going to say ripped open the womb.
aliens to pour in.
No, we're talking about we're talking about moral panic about immigrants now.
Driving up the cost of housing and health care while slashing American wages and eliminating jobs. They claim
Yeah, see, none of this stuff is like, this is the kind of stuff that Trump claims all the time. His campaign has been asked for proof of it, and there is none. He just says it, right? The immigrants are violent. The immigrants are mentally ill. Based on what?
that our economy is thriving. Yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens.
Really? The most powerful constituency of all, apparently. Not the corporations, not the wealthy. No, it's illegal. It's the people with the least power. It's the people who constantly get fucked over by their employer. And if they raise a stink about it, they can be deported by the employer just calling ICE. Yeah, it's those people. Those are the ones doing the bad stuff. Those are the people with all the power. God, she's got we're hearing a lot of these noises.
For illegal aliens.
Is this like a Titan thing? I don't get it.
Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history.
I'm expecting her to start releasing steam, chat.
Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders.
No, actually, Ukraine's borders are not secure. They're like, right. Ukraine's borders have not been secure for a long time.
But
like, unless she really thinks that Ukraine's borders end at, like, you know, the territory taken by the Russians, unless she's like basically being like, yeah, that's Russia now. All that's Russia.
They tell us the border wall is too expensive. But
See what I mean? I think it's that kind of sound, and it's like that time it fully picked up because it was loud enough to raise over the noise gate threshold. but that a lot of times we're only getting part of the sound, and that's what's making the weird. So yeah, I hate to break it to you, but yeah, I don't think there's actually an alien in her. I don't think that she's the Longlegs character.
American government that serves the interests not of
No, I haven't seen Longlegs yet.
the globalist or
The globalists. The space lasers people, Marjorie, is that who you're talking about?
the powerful few, but of all hardworking Americans is within our grasp.
Oh my God. What is like that one cannot have been a sound that she intended to make.
The powerful few, but of all hardworking
Chat, is this like a side effect of rhabdomyolysis? I don't get it. Why is she doing this?
is within our grasp.
I don't get it. There's no way that she intended to make a sound there, but there's the sound.
Donald Trump has and he will make America successful again.
She's really giving Titan right now. Oh no. Oh no. See, it's just like, I don't think it's a normal thing to laugh right there. Right, there were some sounds that like I was like, okay, maybe that's like she's, she's trying to make a sound. She's trying to, but it's just not picking up. But really, would you laugh right there? Is that like?
He will make us wealthy again.
He will give us the founding Titan so that we may start the Rumble.
And as God as my witness, he will finally give us the country we deserve. Because Donald John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Oh my God. Okay, well, there it is. That's Marjorie Taylor Greene. And like, I don't know what I thought was going to happen. But it wasn't that. Like, I don't know. I'm left with more questions than answers. What is up with Marjorie Taylor Greene? What is going on with her? If there's other meanings for globalist, should have stopped the steal. If she means what it really means and not made up, it's it's people who don't believe in borders and see us as being equal humans. Oh God, yeah. As in terms of being a globalist versus being a nationalist, that would be what that means. But there's always this like implication of a secretly powerful cabal, and that's exactly, Bad Lefty, exactly. You know where that is generally going. All right, well, this time it was not hard to do the math. It was pretty clear what had won. I'm going to end the polls now. Matt Gaetz needs to sue his surgeon. Yeah. Genuinely feel sad for her. I was raised conservative and I see my old post of stuff. I'm like, deleting in horror because who the fuck was that? Maybe makes me wonder what kind of menace I would be. Good God. That is wild, actually. It's like a zombie thing, right? It's like if your zombie was running around, like what would it be doing right now? And it's like not anything good. Get off Trump's mushroom, says Bad Lefty. Amusing to me how people see stuff rather than wonder if privilege made men comfy and lazier, having less to lose, while people experiencing discrimination know that they must work extra hard to be great. Yeah, and then there's extra pressure and extra anxiety on them. Does she do while she's waiting for her turn to talk again? I feel like that's a side effect sometimes of certain meds. Okay, I mean, I guess it could be. I don't want to make fun of, like, her for a medical condition. She's describing immigrants like alien chest bursters. Yeah, they rip open the board. I didn't even think of that, Miska, but you're right. Love to quote the Kingsman scene at her. I saw E.T. in a line for the voting booth in 2020. That's right. Lest we forget. So sad that in 2024 we still find Jay. Oh no. Yeah. You still get like an anti-exclamation. Anti-exclamation. What am I saying? Anti-Semitic explanation for the end of every conspiracy theory seems to be that. What are we talking about? We just got done talking about MTG, and she makes weird noises when she talks now. I guess that's a new feature of MTG. Also, she said fuck the patriarchy, because apparently the patriarchy is holding her back. And I guess I get that if she's being, like Mike Johnson is the one that's in charge of that, but it's a weird thing for her to say that, like, fuck the patriarchy, but also let me, like, while you're on team homophobia, while you're on team racism, while you're on team, like, every other, kind of discrimination, but you're like, oh yeah, the Republican Party actually is kind of unfair to women. No shit. No shit. There's people in your party talking about ending no-fault divorce. There's people in your party that are talking about, oh, in fact, you yourself are working against bodily autonomy. Let me see what the reptoids that are under flat Earth. Is that what happens when you lift up flat Earth? Grisha's ex-wife right there. Yeah. I'm just reading chat. Oh my god. I'm getting short chat. Responding by your chat. Saying about Trump and stuff. Like, you wouldn't know any different unless I, like, voting. Unfortunately, imagine if Trump's let her out, and natural causes to political election people they stand in. And they have chance attention. A lot of people that don't have that baggage. Like I said, what is holding Trump? What is holding Trump up Biden? These are profound weak candidates. Surely we had candidates, and if either party were to replace their candidates with someone, I don't know, big or normal, they would probably do better. I could see Tommy doing better than Trump. The Republicans being racist, they are pick him. The platform is the aggressive, you can't believe it's real. Have no audio? Is there anything in? That's one audio. Audio is changing. Unique. Is that a rehearsal? The mic is fucked up. I know it's wrong. Alrighty then. Are we better? Are we better? It's like Fallout 4 Institute situation, except with aliens. Yeah, less of the alien sound now. Much better. All right. Well, I'm glad that worked out. Anyway, Jesus Christ, I need to start getting started earlier, and I need to find a way to bite off like less than I can chew instead of more than I can chew somehow. Yeah, thanks chat for letting me know. If there's ever anything wrong with the audio or video, don't be afraid to let me know, because I literally couldn't hear it. Sometimes I can hear it on my end, but not this time, and I just wouldn't have known. I would not have known at all, except that everybody like leaves the stream. So it's very helpful when you let me know as soon as you hear audio problems or have video problems or anything else. It's very, very helpful. So I'm glad so many people mentioned that. Only 7 hours tonight. I know, right? Yeah, no, I gotta somehow get that down. Like, right? Like I'm thinking Majority Report does 3 hours. Vanguard does like 2.5 hours. I'm trying to think. Hassan is the only one who does these kind of hours, and I really gotta. Well, what happens is I tell myself, all right, the show. I try to program the show, and I'm like, we're going to talk about this. We're going to talk about this, and I count on like, that's like 20 minutes, that's 30 minutes, that's an hour, but I don't count on that's an hour, so 3 hours with me yapping, right? I underestimate the yap, and the yap is powerful. And look, the yap has saved my ass before, right? Remember when Vosh's goons tried to get my stream taken down? Remember when Vosh's like sysadmin like tried to tell YouTube that like I was somehow stealing content for reacting to Xander Hall? The reason that they told White Nervosa where she could shove it was that I am adding so much more than what is there from the beginning, right? That it's not, me reposting Xander Hall's content and somehow making money off of that. Nobody's really there to hear Xander Hall. They're there to hear my reaction to Xander Hall. It's by nature transformative. Because I am a yapper, I did not get in trouble for that. But I still, there's a Destiny stream. There's a Destiny video. There's a Destiny video on, there's a middle ground, what's it called? Jubilee. A Jubilee video starring Destiny with like anti-Biden Democrats versus pro-Biden Democrats. And it would be kind of interesting, but I know that if I wanted to react like to that, the first thing that I'd have to do would be to go on Twitter and be like, hey Jubilee Media, I want to react to this video. The last time I reacted to one of your videos, my stream got taken down by @YouTube. Hey @Destiny and @IRI, could you look into this, right? They're not supposed to be taking down like, streamers, right? And see if maybe I can get the action taken off from YouTube. And get clearance to know that like I can actually stream this without being taken down, because the last 2 times I've tried to cover Jubilee, like my stream has gotten taken down, and I just don't want to risk it for the biscuit anymore. He streams so long, I wish you guys didn't overlap. Yeah, I know, right? We do. Yeah, anytime you stream a long time, you're going to overlap with people. But anyway, chat, I should probably get to bed now. Gaming Frogs.
It was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communist invading radicals.
Thank you for being patient with me, Gaming Frogs. We need to play more Fallout. All right. And like, obviously, this is my job. This is what I make my money at. But I love doing gaming streams, and I'm really enjoying Fallout New Vegas. I just did the missions High Times and GI Blues. And so we're getting down to the point where, we're going to start to go into Vegas and all this stuff. And like, I'm getting to the point where I could probably almost do Old World Blues again. But yeah, it's like, honestly, this is one of the best games, if not the best game I've ever played. And I don't play these types of games. I am not a fan of first-person shooters, but god damn it, Fallout is not just a first-person shooter. It is so much more. And I really do enjoy it. So I'm glad that I started playing it, and I'm going to try to get back to it when I can. I'm tiring myself out on stream, and then I don't have the energy or the time to stay up and do a gaming stream, especially when it ends this I'm working on a Plague's Tale right now. Yeah, we have a lot of gamers in the community. Have a good night. Oh, thank you, New Flash. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad to have you all here. It means a lot to me. Sub and donate on the way out. I mean, that's very cool. And also hit that like button. Hit that like button if you haven't already. We'll see if we can farm a few more likes. We have 109 likes right now. That is actually pretty good. Right, I predict big things for the stream. It's really strange because my concurrence on the full screen stream never went that high. And the average isn't super high. And yet somehow we got a good liking ratio. We got a decent liking ratio over on the short stream. Although I feel like we got a lot more votes. Yeah, 304 votes, only 81 likes. Anyway, if you can do it, if you can like on the way out, that would be super. I would be super appreciative of that. What am I trying to do? Setting. Yeah, hit that button. Sounds good. Okay. Well, I plan to see you again tomorrow. I'm not sure exactly what I'm going to talk about, but oh my God, somebody mentioned something to me that I thought would be good to cover, but I can't think of what it is now. Oh, that's really sweet of you, Miska. Long chat is so based. Long chat is pretty based. Pretty freaking based. But yeah, it really helps because like the more you like the stream, the more that it tells YouTube to try out the stream on other people. And if you want the community to grow, that's how it works. It's not actually me that does it. It's you that does it. You know, this community growing has a lot of real good benefits, right? Including making it so that I can go full-time and stay full-time, which we are almost at. Like I said, this is going to be a really rough month for me. So thank you to everybody who's donating on the links down in the description, the Cash App or the PayPal, right? That gets to me right away. It doesn't go through YouTube or Twitch. And so it kind of is going to help me get through my hardest month. But then basically August and everything after looks pretty freaking good. Looks pretty good. So yeah, we're in a really good place. I love this community. My only regret is that because I'm streaming so much, because I feel like striking when the iron is hot, I'm not getting enough videos out to you. And there's goals that I have, like, you know, getting the getting. Oh my God, look at this! Look at this! Oh my God, thank you for the subs or the follows, Nega 11233 and New Flash. And that is NEGA. Just in case what I said wasn't super clear. Anyway, yeah, thank you for the follows. And thank you for the cheers. Oh my God, I didn't realize it was so. I didn't realize my. It's like it turns me into a VTuber, right? Just by that. But yeah, thank you for the bits as well, New Flash. But yeah, good shit, and I'm gonna try to be back to you tomorrow with more stuff. Anyway, much love, everyone, and I will see you tomorrow. Good night.